and welcome to IICS Full Course offered by MindMajix. In today's video, we are going to deep dive into Informatica Intelligent Cloud, also known as IICS, which is a comprehensive platform that empowers organizations to integrate, manage, and secure data across various cloud platforms and on-premise systems. Whether you are new to IICS or looking to enhance your expertise, this video will provide you from basics to advanced core concepts, providing you with solid understanding of its capabilities. According to the recent data, employees with IICS capabilities can earn up to 37.3 lakh rupees per annum. Experience and the role. If you want to learn IICS with certification, then make sure to check out the IICS course by MindMajix, where you will get to work on real-time projects, mock interviews, one-on-one doubt clearing sessions, along with career guidance. Check the link in the description, and before moving ahead, click the bell icon and subscribe to our channel so you never miss an update. Now let's get started with the IICS full course, that is Informatica Intelligent Cloud.
I used to 12 years of industry into using and cloud platforms, and then I'm working as Informatica Cloud professional trainer from last more than 4 years. I work with MindMajix and some other institutes as Informatica Cloud trainer. I started my career with Informatica Power Center and got to pitch in into Informatica Cloud and cloud technologies more than 5 years ago, right? And then for me, that time Informatica Cloud was like very new, and we had like a lot of challenges, I would say, a lot of features. We were still waiting from Power Center to cloud, right? And then from that time, I have seen that tool getting evolved. Nowadays, we can see that we can say that the tool is like quite stable. So yeah, that is all about me. I also have completed Informatica Cloud's you know Lakehouse data management certification. So that is it. And talking specifically about the course, right? And then where we talk about overview of Informatica Cloud, right? And then what are the typical data management challenges we face when it comes to integrating the data into cloud platforms, and how Informatica Cloud can be a solution, right, on that. Then we also talk about the high level architecture of Informatica Cloud. And then we talk about the course curriculum, what exactly the course is all about, what are the prerequisites of this course. So start with the Informatica Cloud introduction. And when we say Informatica Cloud, right, we always hear that term IICS, right? So IICS stands for Informatica Intelligent Cloud Services. So 2.5 years back, Informatica, so that time we used to call it as ICS, Informatica Cloud Services. And then there was a major upgrade where a lot of features got added, lot of upgrades, and then a lot of issues, I would say limitations, right, were overcome, right? And then from that point we started calling it as IICS, Informatica Intelligent Cloud Services. So people who are having prior experience in Informatica Power Center, that will be really helpful. But then the batch which we execute, right? A typical batch might have like 4 or 5 practitioners or 2 3 practitioners. Number might vary. And then we conduct this course in such a way that even we have a particular resource or practitioner who is totally fresher about ETL or Informatica, that person can still be a part of same batch. We don't have any categorization, right? A batch for experienced ETL associates, or batch for freshers, right? So mixed crowd can be a part of same batch, and then we will take the things ahead. Some part some po- you know some topics might be really simple for people who are really seasoned in ETL technologies, but then that is how the course outline would be, right? Good that in this particular batch all of the practitioners are seasoned resources in ETL and Informatica Power Center. So accordingly, we can take the discussions ahead, right, on a daily basis. So Informatica Cloud, right, IICS is one of the leading ETL tools, right, and it works as a software as service SaaS. We don't have to kind of install any heavy softwares on local machine or on server, right? This is gonna be like software as service. Whenever I want to use this particular tool, I'll go to my browser. I'll just go to the Informatica Cloud site, punch in my credentials, and it is just plug and play, right? I will just start working. I'll start developing, or I'll start executing the existing assets which we have created, right? So it is that way. There would be little configurations which we need to do on the server. In our case, we are going to use our local laptops, and that would be kind of a server for us. So how we can have those configurations installed, right, or created on our local laptop, that is also I'm going to explain you, so that you can have your hands-on done on a daily basis. So today we will talk about the high level things, some conceptual things and all. And then after today's so Informatica Intelligent Cloud Services, right, on demand subscription platform, as I mentioned, right, we can connect to IICS anytime from our browser, and then this will provide us the connectivity across on premises as well as on cloud applications. So doesn't mean that we are going to cloud and then we are going to lose connectivity across existing legacy applications or on-premises applications. We'll still have connectivity across those, I would say, seasoned data sources like, RDBMS, flat files, right? All those sources, data sources can still be connected to, right? So that is how Informatica Cloud is. Recently, I'm not sure whether you have heard it. Informatica product company has stopped selling the power center licenses, so they are bringing everything under Informatica Cloud's umbrella. So when I say stop selling the licenses, as in like new license won't be sold, but any existing license for power center, if it is purchased by any particular client company or a vendor company, they will keep on supporting till the license expires, right? But no new licenses or no new extensions would be given, right? So that is why we have seen a pick into Informatica Cloud requirement, not only to understand the tool, but then there would be a lot of things, right? So we have Informatica Power Center code to be converted, as Udaya mentioned, right? So how we are going to convert the code, right, from Power Center to cloud, right? What are the options? So those are like lot of things which are coming these days, and that is why there is a hike, or there is a pick in the Informatica Cloud course requirements. So the thing is, whenever we have to push data into cloud platforms or pull data from cloud platforms, and on the other hand we also have the on premises applications, right? That time, if we do not have a tool which is adequate enough to connect across all these applications, right, then either we'll have to depend upon multiple tools or technologies, right? Maybe different data extraction methodologies to pull data. But in that case, what would happen is like data which we pull, right, from these different systems or different techniques, right, would be in a fragmented manner, and it becomes very challenging. I will not say it is not possible, but it would be very challenging to kind of you know have that data collated, right, and then set up the data quality rules, data validation rules on top of that data, and becomes very difficult to process that data, right, transform that data as per the business requirement and process it further, right? Because my systems are disconnected, data is in a fragmented manner, right, which will give rise to a lot of data quality issues, right? But then and then definitely it is going to hit my whole implementation which I'm going for, which I'm doing for my project, right? So if that productivity of the business is getting impacted, right, so that whole implementation, right, will go for a toss. But then using Informatica Cloud, right, as we discussed in the introduction slide, it will have a connectivity across all possible platforms, So on premises, on cloud. So I don't have to worry about a specific application, how I'm going to pull data from, or how I'm going to push data into, right? So I don't have to think about it. Informatica Cloud will have connectivity across all those platforms. And that is why, I can say, for example, I'm designing a customer portal, and then I'm getting data from flat files, hierarchical data sources like XML, JSONs, cloud platforms, or relational databases and all. I can have a common landing layer, right? I can have the data collated in the same layer, and then I can apply the data validation rules, data quality checks, and then I can transform that data. I can bring that data to staging layer, and then I can take that data to publish, right? So it becomes very easy, as IICS is the only tool which we are going to use, right? There would be no disconnected systems, and then because of which all the nuances which we are going to face, right, we don't have to deal with it, right? So that is why Informatica Cloud over here would be an effective solution, right, on getting rid of all these data ambiguities, handling the garbage in garbage out scenarios and all. So it would be a perfect implementation where we will have the best quality data processed and provided for the business so that they can take their key decisions. Now, talking about the architecture, right? High level architecture of Informatica Cloud, we have five major components. First is IICS tool, as we discussed high level about it, right? Second major aspect is secure agent, right? So secure agent can be compared to the integration service of Informatica Power Center. So in Power Center, integration service is the one, right, which connects to source and target systems. It flows the data from the map, through the mappings, whatever transformations we have in the sequence, right? It will have that data flowing, and then ultimately it will load the data to target, right? So same thing is governed by secure agent in Informatica Cloud, right? It will be kind of an application, very lightweight application, which we are going to you know install, right, on our laptop for this course, ultimately on the Windows or Linux based servers, and then this secure agent will be connecting to these various applications. So that is the part of secure agent over here. Again, I would say this is the high level introduction. In upcoming sessions, we are going to deep dive into what is secure agent, how to configure it, right, what are the different types, how it would be helpful for execution, can we do the load balancing, right? So all these things will be covered, right? Third thing is runtime environment. So this can be again related to the domains in Informatica Power Center. So every instance like dev, QA, prod, right, we will have different domains configured, right? So similarly, runtime environment will be associated with that instance, the environment, right? So we would have dev, QA, UAT, production, these kind of instances. And to distinguish between these instances, we will have dedicated runtime environment, right? And then every runtime environment will be associated with a secure agent. So it's a package. Runtime environment and secure agent, it's kind of a package. Runtime environment will identify the instance, right, whether it is a dev, QA, prod, and then associated secure agent is responsible to run the jobs against that particular instance. So that's the combination. They will work in a combination, right? We'll definitely have different type of runtime environments and their use cases, which we'll be covering in the upcoming sessions. Fourth point is Informatica Cloud repository. So like we have Power Center repository, we have Informatica Cloud, no, cloud hosted, cloud based repository where we are going to store all our metadata. So the mappings, tasks, whatever ETL objects Informatica Cloud offers, right? We are going to create them, right? So all those metadata will be stored in my Informatica Cloud repository, right? And finally, we have the connections. So Informatica Cloud will have the connections across all these possible platforms, right? Relationals, as in like on premises and on cloud, right? So we'll have different connection types: Oracle, flat file, SQL Server, Salesforce, AWS, Snowflake, right? All these applications will have a dedicated connector in IICS. While creating the connection, right, we'll select that particular type, and then we will create that connection with the required credentials. So if it is like Oracle, I will provide the host name, port name, right? Then username, password, schema if it is applicable, right? If it is AWS based connection, I'll provide the AWS bucket name, the no authorization code key, right? Those things will be provided. So this is how we'll have the connections across these different applications, and then we can have those connections created as per the use case, and then we will have those configured for source and target objects in a ETL flow. Now, talking about the first module, right? Informatica Intelligent Cloud Services overview, right? So we talked about what is Informatica Cloud as a tool and all, right? So there would be like few concepts offered by Informatica Cloud, and as I said, like we will keep on comparing Informatica Power Center and Informatica Cloud, wherever we could for a certain concepts, right? So there are some brand new concepts in Informatica Cloud which were not there in Power Center. For example, we have processes like data replication, data synchronization, right? So what is data replication? Whenever we have a requirement to pull the data from relational or Salesforce sources, right? These systems, and then we have like multiple objects from which we need to pull the data, mostly as is, right? Then rather than creating a mapping, we can create a synchronization task, right? So for example, just consider that I do have to create a customer portal, which is my end product, right? And then for that, I do have multiple sources, and few of them are relationals and Salesforce, right? So whenever I want to pull data, right, from any source, and then whenever I put that data into landing layer, the expectation would be that data has to be like as is, whatever form of data is there in the source, same form of data I'll pull in my landing layer, and then in upcoming layer like landing to staging and all, I'll convert the data, I'll transform the data, right? But then initially it should be as is, right? So for that, say for example, I do have 10 oracle tables, right, and I want to fetch data into respective 10 tables in my landing layer. So for that matter, if I create mappings, the easiest solution will be create 10 simple mappings and pull the data over, right? But then concept like replications, right, this will allow us to create a single replication task, and then we will be able to pull data from homogeneous sources in a single one, right? So if it is about the multiple tables in the same database, right, in that case I can create a single replication task, and then using that I can copy data from n number of tables to n number of tables across source and landing layer. So for that, the replication concept is like really useful, right? So that is what the replication is. Again, this is something on high levels, right? We will talk about replication task in detail in the module number 4, right? Practically. And then synchronization, right? Process or object synchronization is whenever we have to sync the data across two entities. Maybe it is a relational table to relational table, or a file to table, table to file, or Salesforce for that matter, table to Salesforce, or vice versa, right? Whenever I want to maintain that sync of the data, with respect to different operations like insert, update, upsert, delete, right? So for that matter, I can create a synchronization task, right, which will again give me those features, right, which operation I want to choose, right? Say for example, whenever a particular data gets inserted in the source table, same data should be populated into my target table, right? So we can go for synchronization task with a insert operation. If my requirement is like insert up and update both, right, then I can configure that synchronization task accordingly, right? So for that matter, right, we will use the data synchronization task. So apart from normal mappings and transformations, we have a lot of other tasks offered by Informatica Cloud, and then using those we can create those ETLs, and then those would be more cost effective than a simple Informatica Cloud mapping. right? So those are the concepts. Talking about Informatica Cloud applications, I'll just log in now into Informatica Cloud and I'll navigate through. I'll walk you through the different services and different tabs and all. And about the key terms, right? So key terms is something we can't cover in, just first session or something. I don't have like bunch of key terms. And key term as in like wherever we use, what is the best practice, right? So if I'm creating a replication task, how I can name my replication task, what is the prefix or a suffix, by which you will start naming it. Then whenever I'm creating a replication task, what should be the target table name, right? Do we have any best standards or best practices, right? So all those things we are going to discuss across several modules, right? So it is not the job of a day or so, right? We will keep on discussing and we will keep on comparing the power center to cloud, right? So that you can relate it quickly, and accordingly it would be very easy for you to kind of process or proceed with that, right? So that is how our first module is about whole theoretical topics and all, right? Now talking specifically about architecture of Informatica Cloud, right? The secure agent and runtime environments. For this, we have a deck. I'm going to log in into Informatica Cloud. I guess I have already logged in. Let me just check. So once you sign up for your Informatica Cloud account, once you complete all your prerequisites, as in like installing the secure agent and all, right, you would be able to start, developing and all, right. So whenever you log in, right, into Informatica Cloud, you would see this kind of an interface. This talks about different services, right, offered by Informatica Cloud, right. So these services are categorized into two buckets, right? Data integration and application integration. So data integration, we have three services: data integration itself, administrator, and monitor, right? So in data integration, we are going to address all the development related activities, right? Creating mapping, creating tasks and all, right? In the administrator, we will create the connections, right? Then we will set up the runtime environment, right? And then creating the swagger files, and also all those kind of admin related activities will be governed by the administrator service. And then monitor is, as the name says, right, whenever you want to monitor the jobs which are running, we'll go to monitor service. Second category of these services would be the application integration, right, which is this. So API manager, API portal, application integration, and application integration console, these four services fall under the application integration bucket, right? So whenever we have a requirement to process the data in real time, or I would say near real time, right, for that matter we'll use the application integration. I would say 90% of the time we'll go with the data integration only, where we are going to create all the tasks and all the ETL jobs, right? And that would be kind of a batch processing. Whenever we so if we have to run something on a daily basis, weekly basis, right, or maybe hourly basis, minutes basis, for that matter I am happy to create the mappings, tasks and all, and then I will schedule them, right, as per my as per the expected frequency, right, maybe hourly, daily, monthly, whatever, right. So for that matter I'll create those ETL objects in data integration and I can use them, right, I can configure them accordingly. When it comes to uh, requirement of real-time data integration, say for example, if my Salesforce has some data and then a particular Salesforce entity undergoes any data change, as in like new data comes in or existing data gets updated or deleted, right, there has to be a trigger or event generated, and then using that we need to sync the data to appropriate target, right. So if that is the requirement and we don't have to wait for the schedule load, right, for that matter we'll go for application integration, right. So whenever data gets changed, you know run a job and then get it inserted, updated for the related objects as well, right. So whatever the target applications or target tables are or systems are, right, we need to integrate data accordingly using the real-time integration. So for that matter, we'll use the application integration. Right. So these are the two main buckets. Whenever you log in into the data integration, you will see this kind of an interface, right? Where on the home page you will see the runtime environments information, how many connections you have, right? Uh, that way. One second. Yep. Okay. And then recent assets, as in like mapping task, which we have created and played with, right? Then the information about runtime environments, recent job execution. So kind of a dashboard, level overview you will see uh, in data integration home tab, right? If I go to new, right, under new, I'll get to see different type of components, ETL objects we can create. So in the task, we have mapping task, synchronization task, masking replication task and all, right? Power center task, right? So these different type of tasks we can create. Then if I go to the mappings tab, then how to create a mapping and all. So that is what we have over here. We can even create the maplets, task flows, right? Task flows are related to I would say workflows in Informatica Power Center, but we have different type of task flows, right? So how to create them, in which scenario we can use a particular one, right? So we'll discuss that, right? And then components, so there could be some prerequisite components, saved query, hierarchical schema to use for XML JSON files, right? Or business service to be created for the web services, right? So those things, right, those small components, right, which are acting as a prerequisites in the mappings or the tasks, right, those we can create from here. So this is what my new option is, which will allow me to create new objects. Then if I go to the explore menu, then I'll get to see different folders I have, right? By default, whenever you create your account, you will see a couple of folders, the add-on bundles and the default one, right? These are the two folders you will get, right, automatically. But then you yourself can create new projects, right? So say for example, if this Informatica Cloud account, right, we have like multiple vendors coming in, right? Some people from TCS, some people from Accenture, just an example, right? In that case, Infa admins can create specific folders for each team, right? And that team will be given access on that particular folder, so that cross vendor culture will be handled accordingly. And then other teams should not have the privileges on the folder which are not intended or not uh, you know related to their team accordingly. So that kind of concept, right, of security we can enforce over here. Or we ourselves can create different projects under a particular project, right? We can create even the subfolders. So say for example, our team itself is handling like 2 3 different projects, so accordingly we can create those for projects, right? And then under that particular project we can keep on creating the folders. So in one project we can have multiple modules, right? So we can have those multiple folders created, and we can segregate our code, right? So bunch of mappings related to module number 1 maybe will go to that folder. That way we can segregate the mappings and we can maintain them properly. So this is how you can manage your code into the explore menu, right? Bundles will select, will discuss sometime later. If I my job, right? So this my jobs tab will be helpful for you to monitor the jobs which you have executed from your end. So say for example, all three of us, right, belong to same team, right? We belong to same company, we belong to same team, right? And then we are sharing same Informatica Cloud account, so that whenever we log in, right, we will have same folders listed, right? And then whatever mappings I am creating, both of you would have access, and vice versa, right? We will have access to each other's code, full access, right? And then say for example, I created some mapping, right, maybe this parameterization demo, and then I executed it, right? So whenever I execute something from my end, right, from my Informatica Cloud account, from my machine, right, then those objects, right, I will be able to monitor under my jobs as well as in the monitor service, right? And here the thing is we can keep these services open in different tabs. So it is not like, first of all open the designer, then open the, workflow manager, then the monitor, different applications. It's not like that. It is very simple, right? So in one tab you can open the browser tabs, you can open data integration. In other tab we can have administrator. In next tab we can have monitor. So we can keep on, opening these and, playing around simultaneously, right? So my point was, whenever we execute a particular thing from our machine, right, those objects can be listed, right, would be listed under the my jobs tab, and I can monitor them, right? And those can also be monitored in the monitor service. So what is the difference between my jobs and monitor, right? So the difference is, whatever jobs I am running, right, I will be seeing those under my jobs, right? But other people, right, will not be able to see them, right, under my jobs tab. So if I'm running something, then Rajesh and Udaya will not be able to see those jobs under their my jobs option. They will have to go to monitor service, and under monitor service we'll see all the jobs which are running, which have completed recently and all, right? So for me, whenever I'm running something, right, very quick I can go to, so I'll go to data integration, create a new job, right, and for testing purpose I'll kick it off, right? And then I can directly go to my jobs tab, and then I can see the progress, right? But the job which I'm executing, if you want to see it, right, then you'll have to log into your monitor service, and then you will see those jobs over there. So that's the difference between monitoring the jobs across my jobs tabs versus monitor service, right? So this monitor service is still opening. Once it is loaded, I'll just show you that as well. Okay, so that is my jobs tab. And then finally we have my import export logs. So whenever we are migrating the code, right, across dev to QA to prod, or one Informatica Cloud account to other Informatica Cloud account, right, that time we'll use this my import export log, right? So if I go here, recently I have exported some of the assets, right? On the 2nd of October I migrated some of the assets, so I can see that over here. And then I can download that export also, and then import, as in like whenever I want to import something, right, then I'll go to that import tab, and then I can go ahead with the code, import no importing the code in the target. So in the dev I'll export the code, and in the QA, right, maybe higher instance, I'll import the code. So that is how this tab is all about, right? Is my monitor open? Yeah. So now under the monitor service, right, if you see, these are the tabs: running jobs, all jobs, import export logs and all. So right now I have, I'm not running anything, so I don't see anything under the running jobs, right? But if I go to all jobs, it will show me the details about jobs executed recently. So see, these are the jobs. Some of them failed, some of them are successful and all, right? So this is how I will see these jobs. Okay, so this is what my monitor service is. And then if I go to the administrator, let me refresh this. Under the administrator service, we will have lot of these options, right? So mostly we will use the administrator service to create the connections, right? But then currently, we are using our Informatica Cloud free account, right, trial version. So we'll have access across all these options, right? In real time, whenever you are working on the client specific Informatica Cloud, assignments, right? And then if you are a developer, right, in that case you won't see these many options under administrator. So only Informatica Cloud admins will have access to these different tabs. But then as it is a free account, Informatica will provide, us access across all possible options, so that we can test this, or you can go through, navigate through this tool thoroughly, and we can just use it to maximum extent, right? So a lot of things we have, right? Organization details, licensing details, and all, right? How to create a new users and all. So we have the final module about advanced administration, so a lot of things we'll discuss over there, right? For now, if I go to the connections, and that is the next topic we are going to discuss after the runtime environments, right? So we have the list of connections over here, right? We can even create a new connections. We'll see this exercise, right? So this is how I can navigate through my administrator service, right? Now moving on to the second module, which is Informatica Cloud Secure Agent and runtime environments, right? So we'll switch on to that. So on high level, secure agent is a lightweight application which will help us to connect to the source applications, target applications, flow in the data, whatever mappings or tasks we have created, right? So it acts as a integration service, right, in Informatica Cloud, right? So whenever you are going to configure your secure agent, right, you'll have to install it. You'll have to download it from the administrator service, right? And then we will have the secure agent in two flavors, Windows based and Linux based, right? So for now we are going to download the Windows based one, and then we will install it on our local laptop, right? This secure agent in real time will be installed on a particular server, right? So we'll have our own local server, right? Maybe Windows server or Linux server, right? So according to the flavor, we will download that, either Windows or Linux, and then we will install it. So are we really going to install it as a developer? No, right? We will have our Informatica admins and they will do that stuff, right? So here, as we are going to configure our own secure agent, you also will get that kind of a exposure, right? How these secure agents works, and then how to configure them and all, right? So you know so these this secure agent will be installed on our own server, not on Informatica Cloud server, our own server that can be Windows or Linux based, right? And then this particular server will be used to trigger all the Informatica Cloud jobs. So we may have like three different servers, like for dev, QA, and prod, right? So every server will have secure agent installed, right? And then on top of the secure agent, we'll have the runtime environment. And then that runtime environment will have necessary configurations about that particular instance, dev, QA, prod, right? So using the runtime environment, we'll be able to identify which instance we are, you know, relating the job to, or triggering the job, right? So if I'm using and then while creating the connections, right, every connection will have the information about runtime environment, so that we can understand this connection is going to point to dev, QA, or prod. That's how it is, right? So this is what the secure agent is. Now moving on to the runtime environment, some deep level information or the deep dive information is, so runtime environment, as I mentioned, right, it is related to every instance we have, right? Dev, QA, prod will have separate runtime environments. Each runtime environment will be associated with a secure agent. It will have its own secure agent, okay? And then for a specific instance, we can have even more than one secure agent, right? So for production, where we are going to have lot of jobs running in parallel, right? So that time, because of the heavy uh, traffic, right, we might face some latency, right? And then there we can plan to have even more than one secure agent. Runtime environment will be only one for every instance. So for production, there is only one runtime environment, right? But then under that runtime environment, we can have more than one secure agent, right? Secure agent is kind of a program, right, engine which runs the jobs, right? So whenever I have like multiple jobs to be executed, right, one secure agent will not be able to handle them in a prompt way, right? So that time we can plan to add one more, or like two or three secure agents, and then we can do the load balancing accordingly, right? So That's the point. In the runtime environment, again, we will have two types, right? We have hosted agent type, and then we have secure agent group, right? So if I go back to my Informatica Cloud account, and if I go to the runtime environments, here if you see, we have Informatica Cloud hosted agent, and then the other one is the secure agent group. Right? So what are these two different types and why we have two runtime environments, right? So Informatica Cloud hosted agent, right, is the default runtime environment which we get whenever we sign up for Informatica Cloud account, right? Hosted agent. But this hosted agent will be having very limited privileges, right? As in, like, it is just for your trial purpose, right? So if you sign up for your Informatica Cloud account, if you want to do some POC, right, by connecting to some applications and then just create a sample mapping, pull the data, and then just do that kind of a POC. For that matter, we can use this Informatica Cloud hosted agent. So secure agent group is one of the types of runtime environment, right? And then secure agent is the application which is sitting under the runtime environment, right? So under hosted agent also we have a secure agent, under secure agent group also we have a secure agent, right? Only difference between these two is hosted agent is default runtime environment which we don't have to configure, right? It will be defaultly available, right? And under that, can I see the runtime environment really? Over here we don't have it. Is it's saying that it is up and running, but I don't see a specific secure agent underlying this, right? So it is just for some POC and all, right? But if you see this desktop DAQTEM, right, this is my computer name, and this runtime environment I have configured on my own, right? So whenever you are going to sign up for Informatica Cloud account and install download and install your secure agent, right, then that secure agent will take your computer name by default. So this is my computer name, right? Or if we are installing it on a server, right, Linux based server or Windows based server, then it will take the host name of that particular server, right? You can change it if you want, but then by default it will take that uh, you know uh, terminal name, or I would say node, not node, but that machine or server name. So this is the one we are going to use, actually, right? Which will provide us like lot of features. So a particular secure agent group, right, which is configured by us, right, or the admins to be precise, right, for a specific environment, right, we will provide the details, will install it and all, will configure it. And then as I mentioned, right, there would be separate secure runtime environments for every instance, dev, QA, prod and all, right? And then under this secure agent group also we have different types, right? And then I might be complicating the things, right? So I'll just explain you on high level for now, right? You can anytime go through these decks because this is created in such extensive way that, say for example, if you're appearing for some interview or appearing for your some certificate exams, you will have all the details, deep dive details into this, right? So secure agent group might have two different type of licenses: secure agent cluster license and secure agent organization hierarchy license. So the benefit would be, in the organization hierarchy license you can share single secure agent under multiple sub organizations. Now what is sub organization? When we create account, right, we will have that as a, we'll have an organization ID. So if I go over here, right, so if I go to the organizations, I'll be getting the information about, you know I'll have my unique organization ID. Then whatever details you provided while signing up your Informatica Cloud account, right, about your um, account name, address and all, those will appear over here, right? And then what is your environment type? It is going to be production, QA, development, sandbox. As it is a free account, I don't mind calling it as a production, right? In real time you can have a specific environment type selected, right? So this is one organization, right? So accordingly we can have multiple organizations, as in multiple Informatica Cloud accounts, separate Informatica Cloud account, if they are sitting under same umbrella, right? So we can call them as sub organizations. And using the organization hierarchy license about the secure agent group, we can share same secure agent under multiple accounts. That is one point, right? And then the other type is secure agent cluster license. In the cluster license, you can add more than one secure agent under that runtime environment, right? And mostly we will go with the cluster license, right? Because we will always have that flexibility to add more than one secure agent in production kind of instances, right? So again, this would be about the runtime environments and secure agent. How we can segregate between different runtime environments? So we have two type of practices, right? One practice is we will have separate Informatica Cloud account for every instance. What does that mean? For dev, I do have a separate Informatica Cloud account. So my credentials will differ. The URL will be same mostly, right? But then I'll punch in the credentials according to the instance. So for dev, I would have a different username and password combination. For QA, I would have different username and password combination. For production, I'll have different, right? So according to the credentials, the username and password combination I punch in, right? I will go to that specific instance, right? So for dev, my username might be, you know, maybe abc underscore dev at so and so.com, right? So that is my dev, right? For QA, I'll have like underscore QA. For production, I'll have underscore prod or something, right? So using that username, I'll be able to differentiate between which instance I'm logging into, right? My login URL will be common. Okay, so in this kind of a practice, right, where we have different accounts, right, for every instance dev qa prod, we will have single runtime environments, right? Because in dev it is all about dev, right? So I'll have a single runtime environment, and then I'll have my whole setup over there, right? The question which you raised, right, I might have like two dev servers, right? Dev 1 and dev 2, right? For that matter, I may have two different dev accounts, right? One is pointing to dev 1, other one is pointing to dev 2, right? And again, I will have single runtime environments in that account, right? Dev 1 is pointing to a specific server, right? Dev 2 is pointing to another server, right? I can't have one server and two runtime environments, right? A particular runtime environment will be associated with one server, so there is no point in having different runtime environments sitting on same server, right? So that's the point. So this is one practice we follow where we have different accounts for each instance, right? Other practice could be clubbing all the non-prod instances together in one account, right? And then separate account for a production only. In this kind of a practice, what we are going to have, dev, qa, uat, sandbox, all the non-prod instances will be clubbed in the same Informatica Cloud account. So in that case, what will happen? For every instance, anyways, we are going to create different runtime environments, right? So how I can differentiate between what are the jobs associated with dev, what are the jobs associated with qa, right? So there we will have different runtime environments in same Informatica Cloud account, and using the runtime environment, we will be able to create different set of connections and different set of jobs. We talked about the model number one. In model number two, we discussed about the architecture specific to the runtime environment secure agent, right? And configuring a secure agent is something you'll have to do it whenever you're going to, install your secure agent, right? Get your Informatica Cloud account created first, and then you can configure your secure agent, right? Today we'll talk about model number three, creating the connections. Let me begin into Informatica Cloud. Okay, so to create the connections, we need to go to administrator service. So I'm just going there, and then we'll start talking about the connections and all. Yeah. So in the administrator, we have connection tab. Okay, so here there are some connections which I have already created, which are listed, right? And then to create a new connection, on the right hand side we have this button, new connection. I'll click on this. Okay, and then we can name the connection, we can have some description over here, and then we can select the type. Okay, so first of all we'll create a flat file connection. So in the type, the first type is the flat file, so I'll select that. Okay, I can name the connection as FF connection or flat file connection. Okay, and then I can have some optional description about what this connection is and all, right? Whenever we have some individual connection, one flat file, one Oracle, right? That time connection won't matter much. The description won't matter much. But then, whenever we have like multiple databases or multiple flat file servers and all, that time, description would be able to distinguish between these similar type of connections, right? So accordingly, we can have some description, right? And then as I mentioned yesterday, that every type of connection needs to have the runtime environment, right? So I'll select. So this runtime environment is something which I have configured, right? So I'll select that, and then we need to select the directory, right? The path where the flat file connection will be pointed to, right? So most of the time if I click on the browse, right, I would get an error message, right? So you also might see it because our computer firewall, might block, right? So that is why, it says that runtime environment cannot get the requested file system information. So that's okay, nothing to worry about. What I'll do is I'll go to my, Windows Explorer, right? I'll copy the path, right? So say for example, I do have a folder created under my E drive, FF location, right? So I can copy this path, paste it in the directory, right? Then we need to decide the file format, right? So usually we'll go with the MMDDYY standard US format, and then the page code we will have several ones. Most of the time we'll use the UTF-8. Okay, so this is how I have given all the details in my flat file connection. Then I'll test the connection. Okay, it says test for this connection was successful, right? And then I can go ahead and save this connection. So it says connection was saved successfully, and then it will get added to the list. So if I go back to the connections again, right? So flat file con, right? This is something which I created just now. Okay. Okay. So similarly, let me show you how to create Oracle connection. I can show you the one which I have already created, right? Which is here. So once the connection is created, we will have some options to edit the connection, to copy the connection, right? Show the dependencies, as in like how many objects are using this connection, right? We can delete it or we can change the permission. So these are some options. If I click on edit, I'll be able to see the properties, right, which we have provided while creating the connection. So it is Oracle connection. I have selected type as Oracle, right? I have selected the runtime environment, and then once you configure your Oracle, right, then you would have a password, username and password, right? And then once you install that Oracle 18c, 19c, right, whatever version you download, right, after installing you need Oracle SQL Developer, right, which would be sitting on top of your database, and then here we will create the connections to our local database, right? So I have created this connection. Let me just show you the properties over here. If I go to the properties, so if you see, the username password is system and admin. It would be localhost, as it is a local database. Port is 1521, and then there is a service name, right? So whenever you are configuring your Oracle, right, don't forget to capture the password which you set and then the service name which is mentioned. So x xepd xepdb1, right? So this is the defaulted service name which I saw over there. But then many a times, practitioners would miss, right? Capturing the service name or password, and then there is no way to retrieve, right? Retrieve it back. And in that case, you might have to reinstall the database. So just to avoid it, whenever you install, right, just capture these details which either you set or they get set by default, right? So and then using that you can create a connection in your Oracle SQL developer first, and then using the same credentials you can create Oracle connection in Informatica Cloud account. Okay, so same things I have given here. Apart from the runtime environment, the username, password, then host, right, port, service name, right, and the page code again, UTF-8. These details I have given, right. There is another point over here is schema, right, and schema is a non-mandatory field, and then usually we don't provide the schema. Why? Because if you create, so in your database, right, you might have several schemas, right? So in default schema, you will have like Scott, Tiger, HR, right, system, and all those different schemas, and whatever your schema create, right, on your own, right? If you provide a schema name over here, then this connection would be restricted to that specific schema in the database, right? So if I provide HR over here, HR schema, then what will happen? I will not be able to access other database objects within the database using the connection, because my connection would be restricted for only HR schema. Okay, so that is why we don't provide schema name over here. But in some organizations, right, schema name specific connections are mandatory. So that is why we don't provide schemas. But in some organizations, there would be a mandate to create different schemas for each, different connections for each schemas, right? So they would have some strict policy that if you want to access a particular schema, create a separate connection for it, right? If that's the case, right, so we will go ahead and create these connections. So this is how you can create Oracle connection, right? Don't provide schema as of now, but in real time, whenever there is a requirement from client, right, then you can have the schema specific connections. And then there would be several other pointers like, encryption method, protocol version and all. So we'll not touch these options. In some cases, the database would be having more secured features about the encryption and all, right? If those are applicable, right, that time we will, use them. Otherwise, we don't have to kind of touch it, right? We will keep these properties as is, will not do anything over here. And then again, whenever we have these properties provided, I'll click on test connection. So it says test for this connection was successful, and then you can go ahead and save the connection, right? So this is how we discussed about how to create a flat file connection, how to create Oracle connection, right? So this is how we have created these two connections, flat file and Oracle, which we are going to use on a daily basis, right, for the hands-on. Apart from that, we have several other connections, right? So again, if I go to the connections, if I click, and then there would be some REST API, SOAP API connections, which we are going to create, right, whenever we hit those particular topics, right? Apart from that, if you have a SQL Server database installed, right, you can create a connection for that, right? Or in real time, maybe if you have, I would say MySQL connection, MS Access, right, FTP, SFTP, all those connections according to the use case you can, you know, create, like Amazon S3 connection, right? So those all can be configured as per your requirement. Okay, or Snowflake for that matter. If you're using Snowflake as one of the source or target applications, you can create Snowflake connections as well. So it is about to set the right properties, right, and then you can create the connection. Only one thing which would be common is the runtime environment, which will tell us which instance we are going to connect. Here we will have the default runtime, default as in like the one which we have configured, right? Which would have the computer name, right? So that runtime environment we will use, not the Informatica Cloud hosted agent we need to use, right? We'll use that one which we have configured on our own. Okay. So if I go to the syllabus, we talked about what are the different connections and the properties, how to configure a connection, right? How to configure Oracle and flat file connection. Flat file connection we discussed, and then we'll discuss about the add-on connections now. So apart from these different types, right? Is this the exhaustive list of connections? Right? No, right? We have more connections as well. Say for example, we have like different applications, right? More than whatever listed over here. So can't we access them? We can, right? So for that matter, what I need to do is I need to go to the add-on connectors, and here I'll get all the possible connectors Informatica Cloud can provide, the add-on connectors, right? So here we will have the exhaustive list of connections which Informatica Cloud offers, right? So here if you see, and I can find a particular connection by its name. So Snowflake and all I have already installed, right? Let me check Salesforce. So if I type Salesforce, right, I get how many? Almost five different connections, right? So Salesforce Workday Financial Integration, Salesforce Analytics, and all, right? What we need is this Salesforce connector, and then what I need to do is like I'll just click on this start free trial. Now what does that mean, start free trial? So first point is our account itself is a trial account, right? And that is why everything is for trial only. But in real time, right, whenever you have your license accounts provided by your clients, right, for that account also, we need to have the connection. So whenever you are going to purchase a license from Informatica, right, then that time we will list all the connections which we need to use, right? So I know that in my project I'll be using a flat file connection or Oracle connection, SQL Server, Salesforce, Snowflake, right? All those applications which I'm going to integrate data into or from. I'll list those, and then I'll provide that list to the client, to Informatica, and then accordingly those all connection types would be provisioned for me. Okay, and then on top of it, say for example, if I got introduced with some new application, right, which were not earlier listed and the connection type was not purchased, right, then that connection, first of all, I'll go to add-on connectors, I'll click on this start free trial. So if I do that, right, then it says 30 days of Salesforce connector will be provisioned to your organization. If I click OK, then I'll get a message that less than 30 minutes you will see the connection create connection type appearing, right? And then it actually doesn't take 30 minutes. Now it must have already been uh, you know gone to the list of connections type. I'll show you that, right? But then the point is, beyond 30 days this I would say free trial will get expire, and then after that we will have to purchase this connection type separately from Informatica product team. Okay, so that's the point. So it is not only because we are having the free Informatica Cloud account, but for license accounts also, the connections which are not present in my default types, right? Those connections I'll have to explore from the add-on connectors, and then they will also be present for 30 days of trial period. Right? That is why it is important to purchase all the types upfront from Informatica while purchasing the license from the product. Okay, and then the default type of connections like flat file, Oracle, ODBC, SQL Server, MySQL, right, those would already be present. I don't have to even call them which connectors I need, right? But there would be some special applications, right? Salesforce, or I would say um, Snowflake and all, right? So those I'll have to kind of list. Okay, now as soon as I have clicked on this start free trial, and now if I go back to the connections, click new, and then so now I can see the Salesforce, right? Salesforce type added to the list. That is how we can keep on, adding the connections from the add-on connectors tab. Okay. So this point is also is it? Yes. Right, so I can mark these topics. It was a small module, so we have completed this. Right, now we are going to talk about the first, I would say, practical module, which is the data replication. Okay, so now replication, right? So replication task, what is the use case over here? Now say for example, we have a small task of connecting to a particular database, right? And there could be n number of tables. Say for example there are like 50 tables, right? And our job is to, you know, so there is a database A which is source, and we have database B as a target, right? Database B is totally raw. We don't have any table over there, right? My job is to pull data from those 50 tables in database A and push that data to database B, right? So what are the steps I need to, you know, take for completing this using Informatica Power Center, right? First of all, I'll get all the DDLs of those 50 tables, right? Then execute those DDLs to get the tables created in database B, right? Then what I'll do is like I'll go to Informatica Power Center. I'll, you know, import the 50 source definitions, import the 50 target definitions, right? Then for 50 source definitions I'll create 50 shortcuts, right? And then assuming there is no data transpose or anything, right? Transformations I need to do, right? Then I'll create simple 50 mappings, source target, that's it, right? And then source qualifier and target, obviously, right? And then on top of those 50 mappings I'll create 50 sessions where I'll provide the connections, and then probably I'll create a workflow, single workflow, where I have those 50 sessions, right? And then I'll run the workflow, my job is done, right? But this sounds like really laborious, right? Why we need to create those many mappings and all, create, you know, importing target, source and target definitions. If source or target definitions undergoes any change in terms of having more columns added or dropping some of the columns, data types changes and all, I'll have to keep those definitions updated every time, right? So though it is like very simple job, it is definitely going to consume some time, right? For a single developer to create 100 50 mappings and all will take time, right? So in Informatica Cloud we have a very nice useful concept called data replication. And using a single data replication task, spending just 5 minutes, right, you can create, you can get the tables created in the database B, right? You don't have to run any DDLs, DMLs for that. And then using the replication task, single replication task, you can have all 50 tables selected as source, right? Run the replication task. For first time your tables will get created, right? And then the data will get copied, right? So this replication task is really important, or I would say really effective, right? Whenever we are connecting to the source applications like databases or Salesforce, right? And dumping the data to the landing layer of our data warehouse, right? So that time the replication task will be playing very key role in terms of cutting down the efforts, right? And then for maintenance purpose as well, right? So let me go to Informatica. In the data integration, let it load, and then we'll see where we'll go, and then we're creating the replication task. Now it is loading. Okay, so now I'll go to new tasks, and under the tasks I'll select the replication task. It says copy data from a Salesforce or database source to a database or file target. So as the message, right, says, we can have source as databases or Salesforce, right? Not any other type of source like flat file, right? Can my flat file be a source over here? No, right? Can I pull data from cloud platforms like AWS and all, Snowflake? No, right? We can only have the sources as relational databases or Salesforce. When I say relational databases, Oracle, SQL Server, MySQL, or those are allowed, right? and then Salesforce, right, which would be one of the sources, right? And target could be database or a flat file. Can I push data into the Salesforce using replication task? Answer is no, right? Because replication is kind of a taking a dump of the data, right? Taking export of the data. So we can take the data export in a form of a file or in form of a table, right? But then if I expect to data gets pushed into Salesforce or any other application, that is not we are going to take a dump of the data. Can we take a dump of the data in the Salesforce? No, right? So it would be data population, which is not allowed by replication. So now I have selected a new replication task. So it's a 5-step process of configuring it. So in the first tab, right, the source tab, I'll name my data replication task. By default, you'll see data replication task 1 appearing over here. As per the best practice and the standards which we follow, we'll start the name of the replication task as DRS underscore. It stands for data replication service, right? Is it mandatory? No, right? But then it is good to have kind of a best practice we follow, so that whenever we have bunch of the artifacts, right, using this prefix, we'll be able to make out that okay, this is a replication task, right? Like we create a mapping with m underscore, right? We create a session with s underscore, right? Workflow with wf underscore. So similarly, data replication task will start with drs underscore as a prefix. Okay, and then I can name anything, right? Maybe my source application name, target application name, whatever what I do, right? Or I might have some specific standards in my project, I can follow that, right? So here I would say I'm going to create a replication task between database to database, right? So I'll say orcl db to orcl. You can actually name the databases, the application names or something. Okay, I'll just have underscore one because I have created several replication tasks over here, so I might have same name. Or let's see. Okay, then I'll browse and then select the folder, right, where I want to save this particular replication task. So last time we talked about the explore menu where we have different folders. We can create the different projects and subfolders also, right? So wherever this replication task belongs to, right, whatever project or whatever module, we can select that particular folder, right? For now I'm selecting the default, right, and I'll click select, right? So there that replication task will get saved. Okay, then we can again have some optional description about this replication, what we are going to do over here, what this replication task is supposed to do and all, right? Those description can be provided, which is optional but again important thing, right, as per the standards. Then I need to select the source connection, right? So here I'm going to select the source connection as my Oracle. I don't see any other connection. I have created a flat file connection. I have created all different type of web services level connections. I don't see them because they won't be applicable, right? So only applicable connections would be listed over here. If I have created several database connections like Oracle, SQL Server, all would appear over here, or Salesforce as well. I have not configured the Salesforce connection yet because even I have created this free account recently, maybe I guess couple of weeks back or so. So I'm also yet to create the Salesforce connection over here. After selecting the connection, right, I need to select objects to replicate. All objects include or exclude, right? If I say all objects means all the tables, right, which are present in the Oracle database will be marked as source, right? I don't want to do that. So I'll go to include objects, click select, and then I'll get list of the tables which I have in my database. Okay, so if I scroll down, this is a list of the tables, and then there would be like a lot of system created tables as well, right? So the DDLs which I have provided you, right, I have some set of tables, I would say. So we'll use some of the tables, we'll select some of the tables from that list, which you would also have once you run those DDLs and DMLs after having your database configured. So I'll select the customers table, right? Then I'll select orders. So let's select couple of tables for now, right? So as soon as I click the check boxes, right, those tables will be added to the included objects list, right? Customers orders. For now, we'll go ahead with couple of source tables. You can add or you can include even more tables, right? So customer and order, these are the selected tables, and these would be considered as source, right? Exclude objects options would work vice versa. So include objects, I got a list, I selected the ones which I want, right? Using this exercise, exclude objects, right? If I have like 10 tables and out of them I need to select 8, right? So rather than selecting 8 tables 111, I would select only those 2 tables which I don't want to replicate, right? Don't want to consider as a source. So except those tables, all the tables will be marked as my sources. So it's a vice versa exercise, right? Then if an error occurs while processing an object, what we want to do, right? So we have the options cancel processing remaining objects and continue processing, which means, right, I created this replication task for first, second, third, 10 time, right? Whenever, right? If I'm running the replication task and somehow the replication for customers, right? So this will be happening in a sequential way, right? First of all, we'll replicate the customer's data, then we'll replicate the order's data. So whatever order we have selected, right, for these sources, accordingly, my replication will happen in a sequential way, right? So say for example, customer loads get aborted, failed because any reason, right? Any runtime issue, or maybe customer table is no longer available in my source, right? Or table is locked, unstable, whatever, right? If by any chance customer replication gets aborted, right, then what I want to do, using the first option, cancel processing, means it will not replicate the orders, it will abort the replication task. But if I say continue processing, then no matter if my customer load fails, it will still go ahead and process my order data. So when we can actually use this, in which scenario? Whenever my tables are dependent on each other, right? If I don't get the customer table data, then there is no point in fetching the order data. If these are dependent tables, then I can go for first option. If these are independent, right, no matter customer fails, right, I still want order data. In that case, I can go for continue processing. Okay, so that is how it is. So this is how we have configured the source tab, right? And then I'll click on next. If any option I left, right, which is mandatory to be selected, it will not allow me to go to the next tab, right? Now we are into the target tab. Here I need to select the target connection. So I can select either Oracle connection again or a flat file connection, right? For now I'm again selecting Oracle. So just consider that this is just a demonstration, right? So currently we are using same Oracle connection for my source and target. In real time we'll have different Oracle, right, different databases. From one database to other database, you are kind of replicating the data, right? Here we have a single local database, right? So that is what we are going to use as a source and target, right? And then the target prefix, right, this is again kind of optional feature, right? But we'll definitely use it, right? So we'll provide a target prefix as REPL underscore. What does this mean? So the replicated tables will be created with REPL underscore customers and REPL underscore orders, right? So again, this is one of the best practice we follow, so that whenever I do have like different tables, whenever I see REPL underscore as a prefix, I can easily make out that this was created by some or other replication task of Informatica Cloud. Okay, if I don't provide it at all, my tables will be created with same name, customers and orders. Okay, but kind of a good to have. Now in my case, I might already have the REPL underscore customers and order table created in my database. So let me check. If that's the case, right, then it won't allow me to create. Let's see, I'll show that option to you, right? So I'll keep it as REPL underscore. Enable target bulk load, by default it is false. If we have like a lot of data to be pulled over, then we can enable it so that it will run in a bulk mode, right? Similar to what we have in Informatica Power Center, bulk mode and normal mode, right? So for now my data is like really like 5 to 6 rows only, so I'll just keep the bulk load false, right? Then we have replication options, load type and the delete options, right? So here if you see, full load each run is selected and other options. So this whole thing is grayed out. I don't have option to change it to the incremental load. I'll tell you the reason behind. And for delete options also, it is defaulted to remove deleted rows and columns and rows, and then I can't change it. What's the reason these options getting grayed out is incremental load types are only possible for the Salesforce sources, not for the relationals, right? Let me explain you what these load types are. Whenever I say full load each run means every time I run the replication task, right, I will pull the full data, right, from that particular source or sources whatever I have selected, and then it will keep writing to the target. So I don't have, say for example, today I run the replication task. I do have 100 rows across my customers and orders, right? Tomorrow when I'm running a replication task again, maybe I do have like 150 rows, right? So ideally I should require those only 50 tables, sorry, 50 rows, which are delta, right? But then using the full load, I'll bring the whole data set all over again, right? But the incremental options like incremental load after initial full load means whatever is the delta that will be pulled from my source and accordingly it will be copied to my target, right? And incremental load after initial partial load means if I have a specific date to be kind of provided over here, and from that date I want to replicate the data, I can do that as well. But this middle option, right, the second incremental option is not used that much. It is for a specific or a niche requirement. Say for example, I'll give you a scenario. I created a replication task on 1st of October, right? I ran that task, right? And my data is loaded now. Okay. Now, today, 7th of October, I want to rerun the replication task, but I want to replicate only that data which was inserted, updated after 4th of October and a specific time also. Currently, it is graded out, but maybe 8 a.m. IST, right? Then what will happen? If I provide this date and time, then whatever data came to my source between 1st of October to 4th of October means when we executed a replication task after that on the 1st of October till 4th of October, this time whatever data came newly in my sources, data got updated, deleted, right? That data will not be considered for replication, right? And we will start replicating the data from 4th of October 8 a.m. onwards. So that is the second incremental option which we don't often use, right? Whenever we have a specific requirement about the dates, then only I can enable this option. Otherwise, most of the time I'll use full load or incremental load. So incremental load is grayed out over here. I can't select it. The
Oh,
reason
okay.
I have relational source, and for relational sources, I don't have any other option but to go for a full load each run. These incremental
Oh,
options are only available whenever I have Salesforce source. Whenever I say incremental load, right, then to find the delta in the database, right, I need to I need to look up, I need to check which data is already present in my target and all. It is not very simple job, right? So in a specific mapping, say for example you are creating an Informatica Power Center mapping, right, and when you want to check whether the data should be marked as insert, update, delete or reject, right, we need to apply that kind of a logic, right? So it is not possible at the properties end to allow or to expect IICS to get that delta, right, from the database and push it to the target, right? That will not be applicable. That is why for the relational sources like Oracle SQL Server, MySQL, we will have to go with the full load each run. Okay, but I'll tell you what happens, right? Incremental loads are available only for Salesforce because Salesforce connection has a different protocol or different method to connect to the Salesforce source and bring the data. In the background, Salesforce connection is going to fire an API, a web service, and then that particular connection would be adequate enough to pull the delta because it will have its own mechanism to select the
mm,
delta and push it to the target, which is not available
okay.
in the relational connections, because in the relational connections to find the delta we'll have to apply the logic. But then
Okay.
whenever I say
Mm,
full load each run, right? Doesn't mean that the data which is already present in my target, right? I'll just keep on overwriting it, or I'll just keep on writing the duplicates. That will not happen. Whenever I say load type as full load, right? While reading the data from source, I'll read the full data, but while pushing the data to target, it will always be incremental. So I'm running the replication task today with 100 rows in source, right? First time I'll get all the 100 rows to my target, right? Then tomorrow, if I have 150 rows, while reading it from source, I'll pull 150, right? But while writing to the table, right, I'll see what do I have. Like I have 100 rows already available, right? So I'll just push the 50 new records. Or if those 100 rows which are already there in my target, do I have any updates, right, from the source? If yes, then those updates would be applicable. So it is as good as truncate target table, right? It doesn't truncate, right? But then the impact of the data loading will be like truncate target table. So no way I will have a duplicates in my target table. There is no way that my source is having 150 rows and my target has 100 plus 150 250 rows. That will never happen in the replication. And then the delete option says remove deleted columns and rows, and that is the option I have with the relationals, right? I can go for the retain, right? What is remove deleted columns and rows, right? Whenever I say that insert updates will happen using these full load, right? Say for example, today I'm running the load again with same example 100 rows, right? Tomorrow I'm rerunning the replication and I do have just 80 rows in my source, right? So those 20 rows which got deleted, those will get deleted from my target as well whenever I rerun the replication task, right? Using the option remove deleted columns and rows, right? Then what will happen, whatever rows gets deleted from my source will also get deleted from my target. Again, kind of a snapshot or replica, right? And whenever I say delete column means if my database the table definition changes, right? If I have additional columns getting added, right, then those will get added to my target table as well. But if I delete or drop some columns in my source, those will also get dropped from my target table. Again, a replica. But when I say retained columns and retain deleted columns and rows means though those columns and rows are deleted from my source, I still want to have them in my target table, which is my replication table, which I want to be kind of a historical table where I don't want to perform any deletes. If that's the case, I want to implement, then I can go for a second option, but it is also available for Salesforce, right? Not for the relation. Relation will always be exact replica of each other, source and target. Okay. So as of now, we have just discussed about how to configure the source and target tab, right? We have to stop over here as we are running out of time, right? So we started creating a replication task, right? And then we were on the second tab, target. So we discussed about source tab. We had customer and orders couple of tables, right? Then we went to the target. We selected Oracle connection and we selected the prefix as REPL underscore. Right? We discussed about load type, right? And then the delete type, right? So this is what we discussed. The tab number one source and tab number two target, right? Now we want to move forward and then talk about the field exclusion, data filters, and schedule, right? Before that, let me also start my database. So we talked about these options. Now I'll go to next tab, which is the field exclusion. Okay. Now if you see it gave me an error message. Duplicate data task so and so for object customer and order with prefix REPL. What does that mean? I already have a task created where I'm considering customer and orders as my source table and target prefix is REPL underscore. So it is not allowing me to create similar kind of replication task having same sources and same target prefix. So for this demonstration purpose, what I'll do is like I'll change this name a bit, target prefix name. I'll say REPL underscore one underscore just for now. Okay. And then I'll move forward. Okay, now I am on to the third tab, which is field exclusion. Right, now what is field exclusion? So whatever we are having the source table as, right, there, uh, we might have some fields which are not required, right, for us. Maybe there are some audit fields like created date, created by, updated date, updated by, right, or some even data fields which we don't want to pull, right? So why to ask Informatica to pull that unnecessary information, right? We can always skip. So how to do that? I'll click on the exclude fields. Say for example customers. So if I select the customer table, I'll get all the fields listed over here in the included fields. So let's see. Let's wait for that. Yeah, now we have that, right? So these are the fields we have in the customer table: address, customer ID, email, first name, last name, and phone. So all these fields are important, right? We don't have any audit fields as such over here. But again, for the demonstration purpose, I'll just exclude the phone field, phone number field, right? So we can select all those fields which we don't want to replicate, which we don't want to see in the target table, and we can just add them to the excluded fields. So what will happen? Whatever replica which is going to be created, right, for customer table, that particular field or those fields which we have excluded will not appear. We are not replicating those fields, right? So this is how we can do it for a customer. I'll click OK, right? Then if I want to exclude fields for order as well, right? Again, I can select the orders table, right? I'll list the fields and then I can exclude whatever I want. Now in orders, again, we have even limited fields, so I'll not exclude any field. This is just to show how we can do that. In real time, right, we can have a table with a lot of fields we don't want to replicate. Not only the audit fields, but as I said, like some of the data fields as well, for which we don't have any use case or we don't want to consume those fields at all. So all those columns, all those fields can be excluded, and then we will not replicate them in the target table. Okay, so this is the field exclusion tab. Then if I move forward, we have a data filters tab. So in the field exclusions, we applied filters on the column, right? Now in the data filters, we'll apply filters on the rows, right? So if I click on new, we can add the logical data filters on the number of rows we have. So for a customer, again, if I say customer ID, I will say greater than 101. So we have only 5 rows in customer table, 101 to 105. So by having this condition, right, what will happen? Only 4 records will come to my target table. Okay, so either we can have these kind of simple conditions on specific fields, or I can go for advanced. And in advanced, I can have like multiple fields on which I can put a filter. So I can say customer ID, greater than 101, and email not equal to, say, null. Just no, not equal to null, and so on and so, right? So we can have the expression kind of filter by which we can have multiple fields, right? For now, I'll just keep it as very simple: customer ID greater than 101. Okay, again, if I click new and then select the order table, here also I can apply the filters. Okay, right now I'm not adding any of the filters on the order field, so I'll say cancel, right? And then I'll click on next, which will take me to the last tab of the replication task, schedule tab. Okay, now in schedule tab, we have the schedule details, right? In schedule details, first option is do not run this task on a schedule, means run this on demand, right? Whenever I want to run this, I'll come to the replication task, I'll rest, I'll click run, and then I'll get it executed, right? Second option is run this task on a schedule, right? So for this option, we should have already created some of the schedules, or we can even create a schedule on the fly over here, right? So how to create the schedules, what is the frequency and all, for that we have a different module, right? So right now we are not going to talk much about the schedules over here, but then just consider these two options, right? First is to run this task uh, on a, you know, or run on demand basis, and then second is to run this on a schedule basis. So we'll stick with the on demand basis. Then the next options are email notification options. Again, the default option says use default email notifications options by your organization. So in the administrator, I'll show you that place also. We have a particular tab where we can provide the default notifications, as in like some IDs which we would configure in the administrator, and for failure, success, and warning, those IDs will get notified for every execution, not only for this replication task, other replication tasks, mappings, sessions, everything, right? So whatever jobs we execute, right, for failure, warning, and success will have a specific email IDs configured in the administrator, and those email IDs will get notified whenever we run any particular ETL object. Okay, but then only for this particular replication task which we are creating, right? The option is use default, means whatever we have given, though those email IDs will get notified. But then only for this specific replication task, if I say use custom email notifications, what does that mean? I can override those emails which are provided in the administrator, and have some other email IDs over here in case of failure, success, failure, warning, and success, right? So the email IDs which I'm going to provide over here, those email IDs will get notified for a particular event. Then I'll go to next. The execution mode, right? Execution goes, right? We will keep it standard only. Whenever we have some unusual result, getting getting loaded, right? In that case, when we want to kind of backtrace, right? So we can switch it to verbose mode. And due to verbose mode, as we know that we will get a log in which we'll have like a lot of details, the row by row level details, right? So using those details, we can see what issue we are facing, right? And then we can take the corrective actions, and then we can again switch it back to standard mode, right? For that we have these execution modes. Now after that, we have pre and post processing commands over here. So these are not the pre and post sequels, right? These are pre and post processing commands. So if you want to execute something, right? Maybe if you are running this on a Linux server, and if you have any particular permission command to be given, right? Ch mode, right? Those can be given as pre and post processing. Or if we have any script, Unix shell script or a Python script to be executed, right? In case of Windows server or Windows machine, if we have any Windows bash scripts and all to be executed, right? Then we can provide them over here. And then definitely they will have some dependency on this replication, right? So pre-processing would happen before we start replicating the data, right? Before we read the data from source and put it into target, pre-processings will get executed, right? Post-processing, as in like once we finish the data writing into the target, then these post-processing commands would be executed. Okay, in real time, right? Unless we have the flat file target, right, and we want to provide the ch mode permissions so that Informatica will be able to write the data. Maybe in pre-processing we can provide the privileges, and in post-processing we can revoke the privileges, right? So that is the maximum possible use case we have with the replication, right? So these pre and post-processing commands will be available for all type of tasks, like replication, synchronization, mapping tasks everywhere, right? But only for this, right, replication, what real-time scenario makes sense is having the ch mode permissions, or if we have any specific script to be executed which has a dependency on this particular replication, right? Otherwise I don't see much scenarios where we can actually utilize these, right? And then finally, we have maximum number of session logs, right? Say log files. The number is 10, right? So it is a default number. We can decrease it, we can increase it as well. What does this mean? So if you're running the replication task for the first time, my session log will be created. For second, fourth, fifth, 10th time, the log file will be created, right? But then whenever I'm running it for 11th time, my first log will get overwritten. I will not be able to access it because I do have a limit of total 10 logs at a time. But if I want to have more logs, right? If I say 30, and then if I'm running this replication task every day, right? Once in a day, right? Then I can preserve the logs for whole month. Okay. So as per our standards, as per our requirement, we can have this maximum number of log files mentioned accordingly. Right? By default, it will be 10. Okay. So this is how you know, we have provided information in all the tabs. And finally, I'll click on finish, right? And then it says it saved successfully. Whenever I see this message that saved successfully, right, that gives me a confidence that whatever options I have configured, right, across the tabs are proper and we don't have any syntactical issue at least. So any property was, we forgot to kind of mention which is a mandatory one, right? That will not happen. If any property which is mandatory and if we haven't configured it, right, in that case, right, replication task will not get saved. So there is no way that replication task will get saved in invalid state. Like in mapping, we can save a mapping, right, in invalid state, and then we'll see those issues. Replication task will not get saved even if it is invalid. Right? So if it says that it is saved, then we are good to execute it. Right. So before that, let me go to database. Select star from customers. One second. This database is so after having 18C, right? It is like pretty slow. Earlier, I used to have like 11G, which was very light and faster. Nowadays, on Oracle website, we don't have that setup. Okay, so I'll show you the data which we have in the source tables, customers and orders, and then we'll execute the replication task and we'll see how data get populated, right? So in the customer table, we have this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 columns and 5 rows, right? And that of order table, we'll see orders is getting executed. Let's wait. Okay, and then the prefix we have used is REPL underscore one underscore. Okay, so my tables would be created as REPL underscore one underscore customers, and then same with orders also. So we'll make sure the tables are not already present, right? Let's see. Okay, so this is what my order table is, right? In which we have 4 columns and 6 rows. And then we will have customer ID as a foreign key over here. So these tables are interlinked. Then I will just write a query from REPL underscore one underscore customers. Do we have this table already present? We don't have. Okay. Same for orders. I'll check. We don't have this either. Okay. Now we'll go back to the replication task and we'll run this. So it started running. I'll click on my jobs tab. So whenever I execute something, I can go to my jobs tab, right? And then it will show me the status. Right? I can keep on refreshing this particular thing. It says updates available. So earlier it was starting. So if I say refresh, let's see what update, or it is still starting. Let's see. Okay, it is still starting, right? So whenever we create any particular ETL object for first time, right, and we are executing it, right, it might take some time because it is creating some cache files as applicable and all, right. So that is why it might take some time, a minute or so, to run something new, right? And then from second time onwards, it will be very much streamlined. So let's wait for a minute for this replication task to get executed. Oh, it is failed. Okay, let's see why it is failed. I'll go to administrator once and then I'll see. And then if I go to the connections, right? So the one which I wanted to show you, if I just go to the flat file connection, edit it, or even I can go to the Oracle one as well. Flat file, and then if I say test connection, oh, okay, here we have some issue. See, this, we have some issue. And then if I go to the runtime environment, if I open this, it shows that not all services are up and running. Mass process server is errored out. Mass ingestion is okay. We don't need this. As long as data integration components and data integration servers are up and running, we should not have problem, right? Because this mass ingestion anyways we are not using it. Process server is also something which is not directly linked to what we are doing is. But in that case, what I can do is I can go to process server. As is it showing error message, I can stop it, and then it will get user stopped, and then I can go back, select the process server, and then I can start it. So it will show me starting up like this, and then it might take like 10 minutes or 15 minutes, and it will again start up, right? So I can revisit that. But then because of which we are not able to run anything. Okay, so let me go to our syllabus copy. So we talked about the overview of replication task, features and benefits, right? In which scenario we can use the replication task, how to create a replication task, navigate through all the tabs, what exactly properties we set, we discussed that, right? Data filters in the replication, right? So we applied a data filter on the customer table to have only those records pulled where customer ID is greater than 101, right? So that kind of a filter on a particular column or multiple columns, right, we can apply. So we discussed that. Incremental processing I'll keep pending because we just discussed what the incremental options are, right? But we did not kind of implemented that as the source was Oracle, right? Whenever we have the Salesforce source, right, or when we will discuss about Salesforce, we will come back to this and will mark it completed when we actually configure the incremental processing options, right? Pre and post processing commands also we discussed, where we have to go like in schedule tab, we can go and we can configure them, right? We have some special options I will show you. Practically, I'm not sure whether we'll be able to do that because we have this issue, right? So, but I'll still show you those options. And if it is not allowing us to execute it today, maybe on the next session, definitely we can revisit. But okay, if I go to the default and then if I arrange it by updated on descending, can I see the one which I created or where we have saved it? Let me go to the replication. Oh, under the hierarchical stuff, we saved it. Acha. Let me go to explore again. I'll go to all projects. Okay, I'll go to that project. Okay, now if I right click on the replication task, right, we see certain options: properties, view, edit, run, right? Then rename, copy to, move to any other folder, dependencies and all. These are two special options: create target and reset target, right? So what are these options? Say for example, we created the replication task and we did not execute. We are yet to execute it, right? Because it was failed. So can I expect the tables are created in my table in the database? Probably not, right? Because it hasn't executed, right? So let's see. We executed the replication task, right? But then are the tables created? They are not. Second is also not created, right? So if I create a replication task and before executing, I just come here and then if I say create target, then what will happen? Without copying the data, without executing the replication task, Informatica will create the target structures without data. You getting me? So whatever properties we have set, right? So in this scenario, if I do that, right? Let me just check if I can really do that. If I say create target, replication will create the target tables. Do you want to proceed? If I say okay, so in like 10 to 15 seconds, I should expect an alert over here that targets, right? So let's wait for that. So what will happen as I say, um, we will see the definition of the source tables, which is present in the replicate task properties. And then what is what are the properties? Oh, okay, again, it says something, something. So it has to be definitely to do with some database and then the securation wala thing, right? So that is why it is blocking us. Okay, so what will happen as per the properties given in the replication task? My target structures, target tables will be created, but without any data because we are not running the replication task, right? So it will just create the target tables, right? And then other option which we have is reset target. Reset target is to drop all the replication tables which are created by a particular task. So over here we have customers and orders, right? And whenever we will run the replication task successfully, we will have REPL underscore one customers, REPL underscore one orders, right? And we are running the replication task multiple times. We are syncing the data, whatever we have, right? Any point of time, if I come back to this replication task name and then right click and say reset target, then those targets which are created by this replication task will get completely dropped from the target, the database, right? If we have selected database or if we have selected flat files, right, then those targets will get dropped. The files will be deleted or tables will be dropped, right? So that is the other option. Now, are we really going to use these options in real life? I would say really less, right? So what could be the scenario where we can use the create table option? If I want to get the table definitions created, right, from one database to other database, rather than pulling the ddls and executing them, right, I can create a simple replication task, right? And without even running it, I'll just say, create targets, my tables will get created, right? So that could be one use case, right? But then we need to be aware about that fact. Whenever we expect target tables to be created by replication task, constraints and um, indexes will not be copied over, right? So that's first thing. Second thing about reset target, right? As we have the prefixes REPL underscore and all, we can easily make out which are the tables created by IICS replication tasks, right? And by any point of time, I want to kind of change my design, and I just want to drop all the tables created by the replication task. In that case, I can come back to this and I can say reset target. All the tables would get dropped. Okay, so these are the options which we have for replication, data replication, other options, right? So I would say again, conceptually and syntactically, we have discussed this topic, but we did not execute it, right? So that is why I'm not marking this topic as completed as of now. Okay, I'll keep I'll still keep this pending, right? So I'll have to check why it is blocking, what is the issue, right? And then accordingly, let me just go to administrator again and see if it is restored now. But I seriously wonder that, okay, process server is again erroring out. Okay, maybe there is some upgrade or some, adjustments are getting, deployed from the Informatica end, and that is why we are seeing this issue. That could be possible reason, right? It is not always that reason, right? But then that could be a possible reason that some upgrades might be happening, and then that is why we might face this issue intermittently. Let me just check the Oracle connection once, because these are the existing created connections, right? And then if you are not able, oh, now this is successful. Okay, one sec, one sec. We might be able to run. Okay, I'll check for flat file also. For flat file, we were getting that issue, right? For flat file, it is still showing issue. That is strange. Okay, but still, let me try restarting. Just close this. So these were failed, right? So let me just restart. Let's see. It is still failing. It says not started, not started. So nothing recommendation we have. Okay, okay. Okay, I apologize, right? I don't know like what this issue is, so maybe we can re-execute it maybe on the next session. I'll give you context about what is synchronization, right? Now talking about the synchronization, right? What is this concept? Whenever we want to have a sync of the data, right? Data sync between two entities. Those could be table and table, file and table, table and file, and the Salesforce, right? Salesforce to table, Salesforce to file, file to Salesforce, no, table to Salesforce, right? Whenever you want to sync the data, right, with specific operations like insert, update, upsert, and delete, right? That time we will use the synchronization. But then the concept could be like confusing that similar thing we are doing in the replication as well, right? So how replication and synchronization are different, right? So here we have some basic differences, right? Replication task, whenever we create and execute, right? Replication will create its target on the fly. We can't have any existing target present, right, in term of a file or a table which we can reuse for the replication task. No. Whenever we create a replication task for first execution, replication task will always create its target on fly. We can't use any existing target, right? But in the synchronization, the property changes, right? Or expectation changes. Synchronization task will expect target table to be already present. It will not be able to create the target on the fly, right? We have to have the target which is already present, and then that can be used for the synchronization, right? That's the first difference. Second difference, whenever we say we have different operations for synchronization, like insert, update, upsert, and delete, right? If I select the insert operation, then if my data is getting updated in the source, those updates will not be pushed or will not be synchronized to my target table, because we have selected only insert operation, right? If we select update, right, then data will get updated, right, from source to target, but it will not bring the new data, right? If I say insert update, right, which is like upsert, right? So upsert will handle both insert and update, but then if any delete happens in the source table, those deletes will not happen in the target table, right? But in case of replication, we have everything, right? So insert, update, upsert, delete, everything will be managed by the replication itself. So then there would be question, why to even use the synchronization? Why can't we keep using replication, right? Synchronization has a different purpose, right? So the existing tables and on top of it, if I want to kind of, you know, join the tables and push the data in a common target table, right? Then we can use the synchronization, right? So in the replication, what happens if I select two source tables, then naturally I'll have two target tables as my output, right? In the synchronization, I can have one or multiple targets, sorry, multiple sources, my bad, right? But target table can always be one. I can populate more than one target table in the synchronization, and that is a dedicated thing, right? Replication, as I mentioned, right? You have like it works as one to one or end to end. So if I have one source table, I'll get one target table. If I have like n source tables, I'll get n target tables. But in the synchronization, it is one to one or n to one, right? So my target is always one. So that is why it gives me, option to write a query, join query or something, right? And then combine the tables, join the tables, right? One, two, three, four, whatever number of tables I want to join in my source, I can do that, and I can populate the data to a single target table, right? Which is not the case with replication, right? So that's the other feature of the synchronization task, right? So here we are going to discuss about the overview, the use case, why we use synchronization, the benefits and all to sync the data, right? In terms of a specific operation, right? And then we have some common, properties across replication and synchronization, common syntactical properties. For example, data filters, right? So data filters are at both the places. We can have the data filters in replication. We can have data filters in the synchronization as well, right? But here in the synchronization, right, we'll have to map the fields one to one, right? So if I have like 10 columns coming in from my source and 10 columns are there in my target table, then we'll have to map the fields. So we'll have one more exercise to be done, right, which is field mapping, right, from source to target. So that also we'll have to do over here. Pre and post processing commands are similar, and the multiple object source type means, as I mentioned, right, that we can have more than one source tables getting joined, right, logically joined, and then the consolidated data or joint data across those multiple sources will go to the single target table, right? And saved query is something which we'll discuss whenever we actually create the synchronization task. We are going to discuss is about the synchronization. Okay, so specifically about synchronization, right? Synchronization task is a bit different than the replication. Here we will have a choice of using the operations. So whenever I'm creating a synchronization task, it will ask me whether insert, update, upsert, delete, what type of operation we need to perform, right? And then synchronization will happen between two entities, table to table, table to file, file to table, or Salesforce. Using synchronization, we can even populate data into the Salesforce objects, right? Replication, it is not allowed, right? In the replication, Salesforce can't be a target, but in synchronization, we can have it. So whenever we want to push data to Salesforce, we can also use synchronization task along with the normal Informatica Cloud mapping, which we are yet to discuss. Okay. Other difference between replication and synchronization could be replication will always create the tables, target tables or files on its own, right? And we can't use the existing targets, right? As is, right? Even if I have a particular target table or a file, right, which is there in my target system, right, that already existing entity can't be used as a target, right? But replication will expect, sorry, synchronization will expect that. Synchronization will not be able to create any of the targets on the fly. It has to be already present, right? So that's the another major difference, right? And replication goes like one to one or end to end. So if I have like one source, I'll have one target created. So whenever we run the replication task for first time, the target will be created and then that will be retained, right? If I have like five source tables or source objects, then my replication will create five targets, right? In case of synchronization, it is one to one or n to one. Okay. which means if I have a single source, my target can be single. If I have like multiple sources joining in, still I'll be able to populate data into same target table. There can't be multiple targets which I can populate using the synchronization. Okay, so that is the another difference we have over here. Okay, first thing is like target has to be present, and second is right, it data can go to only one target table, right? We can populate only one. We can't have like multiple flows, because in replication, right, it is a sequential flow, right? As in like if I have like four sources, then as per the selection of sources, right, there will be a sequential order in which data will get pulled from my source and it will pass it to the target table. In the synchronization, right, there is a single flow only, right? We can't have like multiple pipelines. Okay, so that is the another difference. So now let me just, and feel free to ask questions if any. So now we will go to the synchronization. Okay, it is still showing stopped for me. Now I'll go to data integration. I'll click on new. Right, in the tasks I can select synchronization. Right, so it says synchronize data between source and target to integrate applications, databases, and files. So if I say create, or I can even show you the existing one. Right, here, first of all, in the definition tab, I need to provide the details about the names and all, and what type of operation we are going to use, right? So here I can name it as DSS. DSS stands for Data Synchronization Service. And then I can have my source application name, target application name, like that, right? So if I say ORCL to ORCL, and then I can go for task operation selection, insert, update, upsert, and delete, right? So using insert, I will not be able to capture the updates. So if existing data is getting updated, that will not be captured and will not be taken to target. Update will not be able to handle the inserts. But if I say upsert, right, then both the things can be handled. A new data coming in my source can be taken to my target, and existing data getting updated can be again synchronized to my target. So that is how we can use the upsert operation. Delete is a bit different over here. So whenever you want to delete something, right, from my target which is there in the source, in that case I can go for delete operation over here. Okay, and then if I go next, let me just try using my Oracle connection. I just save you. Let me just verify if it is allowing me to connect, because if secure agent is having some issues, right, it will cause problem in even connections, connecting the connections. So let me just check. Okay, so here if you see, the source types could be single, multiple, and saved query, right? So single as in like it as it signifies, right? We can have a single source table, right? In case of multiple, we can join the tables, basically. Join the tables as in whenever we want to have like multiple tables joining in, right? So that kind of a join condition could be provided, and then we can have combined source, right? Say for example we have like customer and orders, right? So those sources can be combined, joined together, and then that data can be taken to the target, right? That is for multiple, we'll see that. And then the third option is the saved query. So in Informatica Power Center, we always have an option to provide a joint query as a source, right? In the source qualifier transformation, we can provide that joint query, and then that can be considered as a source. Here in Informatica Cloud, we can provide that source query, we can use that source query as an independent source object called saved query. So what does that mean? So if I have a particular query which is a combination of two or more tables, right? And if I want to use it across multiple synchronization tasks as a source, right? In that case, rather than keep writing that query all over again, I can save that particular query as an independent source object called saved query, right? So if I just save it, then that can be taken as a source using the saved query option, right, in multiple synchronization tasks, right? So that is another feature Informatica has to provide, right? So we can use one of these sources like single, multiple, and saved query, and then we can define this particular source tab. Now it is still loading. Let me just cancel it for once and then let me go to data integration. Sorry, administrator. I'll open this in a new tab. And as I mentioned, right, any one of you, right, if can log in parallelly and connect this session, right, then I can give the presentation rights, and on his or her machine, right, we can just start creating the synchronization task. There is some echo happening. If I go to the connections, format database, properties, ORCL ETL. Try to change the connection properties over here. It is ORCL ETL only. Then this and then system tested. See, problem is the secure agent. Discard. Okay, so see the data integration service is shown as error. Yeah, and then usually I stop it and then I start it. Over here, right, in Informatica Cloud, if I go to run runtime environment, so see data integration server, right, I always see this is error. Usually what the fix is, if I go to this data integration server, now it is user stopped. Okay, again if I go here data integration and start, okay, uninstall. So this is uninstall wala file, right? I tried this several times, right? So it reaches to a particular point and then it did not go through somehow. And then the other thing which I tried was, so the problem is with the data integration server, right? That particular thing. So what I did is existing data integration server, I just renamed. Okay. And then whenever I rebooted my secure agent, it actually created new one, which is this. So this was the older one, which I renamed with old data integration server. It created the new one, data integration server, right? But somehow, so see these many files it created, and if I go here, it is 61.0.2. So if I again go here, 61.0.2, I do have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, but it is still, and then I almost kept my laptop on overnight, 2 days, yesterday, day before yesterday, still there is some issue. And then problem is if I am able to remove everything and reinstall fresh, there can be some luck, right? But then it is still not happening. Last option I could think of is like I'll format everything, right? I'll format my whole laptop, and then that will go away, right? So in the replication task, right? So that topic we have already covered, right? So let's start with the synchronization. Let's create a fresh synchronization task. Now, can you go to pick up the synchronization task and let's name it as DSS underscore. You can say ORCL underscore ORCL demo one kind of a thing. So here what we're trying to do is like we are going to, you know, yeah, we are going to synchronize between table to table over here. Okay, so now if you go to task operation, here we have four, right? Insert, update, upsert and delete, right? These operations we discussed yesterday. So let's go with the upsert, right, as it will handle both insert updates, right? And then after that you can click on next. Now in the source, just select the Oracle connection, yeah, or any database SQL server where you have the tables. Okay. Now, when we say single source, right, a source type as single, right, you will be able to select any particular table, a single table, right? Now, from the drop down, you can select the customers. So as soon as you select the customers, there will be data preview. It will take some time to load, right? And then this can be your table, right? So you can see the data preview as well, right? This is a source table. Click on multiple besides two. Yeah, there. So using this option, right, we can select more number of tables. So if I want to have like customers and orders, maybe, right? Maybe we need to kind of join these two tables and take the data to data for processing, right? In that case we can do it. But here there are some cool features, right? So how to have multiple tables? Select the customers. Can you select the customers? And then click on add source objects, add. So on top of the customers we will be adding the tables now. So just search for orders and then you can click OK, select. Now if you see over here that customers and orders are selected and the join condition is predefined, that customer id is equal to order dot customer id. How it got picked up by default? Because in the database itself, right, we have these tables associated with the primary key and foreign key relationship. Okay, the constraints are defined in the database, and this is a smart feature of Informatica Cloud, that it identified the existing relation in the database, and then the tables are joined. Okay, if the primary key and foreign key relationship wasn't there, right, in the database, in that case, right, we would have gone to the create relationship. So can you click on that create relationship? Maybe you select the customer table once, and then click on create relationship. Now if the constraints were not defined, right, then what we would have done is we would have selected the source object as customers, source key as customer id. Can you? Yeah. And then the next table we would have selected as orders, and again customer id. Okay, so we don't have to do this because the relationship is already there in the database and it is already picked up. Okay, now what is edit relationship? Click on that. So though we have this joining condition already there, right, customer id across the tables, right, but then I don't want to join on this condition, right? 90% of the time we will follow the joining condition as per the um, constraints, right? But if I still don't want to do that, right, I don't want to join on some other columns, in that case edit relationship I can go for, and then I can choose the tables and I can choose any columns. So just imagine that in the customer we had the order id as well, right? In that case I would have joined on order id ordering. That also we can do. And then here I will have a condition, kind of expression level condition, customer id to customer id and this to this and that to that, like that, right? So here
Hmm.
we can define that kind of a join. Or even if I want to go for like left outer, right outer, full outer, right, that also can be mentioned over here. So this is a user defined join. Okay, so here we can have either multiple columns, or there could be some scenarios, right, that apart from joining condition I also want to say, you know,
Hmm.
and customer id is not null, or order id is greater than something something, to filter out the data, right? So that kind of condition also can be placed over here. Yeah. Then what we need to do is, like, say for example order table needs to
Hmm.
join with some other table. In that case I'll select the order table and again click add. In the existing tables, right, like customers and orders, if you want to kind of edit the joining condition, then we can go there. Now here can you just type in order details, as an order underscore details. Okay, so again see, between order and order items we have order id as a common key. It is there in the database itself. So that is why that join condition also there, right? Now again if I want to override, I can go for user defined join. I can play with the conditions. Maybe what we can do is I'll cancel that your order items, or you can keep it, not a problem, right? But currently we just need customers and orders, so you cancel that, you remove that. right? We'll have order and customers as the source tables, right? Here the condition is still there. Can you click on that orders and then edit relationship and just remove those like order, right? You just deselect it. No, can't you? So in place of that order ID, can you select the blank from the drop down? Yeah, click OK. Uh, and then deselect it from the above panel as well, right? Mm, no, unselect that orders also, source object orders. Yeah, perfect. So this is how we can have single source and multiple source, right? Saved query, as I mentioned, right? Whenever we have a complex join condition across two or more than two tables, right? In that case, and then if we are going to use that set of tables in multiple synchronization tasks as a source, right? Then we can create an independent source object called saved query, and then we can use it. So after this, right, after we complete our first synchronization tab, I will show you how to create a saved query. So let's go ahead with the multiple options now. Click next. Now it will take us to the target, right? So target, again you select database connection with SQL Server, and then select the target object as customer orders, the first thing. Yeah. So this is kind of a combination of both the tables. So some columns from orders would be here. Okay, there is no data. Then click on next. Now it will take us to the data filters tab. So this data filters tab is exactly similar to what we have in replication. So if I click on new data filters, I'll be able to put the filters against my customer table, against my order table. So this is exactly similar the way we configure it for our replication task. Yeah, that kind of a thing. Or I can go for advanced as well, right? Where we can provide the multiple things and all, right? That way. Currently we don't have to even configure it, right? I'll just go to next one in the field mappings. So here again the other difference between the replication and synchronization is, in the synchronization I do have to map the fields across my source and targets, right? Because my source tables customer and orders and the target table customer orders, everything is kind of existing one. We are not going to create anything on the fly because synchronization task will not allow me to create anything on the fly. We have to use the existing ones only. Okay, now if you see, some of the fields are already mapped. The fields which are exactly same in nomenclature, they are mapped like customer id, phone and order id. But uh, from the left hand side, right, my source tables, the fields from my customer and orders, right? Right hand side is my customer order table, which is my target, right? Now first name and f name are not mapped. Why? Because they are not exactly same. So what we can do is we can go to that auto map drop down on the right hand side, yeah, and then select the smart map. Now f name and first name, l name and last name are mapped, right? Email got mapped to email id, that thing, right? So these are the fields which we can map, right? There could be few fields which are there in the source, right, but there is no place stored in the target, so that is okay, right? So this is how we can map the fields across source and target. Now there are some more fields over here, right? And if you see in the actions, there are like three buttons: fx, a magnifier, a glass, which is lookup, and then the cancel, right? So if you click on the cancel for email, right, so just click on that cancel icon against email. So this is how, yeah, click that. So this is how we can unmap any particular field if you want to do. And then you can drag the email id again and place it against email id from the left hand side, drag it. So this is how we can even drag the fields across, right? So that is the cancel button, right? Two more things, fx and magnifier glass, right? So click on that fx against full name, 1 2 3 4, yeah, yeah, fx. So this will allow us to add simple expressions right over here. So the way we provide syntax for uh, expression transformation, right? We can do it here. So full name is what, right? It is concatenation of the first name and last name, right? Yeah. So that way you can validate. So your expression is valid, first name and last name. Either you can go with the syntax we used to have in the Power Center, or people who are really new, right, to ETL world and all. For them, if you scroll down, here we have functions. So if you go to the yeah string, and if you, so there is a concat function already, right? So if you click on that concat function, right, it will give you syntax, right? And then we can replace the syntax, right? String one can be replaced with the first name, comma, last name. Here we don't have to provide that. Maybe it is just comma, that kind of thing we can provide over here, and then validate again. It is valid, right? So this is how we can make use of the predefined functions, right? Or we can use our own syntax also, right? Anything will do, right? Syntax will be similar to what we have in the Power Center's expression transformation. It is similar to that. Okay, now scroll down and click OK. So we expression for full name, right? Now we have few fields like created by, right, created date, right? So just click fx sign against created by, and we can do the hard codings also over here, right? So created by, just have in single quotes, maybe etl underscore admin. Validate that. It is valid. Click OK. So this is how we can default the things as well, or hard code the things, right? For created date also, maybe you click on that fx sign. It is valid. Okay, click OK. So this is how we can even have the expressions. Now for that lookup, right, we don't have much relevant scenario, but then just let's do one thing. For line number, right, click on that magnifier glass icon, the lookup icon, last field. Yeah. So here I'll just show you how to do it. So say for example, so now if you want to do a lookup, right? So what you can do is like you can select the connection, maybe database connection or something. Then you can select the object, right? Can you select order, and then source field you can select as order ID, and then lookup field also you can select as order ID, and then you can drive what is gonna be your lookup field, right? Select. Oh, you have line number. Okay, perfect, right? And then you can select the multiple policy and all. This is, so here multiplicity is not that we will be able to pull multiple matches, as it is a dedicated one, right? We are doing it for a particular. So if we start getting multiple matches, then my whole, I would say, matrix will go for a toss, right? So that is why we can just have like pick random anyone or that error, that's it. And then once we complete all these field mappings, then if you scroll up, there is a validate mapping button, so click on that. So there might be some issues across the source and target fields with respect to data types and all, right? Data types are incompatible and all, right? So that is why it is really important to do the validate mapping. As we see that the field mapping is valid and has no errors, so we are good to go, right? Then you can again scroll down and click on next. Now it will take us to the last tab, which is schedule tab. Now this schedule tab is again similar to what we have in the replication. Either we can run this task on demand, or we can run this task on schedule, right? So we will keep it as run on demand for now. Do not run this task on schedule. Email notification also we discussed last time, that use the default email notification means if we have configured the emails for failure, success and warning in the administrator tab, right, then those emails will be picked up, and in case of any particular event, whether it is failing or having warning or success, those email will get notified by default, right? But if I go for the second option, which is use custom email notifications, as in what will happen if I don't want to send email IDs to the defaulted ones, right, in the administrator, then here I can provide different email IDs, and only for this particular synchronization task, I'll have different set of email IDs or different set of DLs to be notified to. That's it. Okay, so for now you can just go for the use default, right? And maybe what we can do is, I'll show you that option again once we create this replica synchronization task, right? How to set those default email IDs, and then for every execution which you do, right, you will keep on getting alert mails from Informatica Cloud. Okay, so scroll down. Now pre and post processing command are also similar, right? If you want to run something, any particular script or any particular command, right, then we can run that before the execution in the pre, and post is after synchronization. We can do that, right? Parameter files also can be used over here, as in the default things we did, right? The created date, created by, right? So to avoid the hard codings and have the parameter values, we can define the parameters over there, and they can be initialized from the parameter file, right? Now number of session logs, again by default 10, you can decrease it, increase it, right? And then update columns, as we have selected the upsert operation, now update column needs to be mentioned. So click on that add, and then you select the key, right? So for customer orders, customer ID is going to be the key, right? So select customer ID, yeah, and then yeah, add it into the update columns. If we have multiple fields which will define the uniqueness of a record, then we can add those many columns also in the update columns. Okay, if it is a composite kind of a primary key, then we can add multiple columns. Okay, click OK. Currently we are good with only customer ID. Then we have configured everything, right? Then you can click on finish. So it will validate, and then it will get saved successfully. Okay, now what you could do is, now you can go ahead and run this. Now click on my jobs. Now if you go to the my jobs tab by clicking in the left hand side, right, then you will see the previous runs as well, right? On the top, on the top you see that hyperlink as well, right? Whenever you execute something, then it says running, and then you will get a hyperlink for my jobs. If you click that hyperlink, then what will happen? By default there will be a filter added, and you will be able to see only that particular named task in the execution. And then, so, or you can even put filter here as well. So if you see, right, updates available on the right hand side, we have synchrono refresh button, and we have filter as well, right? So if you don't want to see like a lot of things, you can just add a filter, select that particular instance name with the exact task name, and then you will only see those. Click on that refresh, updated 6.9. For the first time, definitely it will take some more time, as it will create some you know caches and all, right? Internal caches, and then it might take maybe some more time. Can you go back to the my jobs tab, left hand side, and now again try refreshing. Let's see if it is successful. So customers, we had this particular data set, right? uh, yeah, select the customer orders, yeah, and then yeah, we might have to wait. We have the data already, right? So here if we see created by the ETL admin, and then if you scroll to the right, created date as sysdate, right? It has come correctly, and then line number also got pulled from the lookup. Okay, so this is how the data is synchronized from multiple sources to the target table, right? Now if you rerun the synchronization task, right, then it will have same data, because unless you update something in the source, right, the operation is upset, you'll have to update something in the source, so that you can try at your end. So whenever you're doing your own hands-on, right, that time what you could do is, like, you can even change the combination, go with single source and a target multiple, right? That you can keep on practicing at your end. Maybe you can use different combinations of the source and target table. What you could do is, like, you can have like employees and department as a source, and target you can kind of, maybe you can create a table which will be a combination of employee and departments, right? In the database you can manually create that table, and then you can have that table as a target. So multiple things you can test out, right? The intention over here would be, or you can even try table to flat file to table, those things. Intention of this hands-on would be you should be able to synchronize data across all the possible combinations of source and target, right? Salesforce, anyways, we haven't discussed it yet, right? So whenever we will use, whenever we will conduct the Salesforce topic, that time even we are going to touch base again on the replication and synchronization. The reason being, in the replication, we haven't demonstrated the incremental options yet, right? And then those incremental options are valid only for Salesforce sources. So that part is still yet to be touched, right? So that is why we'll again going to replication again. So that time again you can have Salesforce also as a source or target. Synchronization task can push data into the Salesforce as well. So Salesforce can be a target over here, which is again not the case with replication. So that is another difference we have across these two, because this is going to be like a really common interview question, right? What is the difference between synchronization and replication? And lot of people I have seen, right, when I conduct the interviews, or whenever I have any new people joining in my team, right, they know what is replication, they know what is synchronization, but they fail to explain the difference between. So it seems that both are doing like integration only, but then what is the actual difference, right? In which scenario will use replication, in which scenario will use the synchronization, that they are not clear about. Or the basic thing that replication will create the tables on the fly, we can't use the existing table, and that is exactly opposite to the synchronization. Synchronization can't create the table on the fly, and they have to use the existing ones only. Even if anybody explains that basic difference, it is still justifiable, right? So we need to really understand the scenarios where we can use the synchronization and replication so that we can use them effectively. So now if I go back to my syllabus, let me read out the topics, right? I don't want to again keep switching between the systems to share. So we talked about synchronization overview. We talked about synchronization features and benefits, right? We created a synchronization task, data filters and field expressions we explored, right? How to have the data filters, how to add the field expressions, like we did the defaulting for created by created date and the full name, right? So that part we covered. Pre and post processing command we did not practically execute it, but we discussed how to do that, right? In which scenario we can do that, right? Because currently our secure agent is on the Windows machine, right? So we need to have some bash scripts or something to demonstrate pre and post SQL. So that is something we haven't done. Multiple object source types also we explored, that we selected customer and order, couple of tables, right? Now one part which is still remaining is the saved query, right? So now let's see what is saved query. So now if you click on the new on the left hand side, go to the components, last tab on the left hand side, components. Yeah. Now third option, saved query. What it says is enter an SQL to, one second, let me just zoom it. Yeah, enter an SQL to use the source in synchronization task, or the query in SQL transformation. So this saved query can be used in multiple synchronization tasks as a source, or we have a SQL transformation, right? In the mapping, there also we can use this saved query, right? So select it and click, yeah, go for create. So here you can name your saved query, maybe SQ underscore, something something. Maybe you can just do SQ underscore CUST underscore ORD. So let's join the customer and orders table quickly. So let's have very simple query for now, right? Complex query with like 3, 4, 5 tables you can always do, right? So just go to the database type. It is SQL Server, right, for you. Now type in the query, select in this SQL query, select CUST dot customer ID, comma ORD dot order ID. Yeah, from customer CUST. Yeah, I would say don't use DBO dot, because that might not just put customers, right? without brackets, I would suggest. Yeah, customers, CUST, comma, orders, ORD. Yeah, orders space ORD. Just select that customer ID, or you can type in also, not a problem. Customer underscore ID is equal to ORD dot customer ID. Yeah, select this query. Means you can check whether it is syntactically correct or not, right? It is, right? So you just select it. Means this kind of validation we could have done in that interface as well, right? So you paste the query and then click on get columns. It will ask you to select the connection. Did you click there, get columns? Select the connection, click OK. Okay, so here we got the customer ID and order ID, right? So if we are able to get, right, definitely the preferred way is to write the query in database, run the query and make sure that it is syntactically correct, right? But the validation can also be done at Informatica end. So whenever I say get columns and select the connection, if you are able to list the columns, then I myself, is sure that this query is syntactically correct. So that is other way of validating the query. Okay. So now you can click, so you scroll down and click OK and save this query. Can you scroll down? So REPL, the first one, right? EMP, right? I believe in the, yeah, over here, you have selected department and customer as your source, right? Oh, sorry, yeah. Employee and the department, couple of tables, and then you got them replicated, right? Can you, and what is the prefix SF underscore? Can you go to database and show me these tables? SF underscore department, SF underscore employees. Means you can just query them. Okay, so this table is present, right? Again, query select start from SF underscore employees. This is also present. Okay, now go to the replication task, close it and go to the list in the explore menu. Now right click on that replication task, REPDEPT, right? EMPDEPT, right click on that and you will see some of options, right? Like view, edit, run, right? Now we have two interesting options, create target and reset target, right? So click on the reset target. It will give you an alert, reset target tables. Any modification that you have made to the target tables will be lost. You want to proceed, click OK. And then after like 10-15 seconds you might see an alert on the top, right? So let's wait for that. Yeah, target for replication is was reset, right? Now go back to database and try running the queries again. The tables are gone, right? Run for the second one as well. Yeah, so reset target will get rid of, so it will drop the tables. Why we need this feature, right? So say for example the replication tables are created right now, right? And then later on you are not going to use that functionality anymore, right? Then just to do the cleanups in the database, right? Either you can go to database and then just, try hitting the drop table options and all, right? But then if a particular replication task has created maybe 10-15 tables, right? Then, and if you want to get rid of those tables, then rather than going to database and dropping them, right, you can simply just go to Informatica, just right click, reset target, your tables are gone. Okay, other feature is create targets. Now click on that create target. Again we'll wait for, it will create the tables, it is saying, right? Let's wait for again like 10 seconds, wait for that alert. Yes, targets are created, right? Now again go back to database and then see what happens. Now the tables are created without data. The structures are created, right? So using the create target option, we can create the replica of the tables from source to target database without copying the data, right?
So this feature can be used, say for example you just want to create the tables across the databases, right, or tables to files and all. In that case you create a replication task, you don't run it, right, and you just select that option, create target, your tables will be created across the databases. Only one constraint, that the constraints the constraint is the constraints will not be copied. So if you have like primary key, foreign key defined, right, in the source, the replication tables will not have those constraints. Those will be just the structures with same amount of columns and all, and then the data types across, right. Or if you have done any field exclusions, right, those fields will be excluded, and then the tables will be created as per the definition of the replication task. Tables will be created, right, without data. So these are two interesting options: create table and reset, create target and reset target. So again, I'm not saying that you can use it on a daily basis, right, but these are features again offered, right. So whenever you find a similar kind of a scenario where you can really use them, we can definitely plan to implement them. Okay, so that concludes our module number 4 and 5.
Can you go to Informatica Cloud screen? Go to data integration. Now we are going to start with Informatica Cloud, mapping designer, right? So this right now you're in data integration only, so you can now go to new, go to mappings tab, the second tab, the close this. So if you go to new, on the left hand side, we have tasks, right? So we have
Mapping.
another tab called
Mapping.
mapping.
Yeah,
So
okay.
now we are going to create a simple mapping, right? So just click on create.
Mm.
So this is Informatica Cloud mapping designer. Okay. So we have this canvas, right? Where by default we'll have source and target transformations. Here we do not have source qualifier, right? So everything whatever we used to do in source qualifier will be there in the source itself. Another
Okay.
major difference between Power Center mapping and Informatica Cloud mapping would be here in the Informatica Cloud, mapping itself will have the connections. Okay. Earlier we used to have the sessions, right, where we used to put the connections, source, target, lookup, right, all type of connections. Here in the mapping itself, we are going to have the connections directly. Okay. On the left hand side,
Mm.
you can see the different transformations, source, target. These are all different transformations we have. So if you just look at the number, right, then I would say that Informatica Power Center has more transformations. There are certain which we might be missing over here, say for
Oh,
example
okay.
update strategy, but we don't have update strategy. But then we know that how we can perform the updates, upserts, right, in the target without using update strategy transformation. So that was like very common interview question, right? So we used to do some settings at the session level and then update as insert, and then we used to kind of push the updates as well. So update strategy was not like mandatory one, right? So we can still survive without that. So likewise, we
Mm.
have few transformations which we might be missing in Informatica Cloud, right? But then there is nothing like, without a particular transformations, we can't survive. It is not like that. We can still, and then there could be few transformation which are different, right? So we used to have like, XML parser, XML, reader kind of. So here we have hierarchy builder, hierarchy parser. So those things are a bit different over here. Or even the web service transformation is a bit different over here. Earlier we did not have the transaction control even, right? But later on Informatica added that over here. So that is how we have these transformations. And then currently source and target you are seeing, right? So we call this place as mapping canvas, right? And if you scroll bit down, so you will see that down you see mapping one name, the location is mentioned as default. This is what, yeah, this is we call as a property panel, right? And then on the right hand side you'll see three buttons, right? about the browse. Yeah. So if you click minimize, right, then click first button, minimize. So it will be whole of your proper, mapping canvas, right? If you
Okay.
click on the middle one, it will be kind of split,
Restore, it
right?
will
And if
come
you
back.
click the, yeah, if you click on the third, it will be whole of your property panel. If you say maximize, then it will show you the whole property panel. Okay. Apart from that, on the top side, you will see buttons like save, run, right? And then undo. There are some buttons. Now there are like that X sign is the proper parameter panel. So whatever parameters we are going to define, right? Over here, those will be listed. Or if you click on that, right? Click on the parameters, it will open up the parameter panel. So here we can create the parameters, or we can even create the parameters within the transformations, and then those will be listed over here, right? So we'll discuss whenever
Oh,
we talk about parameter. Then after that we have that tick sign, right? So if you click on that, that's a validation panel. So currently, if you see, mapping one is invalid. And then how to check what issues we have, right? So here it says that in couple of transformations, source and target, we have issues. And if you expand, right, source, there are a couple of issues. It says source connection is not specified and object is not specified. Same with the target, if you see, target connection, target object, and field mappings are not specified. So unlike Power Center, where we used to kind of validate the mapping, and on the bottom side of screen, right, we used to see validation things, right? And sometimes it becomes very difficult. If we have like a lot of issues, then we used to scroll, right? And then that is why it becomes very difficult, right? Here, the property panel is like really crisp and clear, where we can see what transformations we have issues in and what type of issues when we expand that, right? So property panel is also like quite, I would say, elaborative, and it is very easy to track what the issues are. Then after that, we will see three dots after that property panel on the right hand side. So these are actions, right? So where we can create a new mapping task, we can save it, we can just again go to parameter panel and all, right? So these things are there. Okay. Now close the property panel. So we are going to create our first mapping, very simple mapping, right? So whenever you click on the source or any particular transformations, right, the below properties would change, right? Now it will start showing you the source properties, right? Yeah, click on that middle icon. Yeah, so it will start showing you the source properties. Can you click on anywhere in on your mapping canvas, not on your source transformation? Anywhere, yeah. Now it will show you the mapping, whole mapping properties. So you can start naming the mapping. So wherever it is showing as mapping one, right? Maybe you can rename it to M underscore, which is the normal nomenclature, right? M underscore. I would say demo mapping, demo mapping, or demo mapping one also you can have. Okay. Now the location, right? So if you click on the browse, location browse, so this will
yeah, it
show
is
you
only
the
I do not
folders
have
which you have.
permissions this one.
So here you have just default and the add-on bundles, right? So add-on bundles will
Mm.
not use. So default is the only folder, project folder we have over here. We can even
Mm.
create more folders by going to explore menu, which I'll explain you. So click on select that. Let's have the default folder now. So this is the place or folder where this mapping is going to get saved. Okay, and under the description you can just mention description about this mapping. So usually whenever, as per the best practice, we provide a description for everything, right? What this mapping is
Mm.
supposed to do, we get this description every for every transformation. So what this transformation is going to do, right? So as per the best practice, we can provide the description as well. This is going to be optional, right, but good to have kind of a thing, right? So this is
Mm.
how we have named our mapping. Then if you click on the source transformations, you will start seeing the source properties. Yeah. Okay. So in the general tab, you will see the name of the transformation is source. You can change it to src underscore, orcl or anything, right? We can do that. And then that name will
Mm.
start appearing on your transformation. So just rename it as src underscore orcl. Yeah. So you can see that, right, on the mapping canvas as well. Again,
Mapping.
for this
Yeah.
source also, you can have the description. right? What the source is all about and all, right? Now, yeah, if you click on the source tab, you will see the connection and source tab. So in the transfer, in the mapping itself, we are going to have the connections. Okay, so click on the drop down. So whatever connections we have created so far, right? Those all will be listed. So either you can use the connections which are already there, or there is also a button. We can create the
Yeah,
connection from here,
this one.
right? And
Okay.
then whatever type, anything, the flat file is, right? Anything you can create. So whatever connections we create from here, that connection will also get listed as a. So it would be applicable everywhere. It is not that if we are creating connections from mapping, it will be only available for this mapping. We can reuse it in any further mapping creation and all. It will be kind of a global one. Okay, and then there is another button called new parameter. So if you want to parameterize the connection, right, we can use that. For now we are not going to touch it. We have a different topic for parameterization, so you just cancel it. We'll use the oracle connection for now, right? After selecting the oracle connection, in the source type, if you click the drop, you will see single object, multiple objects, query, and parameter. So if you want to have like multiple tables as a source, right, then we can go for that multiple object. The way we selected multiple objects for synchronization task, right, it would be similar exercise. We'll do that. For now, let's go ahead with the
Okay.
single object.
Single object. Okay.
Okay, yeah. Now, if you click on select, right, object select, you will see the list of tables which are there in that particular Oracle database, right? So these are all tables. So maybe in the search bar, you can just type customers. Yeah. So select the customer table. So now we have defined the table as customers over here. Takes some time because our database is on-prem, also it is on the desktop, right? So firewall and all, it
Mhm.
takes some time. If it is a cloud database, it will be even faster. Okay, now customer table is defined, right? If you click on that
Mm.
preview data, it will show you some sample data as well about that customers, right? So now we can see the data as well. Now, if you click on that query options, so here we can add the source filter, source sorting options and all, right? Now what we can do is, I know that you're struggling to see that whole property window, but whenever we click on a particular transformation, right, on the right hand side, you can just say maximize. So it will be, yeah, anyways, we are working on source transformation, right? So we can just utilize the full screen. And then whenever we want to go to next transformation, again, we can minimize, select the transformation and start providing the properties, start setting the properties for it, right? Now the filter and sort tab we have here. So click on that configure, which is next to filter. So here, if you see, for filter, we have non-parameterized, parameterized, and advanced type, right? So this will allow
Mm.
to have the filters on the source table, right? So if you click on that plus sign, this will allow you to select object. So object gonna be our customers. Select that customers, then select the fields. Yeah, customer ID first and last name, right? So maybe if you click on customer ID, right? If you want to have a filter on customer ID, say for example, customer ID, select the operator greater than and say 101. Okay, so this is how we have applied a filter on the customer ID, which has to be greater than 101. Then if you again click on plus sign, right, you will be able to put the
Add
filters
more
on
fields.
different
Filters.
fields, right? That is how you do it.
Mm.
So
Mm.
delete that for now. And then if you go to the sort tab, here you will be able to provide the fields on which you need to sort the data in the ascending order, right? So click and then select the object, which would be customers again. Can you select the object?
Okay.
Yeah, customer, and then you can sort on customer ID or anything, right? Usually we'll sort the data on the primary key, which is customer ID. So you can sort on customer ID. Okay. So this is how you can apply filter and sorting options on the source. Here default is the ascending only, right? If you want to do the descending sort, right, then we will have to apply the sorter transformation after the source. Now we have selected customer table with the filter and sorting options which are mentioned over here. Now we can even select the distinct rows only, right? There is a checkbox, right? So if we have duplicates, right, in the source, and
Yeah.
on the basis of customer ID, as we have selected that in the sorting, right? So if you want to deduplicate the data in the form of customer ID, then if we select that, right, select distinct, right, then we will have the distinct data flowing in from the source. We will only select the distinct data. Now our customer table is having a primary key on the customer ID, so there is no way we will have duplicates. But then there could be few tables where constraints are not defined, and to deduplicate the data, we can use it. This is similar function we have in the Power Center as well, right? And if you expand it advanced, so here we can have the pre-SQL, post-SQL, SQL override, right? Those things we can configure over here, right? So pre-SQL and post-SQL will be there in source and target, both the transformations. Tracing level also, if you just scroll, right, that drop down, you will see normal, verbose initialization, verbose data, right? So here in Informatica Cloud, every transformation you will be able to select the tracing levels, right? Terse, normal, verbose data, verbose initialization, right? We will keep it normal only. But say, for example, if you're facing some issue and then if you are kind of backtracing the things, right? In that case, you can switch it to verbose data and then you can run the mapping. So that what will happen? Not the whole mapping, but just the transformation will run on the verbose mode and then we'll get the detailed log about that transformation, right? Why we run something on verbose? Whenever we are getting some undesired result, right? So that time we will switch the you know uh, tracing levels to verbose, and then in the session log, right, session log will be really large, right, and every single row, right, what happened to that will come in my session log, right? Here every transformation we can set this tracing levels, right? So say for example you have a mapping where you have like 10-15 transformations and you know that a specific transformation is causing some issue. So only for that transformation you can set the tracing level to verbose, run the mapping so that you will get the enlarged log only for that transformation, not for whole mapping. Okay. So that is what the tracing level you will find in every single transformation over here. So we'll keep it as normal only, right? Pre-SQL and post-SQL, these two things you will see in the source as well as target. We have this in Power Center also, right? So what is pre-SQL source? Whenever we run the mapping, right? First of all, Informatica will check, do we have anything in pre-SQL? If yes, then the pre-SQL will be executed first. Once pre-SQL is completed, then Informatica will start reading the data from source. Okay. Once the data is read from the source and before we start taking that data to next transformation, post-SQL source will be executed. Right. So pre-SQL, before even reading the data from source, post-SQL, we have read the data from source, we are yet to take it to the next transformation. That time post-SQL will be executed. Then pre-SQL and post-SQL will be there in target size, target transform, right? We'll see that, but just to explain, pre-SQL target will be executed whenever we are yet to start writing data to target, right? And post-SQL target will be after doing everything, once the data is pulled from source, written to target, committed, everything, then last step will be post-session target. Right? So these things are used mainly to kind of rebuild the indexes or to run some SQL based related SQL based queries and all, right? As a pre and post, right? We can use it. Okay. So this is what my source tab is. Now if you click on the fields tab on the left hand side, so this will show you the columns which are there, right? After you select the table or flat file, whatever source, right? It will show you what is the structure of the source. So here we have these 6 columns, data types, precisions, everything will be able to see. Okay. And then the last tab is the partitions tab, right? So if you want to apply the partitions, then we can use it, right? So you see key range partition over here. So again, for partition, we have another module, another topic. So we'll discuss the partition that time. Okay. Now go to the mapping canvas.
Okay.
It is still invalid because we are yet to configure the target, right?
Yeah,
So now
target.
click on the
Yeah.
target. Again, go to the properties. You can expand the property panel.
Now again, you can rename the target as TGT underscore ORCL or something, anything. Now, if you go to the incoming fields, right, this will show the fields which are coming from the previous transformations, all previous transformations. Now, before target, we just have source, right? So it is showing the the fields which are coming from the source transformation, customer, origin is customer. But say, for example, if you add expression in between source and target, and if you create new ports in the expression, right? So those ports will also show up in the incoming fields. Incoming fields means whatever number of transformations are falling before this particular, right? Incoming fields, tab, you will see every single transformation, right? We'll see that, right? Currently, we just have source and target, and then before target, we have just source. So whatever fields are coming from source, those are getting listed over here. Now, if you see field rule, right? By default, if you will see field rule as include, and the field selection criteria is all fields. What does that mean? We are selecting all the fields. We are considering all the fields. But say for example, you have like a lot of columns, 100 columns you are getting from source, and you just need to process 20, 30, or even 10 from them, right? In that case, what you could do is you can go to that all fields, selection criteria, all fields, click on that. You will see a drop down, right? So now if you click on that all fields, right, drop down, you will see options like name fields, field by type, field by pattern, right? So if you click on the name fields and then click anywhere on the, so here, right, now click configure, detail configure. Here you will see the list of columns, 6 columns, right, coming from source. And if you want to be choosy about which columns, right, then you can just select those columns. Maybe you just select address, customer ID, email, first name. Just select 4 for now. And then just click on OK. Now what will happen? Name fields, and then you have included 4. So it shows that, and that 4 fields having a hyperlink. You can click on that again, you can select the fields, right? So now from those 6 fields, you have only selected 4 fields, right? So if you want to be choosy about which fields you want to process, right, then you can just change, right, from all fields to name fields, right? Now what you could do is like again go to name fields, because here we want to consider all the columns, right? So again, yeah, and then select that drop down, name fields, and then just say all fields. Okay, click anywhere in the property panel. Yeah, now you will see all the fields. Then again click on the left hand side target tab. Here we are going to select the target connection and target table, right? So just select Oracle connection again. Now target type could be single object, right? Click on that second drop down, or the parameter. Means if you want to parameterize the target, right? Target table, right? You can do that, right? As of now, we'll see, we'll select the single object only. Then object select, right? If you click on select, right, then you will see a box where target object could be existing or create new at runtime. Existing as in whatever targets are already present in your database, those are getting listed over here, right? Maybe you can use any of the existing tables, or if you click on create new at runtime, right, then this will allow you to create a new target table on the fly to be created, right? In Informatica Power Center, we could create the files, right, on the fly. Here we can create files, even tables as well, right? So we can create tables also on the fly. Okay, for now we'll go with the existing, and then in the next demo we will select the create new at runtime. Okay, so now if you go to the existing and then just select customer orders, right? So select second one, click OK. So we have selected the existing table over here, right? Then the operation could be insert, click on that operation drop down. It could be insert, update, upsert, delete, data driven, right? The way we want to process the data, accordingly we can use the operation. For now, we will just use the insert, as it is going to be very basic mapping. We'll go with the insert, right? After selecting the insert, you will see a couple of more options: truncate target table and enable target bulk load. right? So truncate, if you select, right, then what will happen? Every time you run this mapping, your target will be truncated and then the fresh data will be loaded, right? If you unselect that, right, then it will keep on inserting the data without truncating the existing one. That is your truncate target option. Enable target bulk load, right? Means if you want to run this mapping in a bulk load, then you can enable that. But usually we use the bulk load wherever we have like lot of data, like millions and millions record we are processing. And then other thing is target table should not have the constraints, primary key, foreign key, right? Those constraints target table should not have, right? This is same with Informatica Power Center as well, right? If we have the constraints, then bulk load will fail, right? So that is why we'll keep it as unchecked for now. Then if you go to the advanced, so here again you will see pre-SQL, post-SQL, right? So again, these are the same things which we just discussed. Pre-SQL is before writing data to target. Post-SQL is after finishing everything, right? Then update override also we can provide, again similar to Power Center. If you want to update the target table by providing some query, right? Then we can provide that in the update override. Okay. Now if you click on the target fields, again on the left hand side panel, this will show us the fields, the columns which are there in the target table. So we have 13 columns with this particular data type, precision, everything is mentioned. Okay, then click on the field mappings. Here we'll have to map the fields across source and target. From source, we are just bringing 6 columns. In target, we have these many. Okay, so easiest way to
Probably
map
drag
the
and
fields
drop, huh?
is like you can drag drop,
Mm.
right? Or on the right hand
Mm-hmm.
side, you have that auto map option. So if you click the exact field name, the first option, whatever fields are with exact same name, address to address, phone to phone, customer ID to customer ID, they will get mapped. But again, go to auto map again, and there is a smart map option. Yeah, using that, even first name to F name, last name to L name will get mapped. Okay, so this is how we have mapped all the 6 columns over here. Okay, and then you can again click the save button on the top. Your mapping will get validated and it will get saved. So
What
now
is
if you
this
see,
option?
yeah, click on that. Yeah, so it is like show all, show mapped fields only, show unmapped fields only. So why we use this? Because say for example, we have like a lot of mappings to be done, right? Then if you go to show map, click on that. It will show you the mappings which are only mapped across, right? The fields. And then if you're still, yet to kind of map the some of the fields, if you just say show unmapped, right? Then you'll see
Yeah, it
the
will show
fields which are
the map.
unmapped like that. Okay, so you can just do the mapping.
Okay.
That is right. So you can click all fields in the options, show all. Okay, now you have saved the mapping, right, and it is valid as well, right? We can run the individual mapping as well, right? Unlike Power Center, we do not have constraint that you have to create a mapping. On top of mapping, you'll create a session, then you'll create a workflow, and then you'll run the workflow, right? Here, individual mapping can also be executed, can be run, right? So now click on that run button on the top. Whenever you click on run, right, whenever you want to run a mapping, individual mapping, it will always ask you to select the runtime environment, right? So click on that runtime environment drop down. By default it will show you the hosted agent. You will have to select the one which you have configured. Okay, and then after selecting the runtime environment, you can click the run button at the down. Secure agent is, you'll have to use, yeah, desktop, I guess. Now click run. Now your mapping is executed. So click on that My Jobs tab, which is there, right, listed. Okay.
My job,
Anyways, you
huh?
can
This
just,
one.
yeah, you can go there as well. Yeah. Now you'll see your mapping is running over here. It is completed as well. 6 rows it
Success, yeah.
integrated. So click on that instance name, the mapping name. There is a hyperlink. So here you will see the statistics. It took 10 seconds only. It processes 6 rows. Success row 6, error 0, right? Then from the source and target also, from source you pulled 6 rows and customer orders below, right? You see below individual source target results, right? From source you pulled 6, from customer in the customer target table
We
you
have to
populated 6
fix.
rows, right? And on the above side again, there is a session log, right? Download session log hyperlink. So if you click on that, the session log will be downloaded on your local machine. We'll have to download that. Okay, it is similar structure. There is no difference across Informatica Power Center and Informatica Cloud. The way session log is arranged, the data in the session log, right? So you can close it. Okay, so mapping is executed now. Now we'll verify whether this data, which is actually shown, right, is it really populated to target, right? So now you can go to your database and then just do select star from customer underscore orders. Yeah, run this query. Yes, you see 6 rows are populated, right? And then you will see only 6 columns, right, populated because we only map them, right? Other columns we did not map. So that is why they are
Right.
showing you null. Full name we haven't mapped, or other columns also we haven't mapped, right? So, and then I guess we have like more than 6 rows, but then we had a filter in the source, right? Customer ID greater than 101, so that customer ID 101 is not appeared over here. It is not processed because we
Correct.
haven't
Yeah.
selected that. So if you just run a query select star from customers, you will see what was the source data and what is the target data. So in the source, customers, S, it's a plural. Yeah. So here you had like, I guess some of the rows you have inserted, right, from your end. So 101, correct. Yeah. So if you just add a filter customer ID greater than 101, just check if you get 6 rows. Perfect.
Yeah.
So this
Six.
is what data we can see in the target. Okay, so this is how we
Yeah.
have created our first mapping, very basic, just source to target, right, in Informatica Cloud. Now, again, go to that mapping on the left-hand side. So this is the execution log you have, right? Executions details. So on the left-hand side, again, under this, so there is a mapping icon, right? Just below that, this is your mapping, right? So now we created a mapping, we executed it, right? But every time when you run the individual mapping, right, it will always ask you to select the runtime environment, right? So that is not that in production are you going to kind of run and keep selecting the runtime environment? No, right? So now just click on those 3 dots on the right hand side and then select the new mapping task. So now we are going to create a mapping task on top of the mapping, right? What is mapping task? It will be similar to the session, right? But difference is in Power Center, at the session level, we used to provide the connections. Here, the connections and everything is already there in the mapping. So this mapping task will just be kind of a, I would say, wrapper over here, right? So what you could do is copy that mapping name, which is there, demo mapping one, copy the address and then paste it in the task and then change that m underscore to mct underscore, right? Just put ct. So mct stands for mapping configuration task. In Power Center we used to have m underscore s for session, right, and wf for workflow. Here we'll follow the nomenclature as m underscore for mapping, mct underscore for mapping configuration task. Okay, then we will have the same folder. Currently we have just default, right? But then if we have like multiple folders, then we'll make sure that the mapping and mapping task will be part of same folder. Means not a mandatory, but we'll have everything collated, right? So we'll have it in the default folder. Again, we can have some description what this mapping task is all about, and then yeah, currently it is only default folder we have, right? And then mapping image, it will show you a pictorial representation of your mapping. It has just source and target for now, right? After configuring the definition tab, right, you can click next on the bottom. You haven't selected the runtime environment, my bad. Just click on that runtime environment drop down and then select the desktop. Now select. So here in the mapping task, we are going to predefine the runtime environment. Okay, so whenever we will run this particular mapping task, it will get executed directly. Okay, so now again these are the similar properties we have seen in the replication and synchronization task, right? Scheduling properties, email notifications, right? Scroll down, pre-processing and post-processing commands. So these are kind of, if scripts or something, if you execute, right, then we will provide them. Then we also have the parameter file location, parameter details, right? So if we are using any parameter file, as of now we haven't used, right? But whenever we are going to touch base on the parameterization topic, right, those things can be provided over there. Or there could be like, push down optimization, those properties, right? So there are like a lot of
Yeah.
properties you can set over here, right? For now we are not going to set anything. Maybe you can explore these whenever you have time. And then again, these properties will be again similar to what we have in power center, push down optimization or those, right? For now you can just click on finish and your mapping task will get saved. Okay, it is saved successfully. Now just click on run on the right hand side top corner. So whenever you execute this, right, you will directly get mapping task executed. It will not ask you for anything. Right? Click on my jobs. This is also successful. Okay, and then whenever you click on the hyperlink, right, which appears on the top right, it will filter on the in that particular thing, right? So if you see, asset name filter is added over here, right? It is only allowing you to see the execution for mapping task, right? But if you just click on that cross, take off that filter, that then you will see the existing as well as the previous one. Now, what is my jobs tab, right? My jobs tab is local for us. So say for example, we all three belong to same project, right? And then we we have common Informatica Cloud account, right? So it would be common across everybody, right? All the developers and all, right? So whatever jobs I am going to execute from my account, right? I will be able to monitor them under my jobs. Okay. But say for example, if I'm running something, right? Then you will not be able to see those jobs getting executed under my jobs, right? If you want to if you want to monitor the jobs which are executed by your team member, right, in that case you just click on that drop down Informatica data integration, right? There is a small drop down button on the top, right, just above, and then right click on the monitor and say open in new tab, and then close this. Then on the next tab, you will see monitor is open. So if you see running jobs, it was just executed, right? Now on the left hand side, you have all jobs. So click on all jobs. Yeah, here you will see all the jobs which are completed recently. Success, failure, whatever, right? We'll see over here. So now if Udaya is running something from her machine, right? Her laptop, right? Then those jobs, me and Rajesh will be able to, monitor in the monitor service. Okay, but not in my job. So my job is local for me. Whatever I trigger from my machine, I'll be able to see under my jobs and monitor anyways, right? So even if I open monitor, right, I'll be able to see that monitor is common for everybody who is sharing that Informatica Cloud account. Okay, so that's the difference between my jobs tab and the monitor service, right? Whenever I'm running something from it, I don't have to necessarily go to monitor service and see. I can just quickly see that in the my jobs as well. Okay, now again, go back to the previous tab. So this is again the data integration. So today we have created a simple mapping, just source and target, and we have created the mapping task. So today we discussed about mapping designer. We discussed about transformation, as in like we just saw them, right? We have not used them any. We just saw the different transformations which we have. We created a simple mapping with just source and target. We did the mapping validation as well, right? So earlier it was invalid. We saw the errors, right? Source target connection is not provided and all, right? After we configured source target properly, we saw the mapping was successful, right? And then we also created a mapping task on top of the mapping. So we have completed the module number 6 today.
We will start with the transformations. So what I'll do is, let me go to data integration.
So I'll create a new mapping. I'll just name it as m underscore, and then I will select the source as, I'll select the Oracle connection. Okay, I'll keep it as single object, and then I'll select source table as customer. Okay, then we'll use very basic transformation, which is expression. So now, as we discussed in the initial sessions, right, that you must be knowing all these transformations. So we just need to know like how to kind of have them in a mapping and how to configure them. So that is gonna be the idea behind it. So now after my source transformation, so if you see there is a bulb icon over here, right, on the connector arrow, right, and then over over here there is a bulb icon which is on, right. So this will give us, a list of transformation which we can add in between. So here either I can add transformations like from left hand side, I can drag and drop over here, or I can just click on this bulb sign and then I can select it. So if I want to have expression, I'll click on that and then it will be added between my source and target. So now
Okay.
in the expression transformation, if I click, right, I'll see the
Mm-hmm.
properties. So in the general, I can just rename my expression as exp underscore, say for example, defaults. I'm gonna default some values. So if I go to the incoming fields, right, and if I expand this, I'll again see all the fields which are coming from my source transformation, right, all the columns. Okay. Then if I go to the expression tab of this, right, currently there are no expressions. So I'll click on this plus sign to add some more ports, and I can name these ports as O underscore or exp underscore whatever. So I'll say exp underscore, say for example, full name, because my source is having first name, last name, and the target which I'm going to have is the customer orders where I will need the full name, right? So I'll create this port. I'll create this as a string, and then I'll provide precision as 50 and then click OK. So this port is added. Again, I can default some ports. So this field type, right? It could be output field or a variable field. Okay, just like Power Center. So here I'll select exp created by. Again, this would be string. Let's say 20 characters, and then I'll add one more as output exp created date,
Created
and then this will select as date time.
date.
Okay, so this is how we have added the fields. Now I'll configure and then I'll add the logic to every field, right? So if I click on configure, right? So this is my full name. So I need to just concatenate, right? So what I'll do is like I'll say first name concatenation. Here we have, okay, here we have configured the full name, right? So either we can have this kind of a syntax, okay, or again I can toggle this user defined function, right? I can toggle to built-in functions, and then I can use this concat function as well. So this is kind of a predefined syntax, right? And then you can just replace string one, string two with first name, last name, right? So we can use these built-in functions as well, or we can have our own syntax. So this syntax again will be common to what we had in Power Center. This is like more over kind of SQL syntax. Okay. Now for created by, let me hard code this created by as in the single quotes. I'll say ETL developer, click validate. This is valid. Same goes for sysdate. I'll say created date. I can say sysdate created. This is also valid. Okay. Now next I do have filter transformation, right? So let's see how to configure that. I will go to again incoming fields. I'll see now if you see over here, right, in the filters incoming fields, you will see fields coming from your source, which is customer. If I just arrange by origin, right, then these are the fields coming from your source transformation, and these three are coming from your expression. Okay. And then if you go to filter tab, here you will be able to provide the filter condition. Your filter condition could be simple, advanced, or completely parameterized type. Okay. When I say simple condition, then I can click on this plus sign, select the field on which you want to have a filter. Maybe again customer ID, I will say greater than 102. Okay. Again, if I want to add something like email ID not equal to null. So this is how I can keep adding the condition. If I want to have expression kind of a condition, right, or little bit more complex, where so because now this condition is like customer ID greater than 101 and email ID not null. But if I want to have or kind of a condition, right, in that case I have to go for advanced. So this will get converted, right, and then here I can say edit filter condition, and in the bracket I would say first name not null or last name not. So either of it should be populated like that. Validate this, and this is valid. Okay, so this is advanced type of filter condition we can use. Third type is completely parameterized, which we will see in the parameterization module. Okay, if I go here in the advanced, here I have just tracing level and optional, right? So by default, every transformation which we are using over here, right, those are marked as optional transformation. What does optional means? Whenever I'm running my mapping, right, is it really mandatory or necessary to have every single row coming from my source to flow in from that transformation, right? If it is not mandatory, then my transformation is optional. Okay, if I just uncheck this, then it will become mandatory transformation. So by any chance, if a mapping has like multiple flows, right, and a particular flow has a transformation which is marked as mandatory, and if any row is not going through it, my mapping will fail. So just imagine, I'll keep it as optional for now. Just imagine a mapping where I have source, and then after source I do have a router transformation, and then after router I do have two groups, two user defined groups. Okay, and then from first user defined group, if I have an expression maybe followed, and then if I mark that expression as mandatory, I uncheck that optional, and then if any row is going through my second flow, then my mapping will fail, saying that this particular row did not go through my mandatory transformation, which is expression one. So if I want to apply that kind of a mechanism, that any particular law not following my particular transformation which is marked as mandatory, then mapping should fail, right? Kind of a error handling mechanism. In that case I can use it. Otherwise I'll keep everything by default as optional. Okay, and then I'll go to target transformation. I'll select the target, and then I'll select Oracle connection, and I'll select the target table as customer orders.
I hope you might have got chance to do some hands-on over the weekend where you would have used where you have created a mapping with source target to be a flat file or or I would say
Mm.
existing versus new, right? Create, yeah. So if you click on this, right, then what will happen? A new table
The target
will be
table will be
created with
created
whatever,
automatically.
or even flat file can be created on the fly.
Mm,
For
mm,
now, I'm
mm.
just going to use a table which is already present. Then what I'll do is like once this table is selected, okay, let me just save it. Though it is invalid, let me, and it is a good habit of saving your mapping in between, right? So that
Mm,
you will not lose anything. So here I'm going to select truncate target table option over here. Then target fields, I know these are my target fields. And then finally I'll go to field mappings. I'll do the smart map. Okay. Even my expression level fields are also mapped. EXP full name, EXP created by, EXP created date. These are also mapped. Right? And the fields like, oh, did I deselect phone number? I think I did, right? So that is why it
you
is not
did.
flowing. So order ID and all are not coming, right? So maybe next time
Mm,
whenever I'll use lookup, right? I'll do a lookup on my order table, right?
mm,
Maybe I'll modify the
mm,
same mapping and I'll just have a lookup on orders and then we can pull the order ID. That way we can do.
mm,
Okay. And then for now I'm good. So I'll just save this.
mm,
Now it is valid because even if I say, mapped a single field at least, right? It will be still valid.
mm,
Now this mapping I have created, I can easily execute this or I can create a mapping task on top of it, right? So for now, I'll just
mm,
execute this. Whenever I execute a individual mapping, it will always ask me for runtime environment. So I'll select that and then I'll click run. So I'll go to my jobs tab. So any ETL job like mapping or application task, when we create for first time and then we run it for first time, it will take a bit of time, right? And then from next time onwards, it will be real quick. So now here I can see that I brought 5 rows from my source and 3 rows got pushed to my target. Okay, because
target.
I had some
Mm,
filters that
filter.
greater than
Mm,
102. So a couple of rows got
mm,
filtered out.
yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
now if I go to my database, if I say select star from customer orders, let's see if I have like 3 rows because I truncated this, right, target table. Yes, I do have 3 rows starting from 103, which is as per my filter condition. Then if I go to some defaulted fields created by is ETL developer, as I have hard coded that in the expression, I can even see today's date, right? And then where is my full name? Full name is also there, like concatenation of first name and last name. So this is working as expected.
Mm,
So this is how we used expression and filter for this, right? Now what we can do is like whatever we have like very simple transformations, right? We can discuss very simple, very basic transformations one by one. We can add them and then accordingly we can just like sorter, sequence generator, right? These transformation we can discuss or rank, right? So if I want to use a sorter transformation, right? Why we use sorter transformation? Because if I have a flat file as a source, right, and then I want to sort the data or I want to filter out something, right, in the source itself, or I want to select distinct, right? In that case, after my source, flat file source, I can have a sorter transformation. Or in the middle of the mapping, if I want to kind of deduplicate the data, or in the middle of the mapping, I want to kind of now again sort on a particular key, right? In that case, I can use sorter, right? Here, I'm just going to have a sorter transformation just to show the use case or how to configure it basically. So this is what my sorter is. I'll place in between my source and expression. Okay, and then if I click on this arrange all sign, right, it will get arranged. So sorter, I do have incoming fields over here. If I go to the sort tab, I'll be able to sort the data on the basis of field, right? Which field? And here I can use ascending descending. So last time whenever we wanted to sort the data in the source transformation itself, right, relational source, that time I just had a ascending sort. If I want to do the descending sort, really again I can use the sorter. So here I can just use a key, maybe my customer ID, on which I want to do the ascending sort. Even I can have more fields to do sorting. Maybe I can do ascending sort from my customer ID, and then from email I can do descending sort. I can do anything, right? Whatever I want, the way I want to sort the data. And then in the advanced, if I go here, I'll see these options, right? um Case sensitive sort if it is, right? Or select the distinct, right? Using select distinct, what will happen? I will deduplicate the data on the basis of my key which are provided in the sorting logic, right? So on the basis of customer ID and email, if I have any duplicates, then I will be able to get rid of those duplicates using the distinct key. Again, these properties options are exactly similar to sorter transformation I have in the Informatica Power Center. Treat null treated low, right? Usually whenever I sort the data, right? Now over here, if I have, let me just take off the email for now. So I'm doing a ascending sort on my customer ID, and as my customer ID is a primary key in the source, right, there is no way that I will have duplicates, right? But just imagine that this is a flat file or any particular table where I do not have constraints. In that case, if I just select the null treated as low, then what will happen? Whenever my sorting happens, those nulls will be treated as like, those will go to bottom by default. If I don't uncheck, if I don't check it, by default all nulls will go come top of the order. So that is how like we need to you know ascend or arrange it. So that is this option, optional and all, this is again same. And as it is a sorter transformation, it will have its own cache, sorter cache. So sorter cache size, mostly it will be auto. But then if I am dealing with like huge data, and that is why if uh, on the runtime, if my uh, cache memory is blowing out, right, in that case I can just have some custom value, user defined value, and then allow my sort to have more or bigger size of cache, right? 90% of the time auto option will do, unless I'm dealing with like lot of data where I want to explicitly increase the cache size, then only I'll go for the value and I can provide the value over here. So
Oh,
yep, sorter is like very simple, right? After
mm,
sorter, say for example I want to have a sequence transformation, right? So I want to
yeah,
create a
yeah.
sequence, right? In that case I can just bring this sequence, right? Now this sequence, right, usually in the power center, sequence will not accept any incoming fields. Here I do have a choice, right? That I can have sequence as completely connected transformation, or I can keep it as standalone, right? So if I go to the properties of sequence, if I go to advanced, disable incoming fields, if I click this, right, then it will not accept any incomings and it will directly go to the next transformation, right? This property is changed recently, right? So I would say whenever I used to have sequence 4 5 months ago, right, it was always like this, right?
Now they have brought some improvisation by which we can adjust this property to accept the incoming fields, right? And then using this, we can actually connect it from like source or any particular transformation, and then we can have those fields, every fields from sorter to sequence and sequence to next, right? That way also we can configure it, right? But for now I'll just say disable, and then I will tick it to my expression. Now let's configure this. So I'll go to sequence tab. In the sequence tab, here I do have the properties like initial value, end value, incremented by, right? So initial value is 1 by default, incremented by also 1, and this is the maximum possible sequence number it can generate. As a maximum possible value can be generated. And then if I go by these default properties, then what will happen? Sequence will start with value 1, and it will keep on increasing like 1, 2, 3, as incremented by is also 1, right? If I want to generate a sequence of all odd numbers, so I'll say this. So incremented by 2, right? So 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, that kind of sequence will be generated. If I say start with 2, then it will create a sequence of all even numbers, 2, 4, 6, 7, 10, like that way. If I want to be like, generate a sequence in multiple of tens, so if I set 10 here and 10 here, it will generate sequence 10, 20, 30, 40. So as per my expectation or the use, right, I can generate a sequence, right? I can even do a cycle of sequence, or I can generate a sequence in a loop. So say for example I want to generate a sequence from 1 to 10, right? So I can say start with 1, select the cycle option, increment by 1, and then cycle end value. Cycle start value will also be 1, and this end value I'll just mark it as. Now what will happen? It will generate values like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 up to 10. After 10 again it will reset and it will start from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 1 to 10, 1 to 10, these values will keep on rotating, keep on getting generated, and accordingly it
Yeah.
will be pushed to the next thing. This is cycle option, right? So these basic transformations are very similar to Power Center. We have a reset option also. If you select the, say, if you reach to the limit of this number,
Can
right? In that case, you
yeah.
can just click reset, right?
Reset
And
and
then
we start
again,
from
it will
one
start
again.
from 1, 2, 3. Yeah.
Yeah.
And if you keep on, so if you select the reset by default, right? Then every time
Mm.
whenever you run the mapping, it will start fresh, right? Usually we don't do that, right? Whenever we
Correct.
are
Yeah.
supposed to generate a surrogate key, right, then I need
Mm.
to know what was the last generated sequence, and if I just uncheck it,
Yeah.
right, then sequence will have its own cache memory. So whatever last generated value will be cached, right? So today if I created this mapping and I run this mapping, I populated 5 rows in my target. The last
Mm.
value was 5, was the sequence, right? So whenever I'm going to run this mapping again tomorrow or next time, right, it will start from 6, 7, 8, 9, because last generated value was cached, right? But if I say reset, right, then every time it will start fresh. Okay, so again, if I want to generate a sequence to a table where I have selected truncate table option, right? If truncate table is there and still I want to push the surrogate key, right, in that case I can use this reset,
Mm.
right? Because if I'm truncating, there is no
Yeah.
way like I'll start like 6, 7, and it will be, I will be clueless why it is happening, right? So that time I can
Mm.
use this reset. Okay, and then if I go to
Yeah.
generated fields, I do have next val and curval. Again, these are
Mm.
similar fields to what my Power Center offers. Okay, now if I go to, now I have configured this sequence transformation. If I go to my target in the field mappings, now I do have a customer number as a field, like a surrogate key. So what I can do is,
I don't see that, right? Let me see why it is not coming. If I go to the expiration, sorry, incoming fields, one sec, I think I missed something to configure over here. Advanced, we have this caching option, and then generated fields. Okay, by default it should come, and then if I go to, and then I'll start seeing that to my target. I can absolutely directly connect to target, not a problem. Next file can be connected to my customer number, then save it like this, right? If I run this mapping, customer number will get populated like 1 2 3 4 like that. So this is how I can use it. If I run this mapping again, it will get truncate load, and then, but as my target is like truncate target, in that case sequence needs to be marked as reset, right? Otherwise it will keep on generating sequence which might not start from 1 2 3 4 5, right? So that's how. And let me go to this. So we talked about expression, we talked about sorter, we talked about sequence. What else I can discuss
Actually, we
today?
could have used a router instead of that filter now, right? I mean, that you would have
We
completed that
can,
one
we
too.
can. But router
Mm.
will take a little bit more time. We are just about to, reached. One more transformation which I can add over here is the rank. Yeah. So rank also is one of the active transformations. Again, the concept of active and passive remains same over here. Let me just delete this. From my expression, I'll use a rank, and rank will go to my filter, arrange all, and now it is arranged like this. And then in the rank, or let's do one thing, rank also here, I don't have a proper no source. Maybe I can use a customer table, and then in the customer table I can rank by department ID. Let's create another mapping for it, right? So what
Okay.
I'll do is, like, I'll just not save my mapping, I'll just close it, discard. So my changes will not get saved, right? So if I again open this, right, it is still an older version. Yes, rank is not there. Okay. So let's create one another mapping. Not customer, I will say. Instead of customer, I can use employees. Now in the source again, I'll select Oracle. Now, after employees, right, I'll use a rank transformation. So rank by, right? So I'll say rank by which ID? I'll say employee ID. Sorry, not employee ID. I will say salary, right? And the use case over here is I want to select top 5 employees, right? Or 5 employees having no top salary, that way.
Mm.
So rank order could be top or bottom, right? So salary top, and then how many number of rows I want to select. If I say for example 3, right? And then what I'll do is I'll take this to target, and now let's create a target on the fly. Okay, so I'll say
Oracle, select, create new at runtime. I'll say EMP top 5 cell. Okay. Is this a unique name? Yes, it is, right? And then I'll name this mapping as M underscore, I would say rank demo, save. This is saved. And then as this is going to be the table to be created on the fly, right? I don't have to map the fields also. If I go to target fields, it says not available. You have specified target or chosen to create new at runtime. Field mappings need not to be
Yeah,
done,
need
right?
not to
I
be.
don't have to do
Yeah.
that. Yeah. If I run this mapping, so for demonstration, it is not really needed, right? I don't have to really create a task mandatorily. So that is why individual mapping can't be scheduled, right? So in this mapping, do I have anything to schedule? No. But if I create a mapping task on top of this, right? Then in the mapping task, I do have scheduling options. So here, if I say new mapping task, only for demonstrating the transformations, we don't have to kind of create it. That is why I'm skipping. So if I just select this as MCT, runtime environment, next, it was a rank, right? Let me just take it out. And then, yeah, rank also gave me 3 rows because I
Correct.
selected top 3 salaries, right? So if I go
So,
to my database and check, select star from, it was, what was the table? Top something, right? Let me just check what I
mm,
defined. Yeah, EMP top 5 sal. So let's see. Okay, and then how do we verify if this is giving me correct data, right? What I can do is I can just say select salary from. Okay, now say for example I want to add a grain to this calculation, as in like currently what I'm saying is give me top 3 salary, right, from the table. But if I want to
mm,
add a grain as in like if I want to add one more level, give me top 3 salaries per department.
mm,
Then I can click plus, I can go to group by, and I'll say give me top 3 salaries per manager ID or per department. There is no point in having per employee ID, right?
mm,
So if I say department ID and if I just save this, then I'm adding a grain to my calculation.
yeah.
And now, is it truncate load? Let me check. Otherwise, it will have the duplicates. Target. It is not. Okay, so I'll just select it and then save. And now as we have also created mapping task, right, rank, let's run the mapping task. Now what will happen, every department I'll get 3 rows. Means we should first of all have that kind of a data, right? There might be a situation that a particular department might have only one employee, so there we will have only one
Mm.
record.
One record. Yeah.
Yeah, so we are selecting maximum 3. So if I have like 10 records from a department, then I'll select top 3, 26 rows. Okay, now let's check in the database. So if I say salary, order by
Department ID.
salary, and then if I can even say um, order by, this is okay. Both I'm doing DSC. Okay.
let's verify the data, right? So here and here I can say order by department ID will be ascending sort. Yes, 10, 20, 30, right? So now it seems that 10 department ID 10 is having only one record. So here what I'll do is, like, rather than doing this, I'll say just order by department ID and that too ascending. Okay, now we will be able to verify. So let's see. Okay, department ID 10 is having only one record. That is why in the result also I have got one record. Department ID 20 is having like two records. So 1 and 2 I got. Department 30 was having more than 10, no, more than 3 records it seems. So I get 1, 2, 3, right? What is 1, 2, 3? 11,000, 3,100, 2,900. So let's do a spot check for department ID 3 whether it is correct, right? So over here if I go see department ID 30 again has 3 records only, is it? Okay, let's select something bigger than that. Okay, so this is how, if I go back to the syllabus, so let me go to data integration. So let's talk about router first, then we'll go over like joiner and other ones. Okay, so I'll create a new mapping. I'll just name this mapping as m underscore router demo. Okay, and then we will use source as src underscore orders. I'll use the Oracle connection. So I'll select the orders table as source over here, and then let me also open the database. So in this order we have like different type of status, right? What type of orders they are, right? So we can just route the data on the basis of that type, and we will create those many user defined groups. So if I go to source and preview, as my database is still opening up, so I'll say select star from orders. So I get these status: delivered, in transit, right, and ready to ship. Okay, so let's create these groups. Yeah, here also I can see that. So after source, I'll have the router transformation. Okay, now in the router, if I go to the output groups, I do have a default group, right? And then I'll create user defined groups. So here I'll say delivered. I'll have one more group. What happened? Delivered. I'll have a simple filter condition or routing condition. I'll say status is equal to delivered. Okay. Then what's happening? Status delivered. So this is how we have created first group, user defined group. I'll create another one with status is equal to in transit. And in spaces. Okay, so we'll have underscore, and then we will have another one which is ready to ship. This is how we have created 3 user defined groups. Now whenever I want to take this data ahead on the mapping canvas, if I click on this plus sign, right, so by default this default one is connected. I'll just delete this connector, and then I'll say delivered. I'll again have another target where I'll say in transit, and then one more target ready to ship. Okay, and then I'll rename these targets TGT delivered, TGT in transit, and then TGT ready to ship. Okay, and then we will configure these targets. So yesterday we created tables on the fly, right? So this time let's create flat file on the fly. So I'll select the flat file connection, select the object, new, right? Then I'll say ff orders delivered CSV. Then whenever I have flat file as a target, I'll just go to formatting options. Then I'll select the appropriate options. What is the delimiter? So it is so for me it should be comma separated, but I can select tab separated, colon separated, and then other things also. Maybe if I want to just have a pipe separation, do that as well, right? So for now I'll keep it as comma separated. Do I need text qualifiers? Yes, I'll use double quotes, and then field labels to be created auto generate. Okay, so whatever fields are coming from my previous transformation from the target, those fields I can take it over here as a target structure. Okay, so I'll click OK. Then I'll go to next target. Again, same thing. I'll use a flat file over here. Select, create new at runtime, orders, in transit.csv formatting options. Let's use this as a pipe separated. Here I don't want text qualifiers and auto generate. Let's explore something different over here. And then finally we have ready to ship. We can combine everything to one. We can do that. But as we are kind of discussing router, right? Then if we are creating, then it will defeat the purpose of router, right? So that is why I was just creating. Uh, so this is ready to ship. Formatting options, and then I'll keep this as single quotes, auto generate. Click OK. Let's save this mapping. Okay, so mapping is saved and then it is valid also. Now if I run this mapping, then the data will be divided across, right? These three flat files. Delivered will be 2 records, in transit delivered will 3 records, 1 in transit and couple of ready to ship. So let's see. Let's run this mapping. So now if I go to my jobs, mapping is started. Okay, so let it run. We'll come back to this. So this is how we have used the router transformation. Again, it is similar to what we have in Power Center, only we need to know like how to add, right, the conditions. One thing which we can notice over here is if I go to output groups, the conditions which we have specified, right, it can be simple, advanced or completely parameterized. If I go to advanced, right, then in advanced I'll be able to provide more filters basically. So if I want to apply status is equal to something something and this, right, so in that case I can go for advanced condition. That is how we can configure a condition for the router. And then if I go to advanced, then we have just the tracing levels and the optional property. That's it, nothing much over here. Okay, so let me go to my jobs. Let's see what's the status. Now it is successful, 6 rows. If I go to the details about this, right, then I can see delivered 3, in transit 1 and ready to ship 2, so which is as per the expectation. And then if I go to the flat file location, right, so see here we have one sec, yeah, 3 files created. If I open first, okay, so all the deliverables are clubbed together, 101, 102, 104, 101, 102 and 104, correct. And then other file I'll just open in the notepad plus plus, as we have different delimiter used, right? See, it is pipe separated, correct. So whatever formatting options we have selected, those are also we can see in the flat file. So this is a header and then single row, as we have only one row for this particular status. Okay, so this is how we have routed the data using router transformation. So a simple question, right? If router is active or passive transformation, can anybody answer?
Active.
Router is active. Okay, so now in this case, basically, right, we have how many rows? We have 6 rows, correct. And then I created 3 user defined groups, and then all these 6 are going to whatever appropriate target is, right, or group is, right. So my input is 6, right, and my output is also 6, right. So it is same thing, right. So how we can say router is active, and then I can connect default group as well to my upcoming pipeline.
Correct.
I can take the data from default group also to the pipeline, right, upcoming
Correct.
pipeline.
Yeah.
So in that case, I can still take that data ahead, right? So again, my incoming and outgoing will be same, and router will never filter out the records, or it will, like, unlike filter, right? Filter will drop the records totally, but router
True.
we can still take the data ahead. There is nothing which we are getting missed over here. So it is just routing the data, right? Nothing like filtering. Whatever condition you pass, right? Either it will go to user defined groups or a default group, and then when we connect everything, right, then it is taking. So if we think from router transformations perspective, whatever comes in is eligible to go out.
Right.
Okay, so we are not dropping anything, so number of rows will never get reduced if we think from that standpoint, right? Okay, so now let me give you a scenario, right? If I do have a router transformation, right, my data is coming in with the column called age. Okay, and I do have groups like age between 1 to 20, first group. Okay, second group says age between 20 to 40, and then I do have a default group, right? Except default, I have age 1 to 20 and second 20 to 40. And if my input row comes where age is equal to 20, in which group it will go? 1 to 20 and 20 to 40. This is router. Let's talk about joiner and then we will go to the filter. Okay, so now we have transaction control. We'll demonstrate that as well. So here, see, we have transaction control. We'll discuss this also with a use case.
Okay.
Yeah. So now here I'm going to have m underscore joiner demo. Right. Now here for joiner, I'll use source as src underscore customers, one of the sources. I'll have one more src underscore orders. Now let's configure this as Oracle connection. So first table will be the customers. Second table we will select as orders. And then I'll pull up the joiner. Okay, so joiner, if I expand this, right, I do have one as a master flow, other one as a detailed flow, right? So I'll just have them connected. Then if I go to the joiner transformations properties, I can say JNRCUSTORD. Now if I go to the incoming fields, right, if you see, I see one error message over here, field name conflict detected. To make the field name unique, rename fields in the previous transformation, change the renaming options in the transformation field rule, or click here to resolve. Why we have this conflict? Because in both the flows I do have a customer ID as a column with exactly same nomenclature, right? And then now Informatica is in fix that if I say customer ID, then which customer ID to go for? Customer ID coming from my detail flow, which is from the orders, or customer ID from the master flow, which is coming from the customer table, right? So that is why we have to rename the fields. And to rename the fields, what it is suggesting, either you go to the previous transformation and rename, or click here to resolve, right? So I can go to this, right, and then
in the fields, I can rename it. So if I go to options and edit metadata, here I can rename the field. This is one way of doing it, right? Or it might be a little bit confusing, right? How and where we have renamed the field. So best option is to go to joiner only, and then in the incoming fields I do have this automated option, resolve field name conflicts. So if I click on this, then I'll be able to provide bulk renaming options across
Okay, sir.
all the
Mhm.
columns from the particular flow.
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
so customers, I can just have a prefix or a suffix or a pattern. If I say prefix customer table, I can just have cust underscore, or as it is a master
Mm.
flow, right, I can say mst underscore.
Master.
And then even if I do the renaming for one flow, it is okay, right? Because anyways my fields are getting renamed. But then
Mm.
for uniformity, I'll just have this also as dtl underscore. Click OK, and then you see over here some fields were renamed to resolve conflicts. Click this to edit. Now if I scroll down, all the fields from the detail table, which is orders, are renamed as dtl underscore and that of mst underscore. Okay, now my field names are unique. Now I can go to join condition, and then I can have join type as normal join, master outer, detail outer, and full outer. Same types we have in the power center. Normal join is equivalent to the inner join, where we will take only matching records across master and detail ahead. When I say master outer, then matching records from master table and all the records from detail table. Detail outer only matching records from detail table and all the records from master table. Full outer matching non-matching both the records from the different flows, we can take it ahead. For now I'll go for the normal join, and then if I click plus, I can select mst underscore customer id. Anyways I'm going to join on customer id only, and then dtl underscore customer id. Now here if you observe that the data types also different. So customer id in the master table is double, and then the
Yeah.
customer id in the detail table is decimal. And this we have done by purpose, right? Whenever we created ddls, right, we deliberately had these two fields with different data types so that we can cover this scenario. Okay, so now ideally I should make them uniform, right? Double, so either both should be double or both should be decimal. So how do I do that, right? Currently if I go ahead, it will not show me any error message, right? But then in the runtime it might fail, right? Because it might not be matching, exactly matching, right? Or this is still numeric, right? But in some cases I may have string and integer. In that case I have to kind of definitely convert it, right? So how do I do that, right? So for that, now we will explore that option to go to source transformation, go to fields, click on options, say edit metadata, and this customer, right, I'll make it as decimal. Okay, now this edit metadata, I can rename the fields, I can change the data types as well, right? But while changing the data types, right, I need to be a little bit diligent about what data type I'm changing to. So decimal to double, double to decimal is okay, as those are numeric data types, right? Integer to decimal, again, that is okay, right? But can I do like integer to string over here? Maybe I can do that. Can I do string to integer? No, right? Though I can just mark it over here. If I have field like string marked as string, if I make it as integer over here, here I can do that, right? And he can save also, but it will fail because string and integer are two completely different data types, right? Numeric to numeric is still okay, right? But string to integer, I'll have to use specific typecasting operator, right? To number, right? Or vice versa, to chr, char character, right? So those things I have to do
I have to convert those data types like typecasting in the expression transformation, and then only I can use it. As it is like string to sorry, integer into integer, that is I can still do it in the edit metadata. So the point is, though we have this edit metadata option, we can't use it for anything, right? Whenever the typecasting is really required, we'll have to use the expression. Now if I come back to the joiner join condition, both are decimal. Okay, so now we are good. Okay, now I'll just join this to my target, and then let me check if I have customer orders table. Yeah, I do have. I believe I have it. So what I'll do is I'll just go to target, select Oracle, select some orders. Let's select this, click OK. Yeah. So now I'll keep it as truncate load. I'll go to field mappings. As this is a existing table, we'll have to map the fields across. So now what I'll do is like customer ID is coming from my customer ID only. If I just say smart map, yeah, here the first name and last name are still not mapped as we are getting it right with the prefix. So I'll have to do it manually. Full name I don't have over here coming. I don't have expression also. Email I can map manually, and that's it for now. Any other field I can bring in? No. Only order IDs I'm mapping from the order flow. Yeah. Okay. So I'll save this. Okay. And the mapping is valid. Means I can run it. Not a problem. Now, one thing which I would like to highlight over here, as this target we have selected as a existing target, right? And then we map the fields like this over here. So MST underscore first name to F name, MST underscore last name to L name, right? So my fields are defined and then this is going. But just imagine that instead of selecting the existing table, if I select new at runtime, then what will happen? Whatever is my incoming fields, right, structure, accordingly, I'll get my target table created. And then those target tables will have the field names as DTL underscore MST underscore. Do I want to see those prefixes? No, right? So in that case, what I can do is I can come to the incoming fields, right? And then I can, so again, the customer ID will be again common, right? So I won't be able to rename it over here. So for that, right, what I can do is I can take an expression transformation over here. Let me show you, because this is a common issue many people face. So I'll have expression. Okay. Now in this expression, right, I'm not doing anything, right? I'm not having any transformations, any new ports. I'll simply go to incoming fields. I'll go to name fields, click configure. Just select those fields which we want to really map in the target. So from detail, I am not going to have customer ID. I'll have customer ID from my master flow, right? So what I need is order ID, then address, customer ID, email, first name, last name, phone. Okay, I'm just selecting only 7 fields. Now if I go to the target, I just have these columns which are selected, right? And then here I can just go to again name fields, configure,
and then I can go to rename fields, individual, right? I'll select all the fields first, then I'll go to rename individual, because bulk will, again, I will be able to add any prefix or suffix. I want to take it off, right? So I'll go to individual renaming, and then I'll just simply remove this, right? I'll just say order ID, address, ID. So this is one of the common scenarios where people will kind of struggle. So that is why I'm just showing you, or struggle as in like they will be able to uh, understand. They'll have to explore and get to that thing. I'm just giving you this for ready-made so that you don't have to spend time on finding out this. Click OK. 7 field included, 7 field renamed, and then, right, my fields are like this: address, customer ID, email. So those prefixes are gone now. And then if I go to create a new table on the fly, right, then this is how my structure will be created. I don't have like cust mst underscore, right, or dtl underscore. Those things will not be there. Okay, so this is how I can create a table on the fly with clean column names. If I go to the join condition, we selected like normal join, but we can select master outer, detail outer, full outer, anything we can select.
Okay.
Yeah, in the router itself we have that, sorry, in the joiner itself we have that condition,
Yeah.
which join type to go for. Okay, there's a like tracing levels, cache directory, null ordering and all, so those things. Sorted inputs, so if you have like more data, right, coming from both the flows, right, then it is always recommended to sort the data and then join. It will save my time. So those things. Okay, I never adjusted this property transaction or row, so even I will have to check on this.
Okay, no problem.
Specifies how transformation logic is applied to incoming data. You can choose, but then what implication will happen when we select transaction all input or row, that even I will have to check. So I never adjusted
Okay,
this
okay,
property. It is always all inputs, or maybe the joining is happening on the transaction basis or row basis, right? That is how it is. Okay, so this is what our router is, sorry, joiner is. Then let's create a mapping with, so I'll select same structured tables over here. So customer, and I might have customer underscore 2. Let me just check. Let's see if I have any table with same name. Not really. Let me just create it. I'll say create table customer underscore 2 as select exact same data I'm going to copy. Okay, so customers, I selected one source underscore 2. I'll go to source. Again, I'll select Oracle connection, select. One sec. Oracle. Do I see this table in the database? Don't see it. Okay. What I'll do is like I'll simply save this particular
Did I name this mapping? No, right? So this also we see sometimes that m underscore union demo. Okay, we'll save this. I'll close it. Okay, I'll go to explore. In the default folder we have saved it, right? So I'll go to default, union demo, source, select. Now I see it. So sometimes there would be bit of a refresh issue. So that is why I can close the mapping by saving it and then reopen it, and then you will start seeing that. Sometimes you can see it immediately as well. So just a matter of refreshing. Okay, so now I have similar structured tables over here, right? And then to merge them, I can use the union. So in union, we can have even more than two user input groups, right? So it is not that only two, we can have in multiple sources with same structure can be joining in, right? So 3, 4, 5 also sources we can club together using the union, right? Now in union, what we need to do is, again here I'll go to incoming fields, and then I do have duplicate or I same name fields, right? But here it is expected, right? Here I will not get a message that field name conflict detected, because I am expected to get similar fields, similar name fields basically over here. So there is nothing like conflict. If I go to the output fields, then this is going to be my structure, okay? Common structure. And then I have to do the field mappings over here, right? Because my output structure is like this. I have to join the first input group and second input group to the output fields, right? So input group, I can say auto map. Exact field name also will be able to map because the field names are exactly same, right? If I have like first name and f name coming from both different flows, accordingly I can use the smart map. So input group first I have mapped, then I'll go to input group 2. I have to map that as well. Okay, I'll save it for now. Here if I go to advanced, then what we have, just the tracing levels and optional, right? Then I can take this data to my target, which will be the combination. Now one thing which you need to consider over here is, and then before, rather I telling you, right, let's run this mapping. So if I go to Oracle, select the target to be created on the fly, I'll say CUST union, save, enable the truncate load, as it is going to be for first time, doesn't matter. Let me run this. I'll go to my jobs. Okay, I'll remove this filter. Okay, so data is populated, and then let me query the table which has created on the fly. So if you see, I'll just say we have duplicates. What it signifies is this union is actually happening as or working as union all. So when I say union all, right, then I'll take the distinct as well as duplicate records to my target. So this is not actually union, This is union all, and I believe Informatica Power Center also has the union all only. Whenever I use union transformation, it is actually happening as a union all, not the union. So there are two difference. There are different operations, right? Select star from. So if I say just here, right, select star from customers union select star from orders. Sorry, select star from customer two, right? In that case, it will be union transformation, right? So I'll just say select star from customers union select star from. So Informatica's union transformation is actually union all. I'll again have customer as my source table. So what we will do is here is we'll have customer as my source table, and then we will do a lookup on the orders. So I select customers over here. Hmm. Okay, and then I'll name this mapping as m underscore. Okay, and then again we have like couple of type of lookups. We have connected lookup and unconnected lookup, right? So first of all, let's see connected. So I'll just add a lookup over here. Okay, so this is connected one, and then in the properties general tab itself, I do have an option to make it as unconnected. So if I just click on this, right, then it will become unconnected one, which will break the incoming and outgoing flows. Okay, so we'll see unconnected later. Now currently I can see the incoming fields are the ones which are coming from my customer table, right? Now if I go to the lookup object, I'll select Oracle connection, and then we'll select orders table over here. So now after selecting orders table, so here I need to select the multiple match policy, how I'm going to treat this, right? So return first row, return last row, return any row, return all rows, or report error. So return first row, last row, or any row. If I use any of these properties, right, first three, then I'm defining my lookup as passive lookup. Okay, only one return value will be there. But then if I say return all rows, then my lookup is configured as active lookup. So if I get more than one matches, in that case, I can have them and process them accordingly. Here in this scenario, we have customer as a source table and order as a lookup table. One customer can have more than one orders, right? So in that case, it makes sense to have return all rows. Okay, so for one customer, if we have like more than one orders, then those orders can be processed further. Okay, then if I go to advanced, I do have tracing levels, I do have SQL lookup SQL override, right? So lookup SQL override is used whenever we need to be choosy about which fields we need to select from the lookup, right? I may have a very large table, right, in the lookup. So lookup table might be like really large. I may have like lot of columns, or like that table might have grown vertically and horizontally, right? In that case, if I know that I want to, match the condition of a particular field and get the other field or few fields, in that case, why to, allow Informatica to do like full table scan? So if, say for example, I do have a country ID coming in my source table, right? And I do want to look up on the country master table, match the ID and get the country name. Okay, but if that table is having a lot of other columns like continent and all, right? Or geographical location, latitude, longitude, and all, right? So we're not interested. We just need to pass the country ID and get the country name. In that case, I can write a SQL override query, select country ID, comma, country name from country master, by which I'll be limiting how many columns I want to fetch from the lookup table, and then that will expedite my performance. One use is this, right, of lookup SQL override. Second use could be if I am matching, or if the lookup condition is based on the string fields. If it is numeric field like matching country ID or customer ID to customer ID, we don't have any issues, right? But whenever I'm doing a lookup by matching a string field, right, in that case it makes sense to convert that field to upper or lower and then compare, right? So in that case, we can also write a query, select upper of something something comma upper of something something, right? So that way, if I want to do that kind of a, conversion, right, string to be converted to upper, right? So that time also we can use this SQL override query. Okay. Then lookup source filter also can be applied if I have like very large data set, right? Lot of rows I have, and then I'm very sure that I'm going to do a lookup, or I have to do lookup on a specific set of the data, right? Maybe if I have a lookup table in which I do have data related to multiple countries, India, US, UK, Russia, right, all. And then I know that the data set which I'm going to do a lookup on needs to be only where country is equal to India. So that kind of a filter, lookup source filter, can be applied over here, so that again unnecessary rows will not be scanned in the lookup table, and then my performance will be expected. Because whenever it comes to lookup, right, we are always keen about the performance, and whatever is the best performance possible by setting up properties, right, we'll go for it. Okay, so that is how we have SQL over, sorry, lookup SQL override, and then lookup source filter. If I scroll down, then I will find the caching options, right? By default, lookup cache is enabled. Now, what is lookup cache? You must be already knowing it. I'll just repeat that. So whenever I have a lookup transformation, right, then while running the mapping, Informatica will check whether mapping is, sorry, whether cache is enabled. If caching is enabled, then before the mapping starts executing, that whole table, right, that lookup table will be, the data from that lookup table will be cached into the cache memory, right? And whenever I'm running the mapping and doing the lookup, right, rather than hitting the database, right, or hitting that table in the database, I'll just refer my cache memory, and that will again improve my performance. So by default, whenever I enable the cache, it will be a static cache, right? So there are like three caches: static cache, dynamic cache, and the persistent cache. Static cache is one whenever I run a mapping, right? Before executing the mapping, Informatica will identify there is a lookup transformation used in this particular mapping. It is caching enabled, and by default, it is a static cache. So what will happen every time I run the mapping, right? First of all, cache will be built, right? So we will pull the data from lookup table in the database, right? And then that data will be stored in my cache memory. Whenever I complete that mapping, my cache will be cleared, right? And again, whenever I'm running my mapping second time, third time, every time in the initial stage of my mapping execution, my cache will be built. Okay, so that is what the static cache is. Now, one thing about static cache is like it will not change during the execution, right? So say for example, if I'm doing a lookup on my target table itself, right, to do some existence check, or if I want to take a call whether a source record needs to be marked as insert, update, upsert, or delete, right? That time I need to do a lookup on the target table itself, check whether that key matches, right? Primary key or that column matches, and then accordingly I can take a call to flag the record. So this kind of lookup is called as a existence check, right? We are doing lookup on the target table itself. Over here, say for example, in the mapping execution, if I'm pushing some data to my target, right? So that extra data or new data which we have pushed in the target during the mapping execution, right? That data will not be loaded to my cache memory if I'm using the static cache. Right? If I'm using a dynamic cache, then whatever data goes in my target table, right, same data will go to my cache memory also. Right? So dynamically we are updating the cache, right? But then dynamic cache is like really costly element in ETL development, right? Why? Because it will hamper the performance like anything. So we need to see, right, whether the dynamic cache is really required or not, right? Lot of time what will happen is like if we have duplicates and then I put that question to a lot of people, right? Have you ever used dynamic cache? People will say yes. And then why we used it? Because I had duplicates in my source, and then I wanted to see whether a particular record during the mapping execution, have we pushed it to target, right? And then for that I used a dynamic cache. So I would always say that if that is the case, right, that you have duplicates in your source and for which you are going to use a dynamic cache, why don't you deduplicate your data in the source and use still static cache? And people will be clueless. Oh yeah, that can be done. So it is a bookish, or I would say, what I would say, just they must have read somewhere that okay, whenever I have duplicates in my source, then it becomes very important to use the dynamic cache, which is not true, right? There has to be certain scenario where dynamic cache is really required, right? That time only I can use it. Otherwise I will try to avoid as much as possible, right? Because the cache, right, dynamic cache wala mapping will definitely going to take lot of time. It depends upon also how much data volume we are pulling, right, from the source, and how much data that lookup table is already having. So all those things will come into the picture, right? So that is what the dynamic cache is, which will get updated during the or refreshed during the execution itself, right? Third type of cache is the persistent cache. Okay, persistent cache is one whenever I'm running that mapping having persistent cache for very first time, my cache will be built. Okay, and then from second time onwards my cache will not get refreshed. So persistent cache is used for such tables which doesn't undergo changes, much changes I will say. For example, again, if I have a table called country master, okay, so every time what I need to do is like I need to pass the country ID and then match it, get the country name every time. Now no list of countries in that table won't change unless there is a third world war and we have like more separations, right? List of countries will remain same. So why to use kind of static cache and pull the same information all over again, right? So these tables whenever we have lookups to applied on, right, we can definitely go for persistent caching. Okay, so these are three main types of caches we have. These are similar to what Power Center also. It's exactly similar. There is no difference. So by default, the lookup cache will be enabled, right? And then that will be static cache. If I want to make it as persistent cache or dynamic cache, right, I can use them accordingly. Okay. Now if I go to the lookup condition, before I do that, right? So now see, lookup condition has given me conflict because initially I just took this particular transformation. After selecting what is going to be my lookup object, right? Whenever I selected orders, right, in the incoming field also I'll see this issue, right? Why? Because customer ID is again common across the source table and the lookup table, right? So again, what I can do is resolve field name conflict. Now here we need to add a prefix only for the source data. So I'll just use prefix. I'll say src underscore, and then all the fields which are coming from my source table are renamed to src underscore field names. I have added this prefix. Now if I go to the lookup condition, now the things are sorted. It says that some fields were renamed. So now I can go for a simple condition or completely parameterized, right? So simple condition, I'll click on this plus sign. I'll say customer ID to customer ID. Again, we have decimal double over here. I can change the I can do the edit metadata by going to source, make it, you know, double, and then accordingly we can no, sorry, decimal, we can do that, and then we can match it. So I will rule out any other possibility of, non-matching data types, right? And any consequences, I can handle that. If I go to the written fields, these are the fields which we have, right? As we know that connected lookup will be able to take all the columns, right? As a response, as a return, right? In case of unconnected lookup, we can only have one column. Here we have seen all the columns, right? But then if I don't want to have like specific columns to go forward, right, from the lookup table, I can just simply select them and delete them like that. For now, I'll keep everything, right? And then again, advanced will show me the similar properties, the caching and all, right? So these are the similar properties I can see against the advanced as well. So this is how I have configured my connected lookup. Okay. If I want to make it as unconnected, right, then what I need to do is I'll define this as unconnected in the general tab. It will give me warning that upstream downstream connections linkage will be broken. If I say yes, now it is broken. So unconnected lookup can be called from an expression transformation. So I'll have expression. Okay. Now, one thing which we need to change in the lookup transformation is incoming fields, right? I don't have any incoming fields now because it is unconnected, right? So I will create the fields manually in the lookup transformation, right? Which fields? Those which we are going to use in the lookup condition. So here I'll create a field. I'll say um, input customer ID. Lookup condition, I'll have to mention as customer ID to input customer ID. Here, the data type is undefined, right? Undefined as in like it is just a field we have, defined or created, right? So whatever is the data type from incoming, it will be flexible enough to handle it. So I don't have to define any particular data type. If string comes in, the comparison will happen like that. If numeric comes in, accordingly comparison will happen, right? And then if I go to the expression tab, so if I want to pull by passing customer ID, if I want to pull order ID, right? So I'll create that field. I'll say LKP order ID is gonna be decimal. Click OK, and then I will configure it. So I can write my own syntax, or again I can go to built-in functions, scroll to the down, and then I do have a lookup over here. If I click on lookup, unconnected lookup, then this is what my syntax for calling the lookup, right? And then what I need to do is like again go to fields, in place of input customer id, right, I'll just provide the customer id over here. So colon lkp dot lookup transformation name, and then the arguments which we need to pass, right? If I have like more than one columns on which I want to have a condition, those columns must be defined, right, in the incoming fields tab of unconnected lookup, and those many things, those many fields can be initialized, right, from the fields which are incoming. If I validate this, my lookup is valid, the lookup call is valid. Okay, now whenever I change this, right, to unconnected, then let's see what are the other things we need to notice over here. So if I go to the return fields now, I need to choose which is going to be my return field. Unconnected lookup can give me only one field as return, right? So if I'm just matching the customer id to customer id and taking the order id out, right, then I will have to select order id as a return field. Okay, and also if I go to lookup object, multiple matches policy I need to set, but then as it is a unconnected lookup, I can't configure it as a active lookup. It has to be passive, right? Multiple matches, right? That kind of option, right? Return all rows. That option we don't have for unconnected lookup. So unconnected lookup can be only configured as a passive transformation. Not all the matches can be taken ahead. Okay, so I'll say return any row, and then other thing, if I go to the advanced, I can enable the static cache or persistent cache, but not the dynamic caches. Again, there is a limitation of unconnected lookup. It can't be configured as a dynamic lookup. Dynamic cache can't be used with the unconnected lookup. So we have these many limitations, right? We can't use dynamic cache. We can't use, multiple matches. We can't configure this as active lookup, right? We can only have one return field, right? So if we have these limitations, right, then why to even go for unconnected lookup? What is the advantage of using unconnected lookup over connected? Very basic or common interview question. So unconnected lookup is used whenever I want to perform lookup on that same table multiple times in my mapping, right? So I can define it only once, right? And then I can keep on calling that lookup as a function whenever I require. Okay, so this is what the lookup transformation is. We can discuss about transaction control, right, which is again, so we'll discuss that with a proper working example. So let me just create a new mapping for transaction control. For this we'll use the employees table. Okay, now what I need to do is, employee table has data related to different department IDs, and my use case is to divide that data across multiple targets, multiple flat files, right? So one thing could be, right, why can't we use router transformation and route the data as per the department ID, right? But then this particular transformation, transaction control, is used whenever I need to take that call dynamically. As in, today in my employee table, I may have like 4 department IDs. So on the basis of number of department IDs, I should be able to divide my data and have that data in a different targets, different flat files. So whenever it needs to be handled in dynamic way, right, that time we use the transaction control transformation. Okay, so if I just click on this, transaction control. Okay, now what we'll go do is, if I go to the transaction control tab, transaction control condition, if field value, if the field value changes, right? Whenever I want to, whenever I want to put that condition, right? If I want to do some advanced or parameterize, we can do that, right? But usually that will happen on a particular key. What is that field on which we need to take that call? So I'll say department ID. So what is this logic we are applying over here? If the field value changes, what is the field value? Department ID. If the department ID changes, then commit before. So we have these, right? Continue transaction, as in like do nothing, continue, right? Commit before, commit after, rollback before, rollback after, right? So commit before is whenever I encounter a change, right? Then as soon as I have it, right? If this then condition meets, right? Then I'll commit the data, right? I'll stop, I'll commit the data to that target, and then I'll proceed. Commit after means I have divided the data, right? But then commit will happen at the end of the execution, right? So that is how we have these two: commit after, commit before. Same goes for rollback, right? If I want to roll back the data, then I can use it at that moment or at the end, right? So that is how the difference is. And then else we say continue transaction, as in like as soon as long as my department ID is same, right? Then I'll keep on continuing the transaction, I'll keep on sending that data to same target, right? So I'll show you this in the table also, how it is going to happen, right? And then if I go to advanced, we just have the dressing levels, nothing much. Let me query this table, select star from. Okay, so now this is what my data sorted on the order ID. What I'm trying to do is, whenever I do so, for every department ID I need to have a different flat file as a target. So now what will happen, I'll go to this, right? My department ID is 10. This is first ID. I'll pass it to, I'll process it, right? Then I'll go to second. Is my department ID changed? Yes, it is changed from 10 to 20. Then what will happen, I'll have this individual record. I'll have this single record in one particular flat file, and then that is it. And that is the only record I'm going to have in that flat file. And then I'll start processing data for next set of target, right? So what will happen? Second row, department ID 20 goes to another flow, another target. For row number 3, is my department ID changing? No, it is still 20. So it will continue the transaction, which is this. If value changes, then commit. If doesn't change, else continue transaction. Means for row number 3, the department ID is same, so it will continue. Row number 4, is my department ID changing? Yes. So 20 and so second and third 2020 will go to a particular target and my data will be committed. So row number 4 onwards, 30 30, continue 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 continue, right? So now let's do one thing. And then how I will be able to identify different files, right? So there is a property called dynamic file naming. So I'll go to target, and this file has to be created on the fly, right? We can't have target already created, because today I may have like 10 department IDs. Those many files needs to be generated on the fly, right? So I'll use the flat file connection. Then I'll select the object to be created at the runtime. created, create new at runtime, and then here we are going to avail use dynamic flat file property. So what I'll do is, how I'll name my flat file as, I'll say emp, right? I will say employee department ID concatenation, sorry, emp, I would say this concatenation. I'll append the department ID. Okay. Then again concatenation dot csv. Validate. It is valid. So how my files will be created? Employee underscore 10.csv, employee underscore 20.csv, or I can say emp dptno. That makes more sense. Employee data with respect to department ID 10, 20, 30, right? That is how files will be created. Okay, so this is valid. Click OK. Let's save this mapping. It is valid. Okay, now let's run this. Okay, now it is running. Let's see how many files it would create. And for that, what I'll do is I'll just select count of distinct department ID from employees. Total 11. Okay, so I should expect total 11 files to be created. We have one null ID as well. Okay, so 10, 20 is 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, and there is something with null also. Okay, let's see how it goes. It is completed. Total 107 rows processed, and then I'll go to my flat file target ff location and see this to this. Total I selected how many? 12. So the distinct null was not coming, right? But then I do have total 12 records including null, so those many files got created. Okay, so let's do some spot check to make sure that the data is really proper. For department ID 20, I should have two records, 201, 202, right? Let's see if I open 20 wala file. See, 201, 202, department ID 20. Okay, if I check 30, then I expect 6 rows, 1142, 118. 6 rows, 1142, 119 also we have. Is it I missed it? Oh yeah, I missed it. So total, yeah, these many records. 6 only, right? Yeah. And then let's see where we have null, and we will do spot check for that as well.
is null. (178). There is no department ID. Let's see. 178. Perfect. So this is how we have divide the data dynamically in terms of multiple flat file targets. Okay, so let me again go to mapping. So for aggregator, right, let's discuss with a proper use case. I'll say m underscore we have a table in source, select star. Is this the table name? Let me just check. Yep. Okay, so this is what my source table is. Okay, in which I do have student ID, subject, and marks. So this is normalized data where for every student ID, as per the subject names, I'll have multiple rows, right? So I do have 3 subjects for every student ID. So I do have like 3 rows for every, right, student. So that is how the data is there in the normalized pattern. Now there is another table, select star from denormalized, where the structure is like student ID, maths, science, and history. So for every student ID, I'll have only 1 row, right? So this is a denormalized or aggregated kind of a data, right? So whenever I want to kind of transpose rows to columns, then I can use the aggregator. And then, again, common interview question, right? I want to transpose the data from rows to column, and people will bluntly say normalizer, normalizer, right? Because they just know that, just to transpose the data we use normalizer, but we need to understand what is the use case, right? So whenever I want to convert data from columns to rows, that kind of a data transpose, then yes, I'll go for normalizer, right? But whenever I'm going from rows to columns, right, then in that case I need to aggregate, right? I need to denormalize the data, and that time I'll use the aggregator transformation, right? So here I'll use this table as my source, student normalized. Okay, now after my source, I'll use aggregator, where I'm going to do a group by on my student ID. Okay, and then I do have an aggregate tab in which I can create new ports. What new ports I need to create for every subject, right? So I'll say AGG maths, and what I'm going to have over here, the numbers, the marks, right? So I can say it integer. Then I can say AGG. What is the second column? Let me check. Science. In integer, and then AGG. Okay, and how do I kind of configure it? I'll say if subject equal to maths, then max of. So what we're doing over here is we are aggregating the data. So group by we have given student ID,
right? And whenever I'm treating this data, right, by aggregating the student ID, whenever I say subject is equal to maths, I'm getting the, because whenever I do that, right, what will happen? 1 maths 95, 1 maths 0, 1 maths 75, sorry 0. So these are will be 0 0 because these are not math subject rows, right? So it would be 0 0. So I'll just take the maximum, which is 95, and then that is how I'm processing. And similar logic I'll put for the other ones as well over here. Oh, I missed it. Validate, click OK. Here I'll say exit, instead of maths I'll say science. And then here I'll say history. Okay. And then what I'll do is like I'll go to my target. Here I'll again have Oracle connection. Table will select as denormalized. And in the field mappings, we can map the fields student ID to student ID, AGG maths, AGG science, AGG history. Here we don't have subject as a column, right? So columns are with the subject names only. Okay. So here we are capturing couple of scenarios. We are doing the aggregation, and not only the aggregation, we are also doing the group functions, right? Arithmetic functions like max and all on the basis of group, right? Which is given over here. And then we are also transposing the data, right? We are converting rows to columns over here, right? Vice versa scenario, if you want to try, right? Then what I need to do is I need to have, so if this is going to be my source, sorry, so if this is going to be my source where I do have the aggregated data which I want to convert as a normalized data, right? So for that scenario I'll use the normalizer transformation, right? So aggregated transformation, as we use to do the calculations, arithmetic calculations on the group data, right? So these calculations can also be done on row by row basis in the expression. So aggregator is specifically to group by and calculate, right? So that is one thing we can use aggregator for. Second thing is whenever we want to um, transpose the data, right, from normalized format to aggregated format or a denormalized format, right? Whenever you want to denormalize the data, that time also we use the aggregator. So one use case which we are discussing over here is it will consist of both the scenarios, as in like here in the source we have normalized data, right? Normalized table. So if I show you the source, my source is looking like this, right? Where we have normalized data. For student ID 1, we have three subjects: math, science and history, and respective marks. Okay. For student ID 2, again same data repeats. So this is my normalized data, and I want to convert this into denormalized data, which is something like this. Let me just run this query. Okay, we want to transpose the data something like this, where we will have one row per student ID and then the respective marks, because subjects are the columns over here. Okay, so for that, how we have used aggregator, let's see. So source is my normalized source. Then we will use the aggregator, in which we'll do group by on the student ID. Okay, and then we can even add a few more columns as per requirement to to have in the group by clause, right? So we can do this. Currently we need student ID, so that I have added. And then I'll go to aggregate tab, in which we have created three new ports over here. as per the subjects, because currently in the source data we just have student ID, subject name, and then the marks. These are the columns, but in the target we have math, science, and history are the column names, right? So we have created aggregate maths, aggregate science, and aggregate history, and then we are writing a function check if subject is maths, and then if yes, we will pick up the maximum marks. So if subject is equal to maths, max of marks. Same goes for science, same goes for history, right? And then simply what we have done is we have mapped the target fields from student ID to student ID, and then these aggregated fields for math, science, and history we have mapped to respective maths and history fields. Okay, so this is how we can de-normalize the data from the normalized one, right? So this is one of the use case, and we have calculated the maximum function as well on the group, right? Here we have used max of marks, right? So that is how we have calculated the um, we have done the arithmetic calculation on the group data as well. Similarly, right, so this is like denormalizing the data or aggregating the data from normalized format. So if we have this kind of a data which is denormalized like this, right, and we want to convert it from columns to rows, right, then we will use the normalizer transformation, right? So whenever so there is a simple interview question that whenever we want to transpose the data, right, what we need to do, and then people will not listen, they will not understand. When we say transpose means what, is it like rows to columns or columns to rows? If it is rows to columns, right, then we are aggregating the data, and that way for that we will have to use aggregator. And if it is columns to rows, then we are denormalizing the data. For that we'll use the sorry we need to normalize the data, so for that we'll use the normalizer, right? So I'll show you the normalizer mapping as well. Okay, so here we have used the denormalized source, student denormalized. Okay, and then here if I go to fields, we have student ID, math, science, and history. Math, science, and history. So this is denormalized source. Now when we are converting this denormalized to normalized, right, then we'll use the normalizer. Now let's see how normalizer is configured. If I go to incoming fields, I do have these fields over here. If I go to the normalized fields tab, here we need to create the fields. So using this option create field, first of all I have selected the so this first option, which is select from incoming fields. So using this we have created this student ID field, right? So if I just click here and say select from incoming fields, we can select this field student ID, and then I will not select math, science, and history. I'll have to create a new field called marks, because we have student ID, marks, and subject, right? So I have created a new field over here using the second option, new field marks. And as soon as, right, we increase the occurrence of a particular field, right, then couple of more fields will get added, which is GCID and GK. Okay, so GCID is a pointer, or I would say generated column ID, which is pointer where my particular cell is appearing, right? And then GK will actually hold the value, right? So if I go back to this table, if I talk about this particular position, then GCID is 1 and GK is 100. For this position, GCID is 2 and GK is 90. This is GCID 3 and the GK is 80. Similarly for this, so GCID 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, it will keep on rotating, which will tell me the number as per my uh, column sequence, right? So that is GCID, and GK is the actual value of that particular cell. Then we'll have to map the fields student ID to student ID. And now as we have marked occurrence of marks as 3, that is why over here I can see mark 1, mark 2, mark 3. And then as per the sequence, I'll have to map maths, science and history. Okay, so because this is my mark 1, mark 2 and mark 3, so I'll map them accordingly. Okay, and then I need an expression transformation. In expression, what I'm going to do, I calculated what is marks column, right? But where is my subject coming from, right? So for that, I've used a simple transformation, which is subject. And over here, I'm going to use that 1, 2, 3 now for GCID. So if GCID is 1, then it is maths. If it is 2, then it is science. And if it is 3, then it has to be history as per the sequence 1, 2, 3, right? And then in the target, student ID, student ID, marks again we are transposing, right? So for one column we are now having 3 rows, so marks will get multiplied as in like it will get repeated as per the rows, number of rows, right? So we have mapped this, and then subject is calculated in the expression, so that we have mapped over here. And then if we run this, right, then what will happen means we can run. So I'll just show you. Let me just check if this table is truncate load. It is, right? So let's run this. Now it is running. That day I ran it also. Somehow I don't know what happened with that session. So this is completed truncate load. Let's see the data in the normalized table. 100, 90, 80, 95, 85, 75. Okay, let's see. See, 100, 90, 80, 95, 85, 75. So this is how we normalize the data using normalizer transformation. Hmm. So SQL transformation is used to do the do three things basically. So if I go to SQL tab, first of all it will ask us for connection, right? Any relational connection we can use. So if I just choose Oracle, right, then in the SQL type we can either use stored procedure, function or a query, right? So procedure and functions are similar. Query is something like customized query or any predefined saved query can be used over here. So when I say procedure, right, then the use case over here is if I do have any database procedure already present, right, which does something, right, maybe populating the historical table or invoking a cursor trigger, right, or doing some calculation, right. For that also we can use the procedure, right. So as per the general behavior of procedure, it may or may not return the data, right. In case of function, it will definitely return some data, right. And then procedure may or may not have any input arguments as well. But when we say in context of Informatica Cloud mapping, right, it has to be some input, right? There would be few procedures which are not having any inputs, and then we execute them to populate some historical data, right? From transactional data to historical data, if you want to push, right, then we can have a procedure, and using that we can um, do that data load once the main table, which is truncate load, transaction table will be truncate load, right. But then in the historical data we will have almost everything executed and all, right? Or all the data getting stored. So if I want to kind of load that data without creating a new mapping, right? And if I already have a procedure for it, right, then I can invoke that, which will not require any inputs. But most of the cases, right, whenever we use a particular procedure in a mapping, then it will have some inputs coming in from the previous transformation. It will grasp those inputs and accordingly it will do the action, right? And then it may or may not return the data, right? So here currently I might not have the procedure in database as I have refreshed this recently. Let me just check though. I'm just refreshing it. Uh, So let's open a new mapping. So let me pull the SQL again. Okay. So as we were discussing, SQL transformation is used for three things: to invoke a procedure or a function or a query, right? So if I just select the database connection again, here in the SQL type, I'll get these three types, right? Stored procedure, function, and query. So procedure, as I said, like procedure may or may not return the data. It will have some inputs. Again, inputs are also optional, right? So procedure can also be used to invoke a cursor, or I would say trigger, right? Or to load the data from transactional data to data table to historical data table, right? So those things can also be carried out using a procedure. So here, but whenever we use a procedure, whenever we invoke a particular procedure in context of any particular mapping, right, then usually it is taking some inputs from the source transformation, or I would say some previous transformation, and accordingly it will load the data, or it will does its job, whatever it is, right? So it can be used for calculation as well, but mostly whenever we want to calculate something, we will use the functions, right? So likewise here I can just let me just check in the database itself if I have any procedures present. If I just expand procedure, no, I don't have anything as such. So I'll have to have some procedure over here. Maybe I can revisit this next time, but I'll show you the use case, or sorry, not the use case, how to kind of um, I would say configure this, right? So if I click select, and if I select that respective procedure, right, which I want to invoke, then in the field mappings, right, I can, if that procedure which I have selected in the SQL tab over here, right, then that SQL procedure, if it has any input arguments, right, then those would appear over here, one or multiple, whatever, and those input arguments can be, you know, mapped from the incoming fields. So we'll map the incoming fields to those inputs in the SQL, the procedure, right, and then that procedure, if it has any output fields, that will be captured over here, output fields, right, and then that can be taken ahead to the target or to the next transformation for further further utilization, right? That way we can use the SQL for a procedure. If I use function, right, then it would again remain same in the field mappings. Again we can provide input arguments to function. Now when it comes to function, right, then it has to be definitely returning some value in the response, right? So we'll provide something whenever we have complex arithmetic calculation, right, which is little bit difficult to code, right? Means we can do that, right? In Informatica mapping with several transformations, we can do that. But if that particular coding is already done in database in terms of a function, right? Then why to replicate that? Why to again kind of code it in Informatica Cloud mapping, right? So we can leverage that particular function, and then we can invoke it using the SQL transformation. So we will select that function over here. Then we will map the fields as we are expecting some value out of that particular function, right? Then most of the time we'll have some inputs to it, right? We'll provide those inputs to that function, and then in the output field again we can have that particular return port, return value, and then that return value can be grasped into the next transformation for further calculation, or we can directly take it to the target. Okay, that is how we can use the SQL transformation to invoke the function. Third use case is the query, SQL query. And whenever I select the SQL query over here, then it will ask me whether you need to use entered query or a saved query. So for SQL we have a subtype, what type of query. So whenever I say entered query, right, then I can write query over here. So if I want to do select star from customers where customer ID is equal to, and then that is equal to can come from the source, right? That way, if in the middle of the mapping, if I want to do select star from, or if I want to run some query, right, having some inputs, right, or it can be a complex query as well, or join query as well, right, which I want to run in the middle of the mapping by having some value coming in from the, or maybe some calculated value. I do have some source expression, I'm doing some aggregations and all, and after that I'm reaching to a particular value which I want to pass in the where clause of that query, and then accordingly I want to fetch the data, right? So the question would be that, why can't I use another source joiner and join those two, right? But in that case I'll not be able to put that in a where clause. If I want to conditionally call a particular query, right, select query, using some conditions to be put into the where clause, right, in the middle of the mapping, right, in that case we can use the SQL transformation with saved query option, sorry, entered query option, and we can write our query over here, and in the where clause we can just provide that. So where clause is not mandatory over here. It is to, you know just to discuss that particular use case, right? But even if I want to use select star from this table without having where clause, that also can be done over here, using the SQL transformation. So that is the entered query where I have to write the query over here. We can even use the parameterized value also in the where clause, right? Second thing is the saved query. So saved query we have discussed whenever we created the synchronization task, right? So that time we discussed that synchronization task, saved query can be used in multiple synchronization tasks as a source, or it can be utilized as a saved query option in the SQL transformation of mapping. So this is the second use case of the saved query. So what I can do is I can just browse and I can just search the saved query which I have already created, and accordingly let me check if I have a saved query here in the, oh, here maybe it was a older Informatica Cloud account, so we had created a saved query. Right now I haven't kind of exported that, right? So I don't have it. So in your case, if you already have created any saved query, right, that you can use over here in the SQL transformation demo, you can use that saved query, and then that will be kind of um, utilized, right? And we can also map the fields accordingly, as in like, sorry, my bad. For the query type, field mappings are not applicable. These are only applicable for the procedures or functions. Whenever we have input argument, we can just use it, right? But in case of query, SQL entered query or SQL saved query, we can execute that, and whatever is the select clause, that will become my output fields, and then those can be taken ahead over here in the target, or for the further calculation in the next transformation. Okay, so this is how I have just discussed about how to configure SQL transformation. But maybe what we can do is like I can have some sample procedures or functions, and using that we can try to invoke this SQL once again, right? Just to kind of go in a flow, I have just mentioned in which context we can use the SQL transformation. Okay, so this is how we have concluded the transformations. So about pre and post processing commands, right, in the source level and the target level, right? So over here we have already discussed that, but I can again show you. I'll take this SQL off. If I go to this, right, and then if I go to advanced, oh, I have not selected this. So let me select. Yeah. Okay. So over here in the pre-SQL and post-SQL, we can have those SQL queries, right, which needs to be executed on those database objects which are inside this particular DB, or this connection has access to it, right? We can't have any other SQL queries in the other databases. We can only have the SQL queries executed in those DBs which can be accessed using this particular connection, right? If this connection is schema specific, then those objects needs to be present in the same schema. Usually we create the DB connections without a schema details, right? But in some of the organizations, right, require to create multiple connections to same database as per the schemas, right? So in that case, whatever pre-SQL and post-SQL we are providing over here, those needs to be in line with what the connection properties are. Okay, so usually, right, what we do is, say for example, whenever I'm pulling data from a particular table, right, and that table is not having indexes, right, so we can create those indexes in pre-SQL, and then we can drop those indexes once we once we, I would say, read the data and push it to target. Once that is done, right, because we know that sequencing will kind of increase the speed of reading the data from the source, right? So that is one use case, or I would say common use case, where we can create the indexes, right, using the pre-SQL. Or what we can do is, like, in pre-SQL target also we can drop them, not a problem, right? Other thing, right, whenever we have these pre-SQL and post-SQL in the target, right? So if I go to target again, target tab, here again I'll have to select the connection table. In the target transformation, pre and post SQL, what we can do is, it is not only about sequences, we can do like anything out of that, right? But then again, in the target, again, if I have like sequences, right, one thing which we always observe is, if we have indexes defined on the target table, though indexes would help in reading the data from that particular table, but if we have indexes on a particular table where we are writing the data, indexes can even degrade the performance of writing, right? So in that case, for target, what we can do is, if I again go to advanced, again we have pre and post SQL. Here in the pre SQL, we can drop those indexes, get the data loaded first, right? And then in the post SQL, we can rebuild the indexes, right? So that will be, right, an effective way, right, or most, I would say, cost effective way to do the processing, right? Now most of the time, right, the tables which we use, right, they may or may not have indexes, but then usually we don't do these things, right? But when it comes to having like a table which is like long timer, right, where we have like lot of data, that table is not really truncate load table, but it is kind of a persistent data table. In that case, data volume may increase gradually, right, over the period of like
5 6 7 years or 10 years, right, we'll see lot of data is there, right? And such tables, right, initially it will be all good, right? And then we'll push the data and all. Suddenly we will start realizing that the tables or the ETLs which are loading the data, maybe that can be a daily load or weekly load, we are facing some performance challenges in terms of mapping execution. That mapping elapsed time is like really getting increased because the data which we are accessing in the source and target also getting increased day by day, right? So that time these these techniques will be like really helpful, right? So you can build the indexes if you don't want to have them persistent, right, in the source table, in the pre and post SQL of your source, and in the target. When I really want to retain my indexes, I don't want to drop them, right? Or I don't want to just create them for my ETL, but for other purpose also, because that table might get consumed by a lot of other processes, not only the Informatica Cloud, right? In that case, I really want to have those indexes on that table. So in that case, in the pre-SQL, I can drop those indexes so that data writing in that table will become faster. And then once the data is written, once it is committed, right, then we can use the post SQL to rebuild the indexes so that whenever I'm reading data, right, or any other procedure or any other event is trying to read data from the target table, that again data reading will be faster because we have indexes. So those things can also be implemented over here. uh, Apart from the indexes creating, dropping and all, we can have any other table to fire some query on, right? Maybe I do have some table used in between, or if I'm trying to use that table for my another mapping, right, next set of mapping, and I want to still do some calculation or still do some, not calculation, but still want to kind of delete that table or truncate the partition, right? That case also we can use this pre and post sequence, right? Whenever so a particular table, if it is kind of partitioned, right, and I want to truncate not that particular whole table, right, but truncate the partition. So for that truncating partition also, that particular SQL statement can be executed over here. And then once that partition is truncated, we'll push the data. There might not be anything in the post SQL, just the pre SQL, right, before we start writing data to target. So there could be these various operations which are performing on the database. Now most of the time these operations will be on those tables which are used as a source and target, right? But as I mentioned, right, we can even have some operations performed on the related tables as well within the same database and schema, which are accessible by whatever source and target connections we have used. If I want to kind of execute something on those related tables within the same database, that can also be provided as a pre or post SQL source or pre and post SQL target. Okay, so that is how we can use this. Some cases I have experienced that some databases will not have truncate privileges, right? They are a bit secure database where DBAs don't want to have anything like any mishap happened on the data, right? In that case, truncate table option, even if we select, right, that is not really uh, enabled in the target level. And that time what we'll have is the mapping will fail because we are using this truncate table, and then Informatica user might not have truncate privileges, right? That is also in one of the projects I have seen. So that time if I still want to kind of delete the data from my target table and load the fresh data, right? So that time also we can use this pre SQL. So that time we can use this pre-SQL to delete the data from that particular table, and then write the data again, right? Write the fresh data again. But one thing, if it is really a mandatory norm by the databases to not performing any truncate, right? In that case, we can use the delete statement, right? If the truncate option is available in the database level, right, then that is the most preferred way, because we know that truncate is like really quick and delete takes time.
And in the long run also, whenever I'm continuously firing the delete query on my target table, it would degrade the table health, right? So that is something we have experienced over the period of time. That, and then again DB has also suggested that if you are using delete statement frequently on the table, then that might degrade the health of the table, right? So that also we need to keep in mind, right? So this is again like a short summary about how you can utilize this pre and post SQL source and pre and post SQL target operations in your scenarios, in your projects. You may even find or encounter more options to enable these options, these features, so accordingly you can use them. This is about this module number 8, where we have these pre and post sequels in the source and target level. So what I'll do is like we'll start discussing this topic. So parameterization is used to cater two things, right? In any ETL tool like Power Center, Cloud, and all, right. First use case of parameterization is to encapsulate the things, right? Whenever I do have any particular value which I want to avoid hard coding, right? In the expression, whenever I'm creating the default ports, right, created by created date, right? Created date we are providing as a sysdate, right? Or created by we are providing ETL admin, ETL user, developer, whatever, right? So those things. So if I want to encapsulate it and avoid hard coding, right, then I can parameterize it, right? As in like I can continue having created data as sysdate, but I just don't want to let the any other developer or user know what date I'm using, right? In that case, rather than hard coding that in the expression, I can have created date, and then in the value I can use a parameter, and then that parameter can be initialized at the runtime, or it can be brought, or it can be initialized in the parameter file. And then parameter file will have actual value. It can be sysdate, sysdate minus one, or any specific date that can be used. So one use case of parameterization is to avoid hard codings and encapsulating things, right? Again, in the filter transformation, if I have a filter criteria, right, which I don't want to expose to those users who would have even read access to my mapping, right? So those also will see a parameterized filter condition. So these parameters can be used in almost every mapping, right? um, every mapping, every transformation, right? In the source also, right? Source connection, source objects, target connection, target objects, filter condition, expression level calculations, in aggregator, like many of the places we can use the parameters. So one use case we discussed is about encapsulating the things. Second use case is getting the flexibility at runtime to initialize some value. What does that mean? For example, if I have a source, right, where my source connection and source object is parameterized, right? Why it is parameterized? So that at the runtime, I can select what is going to be my target, sorry, what is going to be my connection and respective object, right? If it is Oracle connection, right? I want to switch between Oracle connection, Salesforce, or SQL Server, right? And respectively, I also want to be flexible about which source table or entity I want to select. So if it is Oracle table, then I'll select customer table, right? If it is SQL Server, then I'll select some other table. Or if it is like Salesforce connection, then some Salesforce entity. To get that flexibility at runtime, um, I want to I will have to use the parameters. So these are the main two use cases: encapsulating the things and avoid hard codings, and second is getting the flexibility at runtime to decide what is going to be my source table, what is going to be my target table, what is going to be the filter condition, filtering criteria, what is going to be my expression level calculations. Everything can be decided at the runtime or that specific execution, right? So these are the use cases of parameterization. Now, as a part of this particular module, we are going to do three demonstrations, right? First demonstration is to create a parameterized mapping, right, where we can use maximum parameters like source, target, expressions, right? So we will create a mapping where we have the parameters, and then we'll run that particular mapping to initialize the parameters at runtime. Okay, that is first use case we are going to drive. Second use case is going to be creating a parameterized mapping and creating a mapping task on top of it. And in the mapping task, we will initialize those parameters. That is the second demonstration we'll do. Third demonstration is creating a parameterized mapping and initializing the parameters from the parameter file. Okay, so first is running and just providing the values right at runtime. Second is initializing the values using MCT. We'll create mapping configuration task and then we'll initialize those values. And third is to bring those values from parameter file, right? And then we can also cross compare some limitations and I would say some advantages, right? Informatica Power Center versus Informatica Cloud with respect to parameterization approach. I'll also give you context about earlier, right? In Informatica Cloud, we had like lot of challenges or lot of limitations in terms of parameterization. If I give you an example, right, then uh, even if we define a parameter for my source connection, source objects, and again that of target, right? I would have initialized the parameters in the mapping task level, right? But there was no option to initialize the source connection, source object from the parameter file, and that was the biggest limitation Informatica Cloud has had, I would say, uh, 3-4 months previously. Till that time, there was no option to bring the connection name or the source and target table name from the parameter file, right? And that was like very basic thing in Informatica Power Center, but Informatica Cloud was lacking it, right? Second limitation we had earlier was where to place the parameter file, right? In Informatica Power Center we can create a specific param file directory and we can place the parameter file over there. In Informatica Cloud, I would say an year and a half before, there was a specific directory inside the secure agent where we can just have our parameter files, but no, nothing else. No, there was no path, customized path where we can have a parameter file placed. It was only a specific directory under the secure agent installation folder where we can have the parameter files. But that limitation Informatica dissolved long back, I would say almost 1.5 year back. And then now we can have any particular directory or folder to be used for placing the parameter file. So that one limitation Informatica Cloud dissolved. Second, they came up with some new and advanced features as well in terms of parameterization. So one feature which we have seen is it is not only the local Linux or Windows server where we can have the parameter files, but we can also place these parameter files on the cloud hosted servers like AWS, Azure, Google Cloud, right? If we have everything driven through AWS or Azure, right? In that case, why we need to have the parameter file on the Linux server itself? We can have it on any of these servers, right? Cloud-based servers. So now we have that additional feature provided by Informatica Cloud to place these parameter files on any of these servers. We'll have to select that connection and then that specific directory. If it is AWS based connection, I'll select the connection in which my AWS bucket and then the keys, right, will be provided. And accordingly, I can choose a path where I can have my parameter file as well. So this is one of the completely parameterized mappings in IICS, right? When I say completely parameterized, what do I mean? So if I go to source, if I go to the source tab, so here, right, instead of using any predefined connections, right, I have created a parameter. How do I create a parameter? So this is the button, new parameter, and if I click this button, then it will allow me to create a parameter for my connection. Okay, now to create parameters in IICS mapping, there are a couple of ways. Either I can go to this parameter panel over here and then create the parameters as per my requirement. I can use those parameters in the source transformation for connection object,
or I can use those in expression transformation. I can use them for lookup, filter, right? Anywhere, right? So either I can create these parameters by going to the parameter panel one, or I can create those parameters in the individual transformations. Okay. And as per the best practice, right, we need to create those parameters in the transformation itself, right? Because now in this particular mapping, right, where you have source, filter, expression, target, you may have few more transformations. Here we have taken some sample ones, right? We can have like lookups, router, anything, right? So to analyze, right, how many parameters we require and defining them upfront, right? Rather than that, it is always better practice to go to that transformation and decide if you need a parameter. If yes, then you define there itself, right? Eventually, whatever parameters you define in the individual transformations, those will get listed under your parameter, right? So you create parameters from here or you create them in the transformation, it doesn't make any difference. Okay, so if I click on this plus sign, then I can select the parameter type and I can create that parameter, right? But then I'll always prefer to go to the transformation and create the parameters. So if I go to the source, right, here I do have option to create a new parameter for my connection. So if I click that, right, and one benefit of creating these parameters from the respective transformations is, no, I don't have to select the type. So wherever I'm going to create that parameter, whatever is the applicable type, that will be pre-selected. As in here I'm trying to create a parameter for my source connection, that is where the type is pre-selected. I'm not able to change it, right? The connection parameter, I can name this parameter as src underscore conn underscore param, means source connection parameter. Label is optional, you provide same or you don't provide, doesn't make any difference. You can also provide the description why this parameter is created, right? And then connection type, this is, so except the parameter name, everything is optional. Type is anyway selected, but label, description, connection type, default, everything is optional. Okay, so let's see the parameter which we have created. So src conn parameter, right? How do I see the details about this parameter? I can go to parameter panel, click this, and this will open. Okay, so we have named this parameter. The connection is, the type is connection type I have selected as oracle for now. This you can select or you can even skip doing that, right? But I have selected oracle, and then I have also mentioned allow parameter to be overridden at the runtime, right? What does that mean? Though I'm selecting my connection type as oracle, and I may also provide, I do have a connection created as db connection or orcl connection, right? I can provide the default value, but that default value can be changed at the runtime. It can be overridden at the runtime. Okay, so this defaulting you can provide, but it is optional. So this is how I have created my source connection parameter. Similarly, I have created one more. So after creating a parameter for my source connection, my source type could be single object and parameter. So if I want to parameterize my source object as well, it can be a file or a table, right? Then I'll select the parameter option, and then again here I do have another button to create a new parameter for my source object. So if I click this, it will, the type will be now data object. Earlier it was a connection parameter, now it is a data object parameter, and I can name it. So I have created this source obj parameter data object, and then for now I have selected or I have defaulted the source object as customers, and I also say allow parameter to be overridden at the runtime. Okay, so though I have selected customers as my source table, but then while runtime I can select any, I can select order, employees, departments, products, anything, any table. Okay, so these are a couple of parameters we have created for connection and object. Now, moving forward, I'm taking a filter transformation, and in the filter transformation, if I go to filter tab, filter condition can be simple, advanced, or completely parameterized.
So I'm selecting this completely parameterized filter condition, right? Why? Because currently my source is not decided. Do I have any incoming fields in the filter transformation? Nothing. Why? Because I don't have my source defined. So that is why, can we define any simple or advanced level filter condition as of now in this particular mapping? No, right? Because for that we need to have at least one port coming in from my source transformation, which is not the case. So that is why we will go with the completely parameterized filter condition. Now let's understand these differences: simple, advanced, and completely parameterized. So simple, advanced, you already know, right? In the simple, you will select the port in the drop down, and then you will select the value operator. You will select, say for example, from the list you selected customer id, then you selected greater than, then you will provide a value 102, 105. So that value is hard coded value in the filter. Here, using the parameterization for my filter transformation, we are trying to avoid that, hard coded value, and then we are trying to parameterize it, right? So in the simple filter condition also we can use a parameter if my source was decided, and that is something you will have to try in your hands on, right, in your assignments, in your hands on. You'll have to try it, because we have created a mapping in a particular way, right? Like filter transformation with completely parameterized filter condition, right? You, at your end, what you could do is like, anyways you are going to mimic this what we are demonstrating. On top of it, you can try simple and advanced both, and you can try parameters over there. Okay, so if I use simple, then I need to have something flowing in as an incoming field from my source transformation, right? If it is there, say for example, you confirm that your source is order table, a customer table, right? That is not parameterized, it is fixed customer table. Now you want to get that flexibility to define the value, right? Say for example, your condition is on customer id greater than, but that value, it has to be 101 or 102 or whatever, right? That you want to be flexible about, right? In that case, you can select the simple filter condition, and then you can create another parameter, expression level parameter, and then you can assign it to that value. Means customer id greater than, this is fixed for you, but then what could be that value? 101, 102, 10,000, right? That you will decide at the runtime. So that is adding the parameterized filter condition with the simple clause. In the advanced, what we do is like, we provide that whole expression, right? Customer id greater than this and that, or those things we use in the advanced. There also we can use the parameter rather than providing the hard coded value. When we say completely parameterized, right, then it is not only the value by which we are going to filter, right, but even which field we are going to have a filter condition on, right? That also we can declare at the runtime. In the simple and advanced, right, what we can do is like, our field on which we are going to have filter, and the operator is decided, only that value, right, customer id greater than is decided, but greater than 101 or 102, right, that is something we are going to parameterize. But completely parameterized means that field also we will decide at runtime which field we want to apply the filter condition on. So for first execution, it can be customer ID greater than 101. Second execution, it could be email ID not null. Third execution could be first name or last name, something, either of the fields needs to be populated, right? So that is what the completely parameterized filter condition is. And for that, again, I have created another parameter. If I click on new, this particular parameter working in the filter transformation will be of expression type. There is no filter parameter type, it is expression. So apart from your source, target, lookup, right, whatever transformation you try to have parameter in, those all will be mostly of expression type. Currently my source is not decided, that is why I don't have anything in the incoming fields, and that is why I have to go with the completely parameterized filter condition, right? But in real time also, or in any other mapping also,
say for example your source is decided, that is a customer table, right? In the filter condition you have fields coming in, right? And then still you want to be flexible about on which field you want to define a filter condition. That can also be possible, right? And then in that case completely parameterized filter condition, you will have a flexibility of, you can define it as, customer ID greater than 101 for first, and that is what I just explained, right? So customer ID greater than 101, this is your filter condition for your first execution. For second execution you can mention, email ID not null. Third iteration it is the same mapping, but because you have defined the filter condition to be completely parameterized, here you will get a choice of defining on which field or fields we are going to have the filter condition applied, what is going to be your operator, greater than, equal to, less than, right? And then the value as well. Whenever you get a chance to completely parameterize your filter condition, including the field on which you are going to have the filter condition, the operator and the value, right? Then we call it as a completely parameterized filter. If it is simple, then your field and operator is decided, only value you can parameterize. And advanced means multiple
multiple
fields,
filters.
right?
Mm,
With the
mm,
operators are decided, only values you will be able to parameterize. That is the difference between simple, advanced, and completely parameterized filter condition with respect to parameterization. Okay, so this is how we have declared that filter transformation now with completely parameterized filter condition and FLT COND param. So in this expression, again we have defined couple of fields. Okay, expression
mm,
created by expression created date, and then rather than providing expression created as sys date or any hard coded date, here again we have created an expression. If this expression would have been placed between source and filter, right, then these two fields, exp created by and exp created date, right, could have been your incoming fields in the filter transformation, and then
mm.
you could have created the simple or advanced filter conditions on top of these incoming fields. You got my point? Let me show you. If this was the mapping design, okay, now if you go to filter, see you have two things coming in from your expression, nothing from your source as it is parameterized, but then you have these two fields. So now you can go to filter transformation, and then here rather than providing completely parameterized, you can go for sim, add a condition, expression created by equal to, here rather than using a hard coded value like, I would say ETL developer, this is hard coding, right? If you want to provide this value at runtime or coming from parameter file, then instead of this what we can do is click on the drop down, say new parameter, new input parameter, and then you provide that condition. I can say s underscore flt cond. You can also provide a default value which can be overridden at the runtime, or you can skip providing the default value. That is also.
Okay.
This is a simple filter condition where your value is parameterized. Right?
Oh,
In our case, earlier it was like completely parameterized because we did not have anything as incoming fields. Now this is
mm,
something I want you to try at your end. Right? You need to try adding like different type of filters or expressions or lookups, right, as a parameter, because for demonstration we can have like 1 2 3 use cases, right, but there could be n number of use cases in reality where you will have to apply the parameterization, right, in multiple transformations and all, right. That is how you can just try to do lot of things at your end, come up with some different I would say use cases, and then test it thoroughly, right. I'll again cancel this because I don't want to make any changes to the mapping. So I'll just close this mapping and then they'll reopen.
This is the completely parameterized filter condition. Now I move forward in the expression transformation. I have created couple of ports, exp created by exp created date, right? And then rather than providing the hard coded values for date and audit field here, if I usually it will be non parameterized, and then we provide a value, hard coded value, or we can use the built-in functions, right? Like concat and all, right? These things, right? We often use that, right? But then as we want to parameterize the value, we will just toggle this and say parameterized, and then here I do have an option to create a parameter. Again, this will be of expression type. So I created a parameter created by param, and then I encapsulated this particular value which will be coming from either my parameter file or I will initialize that at the run. Similarly, I have created another port exp created date, and for that I have used another parameter exp created dt. That parameter I have again created. This is also of expression type. And then finally I do have my target. In my target, if I go to the target tab, now here if I go to incoming fields, then I will see couple of them which are coming from my expression, right? Nothing in from source as it is not decided yet, right? So in the target tab, for again my connection, I have created a tgt conn parameter for my target connection, parameter for my target object, right? Similar to what I have in my source. And then one more parameter I will have to create is at the field mapping level. So field mapping also, field mapping options, manual, automatic, completely parameterized, and partially parameterized. We'll discuss these options, right? Currently, I don't have any choice but to go for completely parameterized. Why? Because my target is not decided, right? Do I have any field to which I can map the fields from incoming? No. Incoming also I do have couple of only, right, which is coming from my expression, which are coming from my expression. And here also I don't have any field which is in my target, as my target is also yet to be decided. So not always, right, not always you will have source, target, everything parameterized, right? There can be a case that your source is parameterized, target is fixed, or your target is parameterized, source is fixed, right? So that way it depends upon what kind of parameterization concept you are applying in that specific mapping, right? If your source is decided, then you will have those in the incoming fields. Or if your source is flexible and your target is, you know, non parameterized, in that case you decide a target, maybe my target is customer orders, then you will have the target fields. And then if your target is decided, right, over here itself, right, you're not using any parameter for your target, in that case the field mapping options can be set to partially parameterize as well, or manual, right? Manual as in like drag the fields and all, right? Now partially parameterize means what I'll do is, maybe I do have 10 columns in my target table, from maybe 7 or 8 or 5, right? I have mapped them against the incoming fields. But then whatever are pending, right, like those 3 4 5, right, which I'm still going to calculate at the runtime, and then I'll map them. If that is the case, right, then I can go for partially parameterized. And then I want you to try that, right, at your end, right? You need to have source fixed, target also fixed, not parameterized. In between you can use the filter, transformation, expression, router, anything, right, and have the parameters over there, right? And then while mapping the fields in the target transformation, you map some of the fields directly, and then some of the fields parameterized way, right? Like, you will create the parameter, and then the runtime you will decide you want to, join it with anything coming from your expression or from your router or anything, that you can decide. That will be the option for partially parameterized, in which some of the parameters are mapped already and rest will be mapped at the runtime. Okay, so if I go back to the parameter panel, right, I do see source, connection, source object, filter condition, created by, created date, target connection, target object, and field mappings. These are the parameters we discussed across multiple transformations. Now, the first demonstration which we are going to do is running this particular mapping without creating a mapping task. And then what we will have to do is like we'll have to initialize these parameters at the runtime because we don't have any parameter file created yet. So now I'll run this. Whenever I run any particular mapping having the parameters, right, then those respective tabs will be added. Usually, whenever we create a simple mapping without creating a mapping task, then what will happen? It will ask us for runtime environment. When we select the runtime environment, I can directly say run, and then your mapping will start running. That is how we have done the demonstrations till now. We created a mapping task, right, once or twice, but then usually we create a mapping and we'll run that mapping by selecting the runtime environment at the execution level, and then we will do the demonstration. Here, apart from the runtime environment selection, I need to go to next. Then it will take me to the sources tab. In the sources, I do have to provide the source connection and then decide the source object parameter. Couple of parameters I need to initialize here. So what I'll do is I'll select the Oracle connection and then source object parameter is already set to customers. Why it is set to customers? Because while creating this parameter in the mapping source object parameter, we have provided customers table as a default value, but we also checked no override at runtime. That is why I can still click on this select and then choose any other table over customers. Okay, but whenever you provide a default value, in that case that particular value will be pre-selected with that respective parameter, right? But by checking that option allow to override at runtime, I can still choose any other table or any other property against that parameter. For now I'm just keeping same, I'm just going with the customers as my source table. Okay, so this is how we initialize the source connection parameter as Oracle. I can even select it as a flat file or something, right? But then I have selected that Oracle as a type also, right? In the that is why it is only allowing me to select the Oracle related connections. I'm not seeing an option flat file or Salesforce or anything else because in the parameter while defining the parameter I selected type as Oracle. That is why I'll be restricted to select Oracle based connections only. Right? If I don't want to have that restriction, then I should not provide that or those defaulting while creating the parameter, right? These are like different scenarios basically. Okay, so now my connection is Oracle, my source object is customers, right? Means I have initialized the parameters at the source level. Now I'll click on next, which will take me to the targets tab, in which I'll have to initialize target connection and target object. Okay, now I am into my target tab. Okay, here I believe these are the default values provided, right? In the mapping we can revisit the mapping and then we can see whether these are already provided or not, right? So Oracle connection is a defaultly set as a target connection parameter, and then customers underscore 2, right, is pre-selected or it's a default value selected in the target object parameter. Okay, so that is why we see them pre-selected, we can change them as per our requirement. Now these options can also be set at runtime. Do you want to truncate target table and load? I'll use that. Bulk load and all, right, I can use that. And then what I'll do is I'll go to my database quickly and run the query. Let's see what we have already select. This is a table we are selecting as target now. Anyways, it will get truncated and loaded as I have selected that option. So this is kind of a replica of our customer table for now. So I'll go with this. In the targets, again we have input parameters. Why? Because we need to initialize the parameters in expression, filter, transformation and all, right? So after initializing targets, I'll go to next, and then I'll initialize the parameters for my expression, my filter transformation, and I will also do the field mappings manually. So let it load. Yep. Now in the filter condition parameter, click new. I'll say I want to apply filter on customer ID greater than 101. I can go for advanced as well. Click OK. Because I have selected completely parameterized condition. Now I do have a flexibility to have it as a simple or advanced. I can do that. I can go for anything. For now, for simplicity, I am just having this filter condition, customer ID greater than 101. Click OK. You have initialized the filter condition parameter. This. Then created by, right? For created by, what is the current value? Okay. Now the thing is, though we provide this value, will not be able to initialize, will not be able to consume it because we don't have a placeholder for created by, right? So what I would say is, I'll cancel this. I'll go to target and then I'll select such a table where we have the placeholders. Ideally, I should select customer orders. Yeah, let's select this, right? Where we have created by null, created date also null. Okay, so next, again we'll initialize the input parameters, the condition and all. Filter I'm providing as customer ID greater than 101. Created by, I will define here as ETL user. Validate. It is valid. Click OK. Right. For exp created date, right? For now, I'll say sys date. It is valid. Click OK. Right. I'm initializing these parameters, right? Or at runtime. After doing everything, right? Last step, I have to map the fields because I know my fields now. Why I still see customers to? Let me just check. Oh, it is still showing as customers to orders. One second, guys. 13 columns. Next. Now it is customer orders table. Okay. Now these are already initialized, and then I'll say exact field name for now, or I'll say no smart map because we have difference, right? First name, last name. Created by is mapped to exp created by, and then created date, I'll map it as created date. So I'm done with initializing all the parameters. Now finally I can say run. Let's see. Exp created default set value porters, created date. Did we load anything? We did not load anything as such. Errors. Exp created date default value set. Okay, so it has truncated the table as per the property we selected, but it did not load the data because of this exp created. Okay, let me just go back to my mapping once. Exp created date is expression. If I go here, created date. Oh, okay, this is string. We have defined this as a string, but it was still taking it. And then in the target, it definitely has to be, let me check what it is. DESC orders. It is date. Okay. The default value for port is set to error. And if I go here, if I go to the parameter panel, exp created date, there is nothing default set. Okay, let's do this one more time. Let's run this. Oracle customers. Next, target my customer 2. Okay, let's go with customer 2 for now. I'll not map them. In the next thing we will do that, right? So that we don't have any issues for this particular demonstration. Input parameters, I'll select as filter condition customer ID greater than 101 for now. Click OK. I go back to my target. I'll select the truncate target as well. Next, input parameters. I've selected parameter as customer greater than 101. Then this expression, I'll say TL user. What do we have in the current target? Let's see. Customer user, sorry, customer underscore. customers is not there at all. My bad, sorry. Okay, but for now I'll just provide a value. It is double. Okay, then created date also I'll provide, but there is no relevance as I'm not anyways going to map it. Expression bullet, click OK. Right, fields I will map as a smart map. Everything is mapped. Now let's run this. Now same mapping we executed with a different target. Okay, though it was not it did not load for the first time customer orders. Now we are running the same mapping with a different target. Now it is successful. Let's see the data over here. Currently we have like 5 rows in customers 2. Now if I run this query again, see only 4. So customer ID greater than 101 filter has worked properly. The fields are also mapped. At the runtime, we decided customer to be my source, customers underscore to be my target, right? Filter condition parameter has worked properly. Expression levels we did not, right? Because we don't have placeholders, right? So in the next transfer, next execution, we are going to handle that as well, right? So this is the first demonstration of defining or creating a parameter, completely parameterized mapping and initializing the parameters. But is this a practical option? Are we really going to create a parameterized mapping and I'll run that and then at the runtime I'll decide my parameters to be initialized? No, this is not a practical approach. This is just for the demonstration we have done. Now, second approach which we are going to do is we will have the same mapping. On top of it, we'll have mapping task created and we'll initialize all these parameters in the mapping task level. So if I again go back to my explore, so this mapping configuration task I have created on the same mapping, and then let me show you how I have created this. So within this mapping configuration task, right, I have initialized the parameters in a similar way, right? So runtime environment I have in the sources. Let's see, I guess it is customers only. Yeah, it is. So Oracle connection and customers, same thing I have selected over here. In the target, again I have selected Oracle and customers too for now, right? In the input parameters, field mapping is not valid. Okay, removed. Okay, fine. Here, let's change it for now. What I will say is rather than greater than, I'll say is equal to 103. Okay, let's make some changes. In the target, have I selected truncate target table option? We haven't, right? So, okay, let's go with this only. We'll insert one more record in the input parameters. If I go again, my condition is customer ID is equal to 103. These are again having no relevance. In the schedule tab, I'm not providing anything else as such, right? This is default. So I'll finish it, right? And then let's run this mapping and see if that single row gets inserted from my source to target with these options, right? So if I run this, one row got processed. Let's see. We'll query this table again. We need to have two entries of 103. Let's see if we really have it. 103 and this got inserted with same values obviously, but then we got this inserted. Okay, so second demonstration also we executed, we initialized the parameters of having customers, customer to a source and target connections, and then the filter conditions. These are catered, right? Now one more demonstration. Anyways, again, are we really going to initialize the parameters at the mapping task level? Again, not really, right? Because it is like, you're not doing any hard codings and all at the mapping level, but you're doing at that mapping task level. So there is again no point. We are still defeating our purpose of parameterization in terms of encapsulating the value. So third demonstration will use where we will actually use the parameter file, and then we'll discuss about what are the limitations currently we have,
what are the limitations earlier we had, and now how Informatica resolved them, so that you'll get that history or a kind of a, because myself, right, we had like few calls with Informatica product team as well. We opened some tickets to them, right, to, you know implement a particular feature or overcome a particular thing, right? So we have practically done that, and now we are seeing that in latest releases of Informatica, some of those problems, I won't say like every problem which we logged, right, with them are resolved, but some of them are really resolved, right, in the latest editions. So now if I go to explore, and then if I go to param file and this particular MCT, let me just edit it and show you how we have how we have defined it. So in the sources, again I have selected same thing, sources, right, because no, in same table only we will see, right, same source table will have, and then accordingly we'll see, we can compare, right? So Oracle and customers, you can change it at your end, right, in the target. Now here we have selected Oracle connection, and then oh, here also we have selected customer. I'll select something else, customer orders will select. Okay, let's select customers too, or customer orders, because then those expressions will be unutilized, right? Truncate target option we have selected. Now we'll go to the input parameters. Okay, here I have selected filter as customer ID greater than 101, and then in place of created by. Now the thing is, filter condition is something I'm still providing at the mapping task level. Why? Because it is completely parameterized filter condition, which can't be bring from the which can't be brought from the parameter file. That is something I'll have to define at the MCT level only, right? Because is there any way I can say dollar FLT condition is equal to field, customer ID greater than that whole condition or a query? That is not possible. So that is one limitation. First limitation of parameterization concept in Informatica Cloud is whenever you have completely parameterized filter condition, then that has to be initialized at the mapping task level, right? You can't bring it from the parameter file. But if you have simple or advanced filter condition in which your port and operator is already defined at the mapping level, only the value you want to bring it from the parameter file, that is possible. But whenever you have completely parameterized filter condition, it has to be initialized at the mapping task level. So this is one limitation. Now for created by parameter and created date parameter, rather than providing or initializing the value here, I am selecting dollar created by parameter. If I provide this and if I say validate, right, will it get validated? No, it will say invalid symbol reference, but that is still okay, because currently we are in process of initializing the parameters, and then we are yet to configure the parameter file and the path which we are providing into the next tab, schedule tab, right? That is why it says invalid symbol reference. It is still okay, we can still survive with it. Same goes for my created date. Now here again, rather than providing sys date or any hard coded date, I have provided dollar exp created date. If I validate, again this will not get validated, invalid symbol reference, that is still okay, cancel. Okay, now other thing is these field mappings, right? Field mapping parameters, again I'll have to initialize here itself. I'll say smart map. These also can't be defined in the parameter file. Just imagine for one parameter which is FLD map param, how you can mention, right, FLD FLD map param is equal to customer f name to first name. We can't do that, right? So these parameters like field mapping parameters also needs to be initialized at the mapping task level, right? Now I'll click next. We'll go to the schedule tab. Here if I scroll down, then I do have a section for parameter file location. So I do have two options, couple of options, local or cloud hosted. Either you want to have your parameter file available in the local folder, local as in like wherever your Linux or Windows server is, right? You have a flat file path, right? So similarly, any of the directory you can have the parameter file, right? Maybe you have a path like something something home slash ISA slash something, and then you have the subfolders like param files, src files, tgt files, scripts, archive, right? So there you can have your param files folder, and inside that you can have your parameter file. So that path you will provide over here, okay? And then the parameter file name. For me, let me check if this is still there with me. IICS. No, it is an older path. After that, I change my laptop configuration. So I'll say IICS FF location, and then do I have sample parameter file? Yes, I do have. Let me open that. So I need to change the path. Okay. So these are the parameters, and then I'll provide the path as this path and sample parameter file. I have not sample parameter file, it's a name. So that parameter file name I have provided here. I can click finish and then this will get saved. So this is first option of having parameter file available in the local. There is another option which is cloud hosted. What does that mean? I can have my parameter file hosted on AWS, Azure, or Google Cloud servers. This is a new feature provided by Informatica that, you know most of the time, right? And in my current project as well, everything is AWS based. Though we need to have some Linux server for installing the secure agent. Can I install secure agent on Azure server or AWS server? No, I need to have something as a local, right? So I do have a Linux server where my secure agent lies, right? But then as per my client's policy, except that secure agent installation, I'm not going to use the Linux server for anything else. Nothing for parameter file, nothing for flat files. Everything will be AWS based. So that is why we don't have even flat file connection. We have all our AWS S3 bucket connections, right? Where we are going to store our all flat files. And that is how client has defined its architecture. So in such architectures, right, we will not be able to have the local directory to place the parameter file, in which, right, we will have to use the cloud hosted, and then those connections needs to be created, right? Anyways, we would have already created those connections, AWS, Azure, Google Cloud, right? So same connections can be used over here, right? So if the AWS connection is already created, that will appear in this drop down. I'll select that connection. That connection will have pre-selected bucket as in like the path where my file needs to be placed in that AWS server, right? So that particular path will be considered to have a source for my parameter file, and then I can also provide the parameter file name over here in cloud hosted. Now we will go with the local, right? Where I do have this local directory on the in the Windows machine, and then this is my parameter file, right? Earlier, right, we did not even have an option to provide a parameter file directory. It was just a parameter file name. I used to provide the parameter file name, and then where I used to store my parameter file, in under which directory. So if you hover a cursor on this question mark, it says absolute path for the directory that contains parameter file, or path relative to $pm variable, excluding the parameter file name. You don't have to provide a parameter file name over here, right? If you do not enter a file path, because this is not a mandatory attribute, if you do not provide the path, then following value is used, which is apps data integration server data user parameter. So this is a default path, and earlier it was a limitation that all the parameter files needs to be placed under this directory, apps data integration server. So the last line which you see in this particular whole message, right, the following value is used, slash apps slash data integration server data user parameter. So what I'm trying to say is, earlier, I would say, when I say earlier means an year back, we had that limitation that all the parameter files needs to be local, and then those also needs to be placed under this particular directory. Where this directory is available, apps data integration server, let me show you. It will be that directory where we have installed our secure agent. So see, it was program files, Informatica Cloud, apps, data integration server, data, let me go back over here, data user parameters, apps data integration server. So I'm into apps data integration server, data. I don't see user parameter folder somehow. Okay, my location is different, my bad, sorry. I I uninstalled this and now it is under HP IICS. Now apps data integration server, data, see, user parameters. Okay, this was the path. Here I used to have all my parameter files. You can even create subfolders. For example, if you operate a big or large scale project in which you may have like multiple teams, right, multiple vendors using same Informatica Cloud account, same path and all, right. So in that case, under user parameters you can create subfolders, right, as per your project name and all. And then what will happen here, you will, we did not have any option to provide the directory itself, right, just the parameter file name. So what we used to do is like we used to create the subfolders here as per the project name, and then that subfolder slash parameter file name we used to provide against the parameter file name, text box itself. So the expectation was directory is always data integration, data this, right, data and user parameters. Inside that, if you have subfolders, then provide those subfolders like slash and then the parameter file. But then an year back, Informatica dissolved that constraint, that limitation, and now we can place the parameter file anywhere we want. So rather than going to this, right, now I am having my parameter file enter my own folder. But it still says that if you do not provide this path at all, then Informatica will try to read this parameter file name here. If it is not here also, that your mapping will fail, right? But then this is one, I would say this is not going to be a feature, right? This is something they fix their own bug. So yeah, this is how we have provided the parameter file directory and parameter file name over here. Okay, and finally I'll click on finish, save our mapping. For safer side, right, as we had issue pushing the date into customer orders, right, as the customer, the created date is date. Okay, updated date is varchar 20 somehow. Okay, let me do one thing, guys, like just to be like on a safer side, right, what I'm doing is in the input parameters, created date, right, I'll just deselect this and then I'll provide it to updated date for now. Let's see. Okay, now let's run this particular mapping task. And then yeah, sorry, I forgot to show you the values which we have initialized in the parameter files are these. Created by is infa admin, created expression created date is this, right. Source object we have selected as customer and target object this. But then okay, let me check even these tables are, because this parameter file was created long back, and then I'm not sure whether we really have these tables or not, right. This mapping will fail. Customers param, oh, we don't have it, sorry, my bad, I have to change it here. Okay, anyways, we are testing a negative test case over here. This is also not present. Mapping needs to fail. It is failed, yes. Let's see why. Truncate target evaluation, delete from this, right? Okay, because it did not find that table. Let me just edit it and see the targets. If I go, did I select the truncate target table option? Yes. So see guys, now this is also one of the good test cases we executed, right? So in my sources, I had the source table, the table as customers, and the target was supposed to be customer orders. But whenever I'm running this particular mapping configuration task, right, it failed, right? Because it was not able to locate the table. Why? Because though in my source tab and target tab, I have selected customers and customer orders as my source and target tables respectively. but my parameter file is bringing something else, right? Parameter file says use customer param and customer param tgt1 as source and target, right? So at the runtime, these customers and customer order tables got, you know, overridden with these two. But because we don't have these tables, my execution got failed. Okay, so if I cancel it and if I actually go to my jobs, let's go to the failure one. Let me just close this up, unnecessary ones, right? So here go here, and then if I download a session log, let's open this. Error truncating target table, and then if I just say what was the parameters, initially itself I would have seen somewhere, or I would say these. Can I look at these? Okay, see, determining truncate for customer param tgt1, customer tgt1. See, this is, it is trying to determining truncate, means it is actually taking customer's param tgt1 as the target, and where it is coming from, the parameter file. So it is proved over here, and it was not able to truncate it as the table itself is not present. Okay, and then we will create those tables now and we'll rerun this. Okay, same goes for this customer's param. Do I see this source? See, let's create these two tables and then we'll exactly rerun the Informatica job, right? So what I want to have is this customer's param. We create this table in the database. Okay, created, right? Then I'll again create another tgt1 as customer orders. Both are created. And then let me just verify once about the field mappings. Did we have field mappings for created by created date over here? We have, because here we have defaulted to customer orders, but then we have created another table tgt as on top of our customer orders definition only. Okay, now if I go to my jobs, this failed one, let me restart this. So I'm not making any changes in the parameter file, rather I'm creating these parameters, sorry, these tables in the database. So let's see. Now it is successful. Okay, let's see. If I go to, these are just created now. Let's see. I should have, selected this as 1 is equal to 2. It created with the data. So the filter which we had, right? What was that filter? Greater than 101. Okay, so 101 is not there. And then in parameter file created by is infa-admin and created date is 6 October 2021, right? So see, we mapped it to updated date, right? Now let's change these values, right? So rather than infa-admins, here I will say ETL user and date I will change it to 10th of November. Save. I hope I have selected truncate table option. Have I? Truncate table true. Okay. I'm rerunning this. Four rows again. Okay. Now again we'll query this. Yes. See, ETL user and 10th of November 2021, which proves that these values are actually coming from our can change the table, can change the tables as well, source, target and all. We can do that as well, right? So these values are actually coming from the parameter file, and then created it anyways. We did not initialize that at the mapping task level, right? Here, rather than initializing them with some default value, we are saying dollar dollar. But then the source and target connections and objects, right? We actually initialize these, right? Source to have customers and target to have customer orders. But though these are the default values, in the parameter file we have something else. These are the ones. And then whatever comes from parameter file, that will have a preference, right, over what is there as a default. So customer order target table is getting, I would say, overwritten, and then this is what we are actually using, as it is coming from my parameter. Okay, so this was the third demonstration, creating a parameterized mapping and bringing possible parameters from the parameter file. We also discussed what we can bring from parameter file, what we can't. Earlier, I would say just 4 months ago, right? Just 4 months ago, I even was not having a flexibility or option to have source and target objects. So here we just pull the source objects. We can even define source connection, target connect. 4 months ago, 4 to 5 months ago, I was not even in a position to define the source target objects and source and target connections from parameter file. I had a limitation to initialize them, source target connection, source target object, at the MCT level. And just imagine how much bigger that limitation was, right? In Informatica Power Center, we can always create like dollar dollar src connection, dollar dollar tgt connection, right? And then initialize them from the parameter file. But that feature was completely missing in Informatica Cloud. Recently, 4 to 5 months ago, they fixed it. And now what we need to do is like, do I need to provide like dollar dollar over here? No, we will use some default source name or default target name, default source and target connections, but that can be overdone and brought something different from the parameter file. So this defining the or initializing the source target objects and source target connections from parameter file, this feature they have introduced just recently, like 4 to 5 months ago. Before that, whatever parameterization even I did, right, as a development, those are all based on initializing the parameters for these source and target properties at the mapping task level only, because of the limit. So that is why I gave you in history about what was earlier, what is now, what is fixed, right? And then how we can utilize it to the maximum extent. Let's discuss about partitions in Informatica Cloud. You must have used partitions in Informatica Power Center. Whenever we are into performance improvement, right, then we need to think about several ways how we can optimize the performance of whole ETL process. So performance tuning has like a lot of majors. It is not only Informatica or not only a particular tool where we need to focus, right? We need to see every application involved and how we can optimize the performance. For example, if it is a simple database, right, in that we need to see what tables we are using, those tables are having indexes or not, right? And then whenever we are reading data from a particular table, having large volume of data, right? So in that table, it makes sense to have indexes, right? And using the indexes, we can retrieve the data faster, we can read the data faster. Similarly, whenever we are going to write a data to a particular table, then having indexes might slow down the writing into that table, right? So that time we need to think whether we need to drop the indexes, write the data, and then rebuild the indexes, right? So those things. So there could be different parameters or different aspects of performance tuning in simple ETL jobs also, right? Mappings, whenever we have different transformations to be used, right, then those transformations should be at the optimal level, right? Or I would say the sequence of transformation also matters a lot. For example, I want to filter the data right? And then I want to aggregate also. For example, in that mapping, the logic is, in that case, I would prefer filtering the data first, which will take out the unnecessary data, and then I'll aggregate, right? So if I do vice versa, right, then unnecessarily I'm aggregating the data which I'm not going to use at all, right? So those things will also matter. Similarly, partitions in Informatica Cloud are or Informatica. So in Power Center also we have the partitions, right? So this is one measure by which we can, you know, improve the performance, tune the performance, right? So now what are the partitions, right, at ETL level? So partitions would create multiple read and write threads at the runtime. For example, if I have a source, maybe Oracle, and target as maybe another Oracle table, right, another Oracle database, and then I'm putting data from one table and pushing it to another, right? So in this case, whenever I do have a normal mapping, then whenever I run that mapping, one read and write thread will be invoked at the runtime, and it will pull the data from source and it will push it, right? But if I have this particular table as like very large data, right, or I would say not only a large data, but we have like a lot of complex transformation within the mapping, in that case, right, in that case, how we can optimize the performance? If I create partitions, right, then say for example, if I have like three partitions, in that case, at the runtime, three concurrent or three parallel read and write threads will be invoked, and they will pull the data, and then they will push it to target. So my data is divided across multiple channels, and then it is going to my target. So definitely I can expect some performance improvement, right? So in Informatica Power Center, we have different type of I would say um, you know partitions. So we have like pass through, we have round robin, we have um, you know um, hash key partitions, then we have key range partitions. So we have like variety of partitions. In Informatica Cloud, we have only two type of partitions. One is the key range partition for relational sources, other one is the fixed partition for flat file sources, right? These are only two options we have, and that too are dedicated with whatever type of source, relational or flat file, right? We can't use key range partition for flat files, or we can't use even fixed partitions for relational. So that is how Informatica Cloud is offering this partition concept. Partitions are calculated, or created to process large data, which includes complex transformations and I would say complicated calculations as well, right? When we have multiple partitions, then we will have concurrent read write threads which will boost the performance, right? So we discussed these things. Then we discussed about type of partitions we have in IICS. Talking about key range partition, right? So whenever we have a relational source, right, what we need to do is like we will select a particular key from that table. Usually primary key is preferred, and then on that basis we will divide the data, right? So I'll create a mapping and then we'll practically do it. So currently the data model which we have, right, or the tables which we have, we don't have that much data where we can really apply partitions and see performance improvement, right? So this would be just a, I would say, Now, whenever I select this relational source, and if I go to last tab, which is partitions, here I have a drop down. I'm a bit surprised why we have this, right? Because anyways, we have a single type of partition. So here we have key range. Maybe they have a plan to add more type of partitions in future. That is why they have this drop down. But as of now, we have only one, right? So if I select key range, then what we need to do is like, first of all, we need to provide a partition key on which we will create the partitions, right? So as I mentioned, we will go with the primary key most you know most of the time, so that I will have a distinct data to divide on that particular field, and accordingly I can define the thresholds. I can provide the limits, right? So say for example, our employee table is having, I would say, 1 million records, right? And then now I want to divide them across multiple partitions. So what I'll do is like, if I want to create, say for example, 4 partitions, then what I'll do is like, I'll click on this plus sign. My partition, first partition will start with 1, right? And then it will go up to 1.5 lakhs, right? Then again, one more partition to 5 lakhs, right? Then 7.5 lakhs, and then to null. So we will always have the last partitions end range as null. So today I might have like 1 million. Tomorrow that count might increase, right? And accordingly, it should cater all the records beyond 1 million as well, right? So accordingly, we will have the last partitions end limit, right? End range as null. Okay. So whatever we have, right, that will be considered as my last partition. So this is how we create the partitions, right? So creating partitions in Informatica Cloud, right, is very simple job, right? It doesn't require any time and all, right? Two things we are focusing over here, or those are like key to decide the, or I would say, to go with the partition approach, right? First key thing is to understand whether partitions are really required or they are going to help me, right? That is first thing. And then if we decide yes, I want to have partitions, right, then how many partitions, that is another thing which we need to decide over here. Say for example, my employee table is having this 1 million record set, and then I do have like complex transformations to follow in that particular mapping, right? So, and then if that mapping is taking maybe somewhere around 1 hour or so, I want to optimize my performance, right? Now what we will do is, we will apply the partitions. Maybe I can start with like 2 or 3 partitions, right? And then see if I'm getting any performance improvement, right? So it is going to be like uh, you know R&D kind of a technique which I'll have to use. I will apply like 2 or 3 partitions and see whether there is any significant performance improvement or not, right? If I see that performance improvement, then I can at least conclude that yes, using partitions I am seeing some improvement, and then I can apply the partitions, right? So any performance improvement technique we use, right, first of all we'll have to check whether adding that performance, that technique, am I getting some benefit out of it or not, right? So same applies here. So now I applied some 2 3 partitions, and then I see improvement, right? Now I know that okay, this is gonna help me. Now the second question is how many partitions I can apply, right? So again I can keep on adding the partitions, and then I can see how much improvement I get, right? So after having like 2 partitions, and then there are some myths, or I would say some idealistic situations versus practical situation, right? So if I have a mapping with 0 partitions, right, nothing, and then that mapping is running for one time with 1 million of record set, then adding 2 partitions, right? Idealistic situation will say now as I have 2 partitions, my data should process in half of the time, like 30 minutes. that that is not practical, though it is idealistic. It is not practical because it depends upon various factors, right? Not only we are dividing data across two chunks or not, but what type of transformations we have, what is the logic, right? And then server configurations, right? Those also things will matter, right? So I can practically say that after having like two partitions, my job is now running in like 45 minutes or so, right? I can see that performance improvement, right? Now I'll keep on adding partitions, like from two I can add three, four, and all, right? And then let's see like how performance is improving. Then we will reach to a certain point, right? That after even adding more partitions, my performance is not increasing, right? For example, I added two, my mapping is completing in like 45 minutes, right? Then I'll add three, four, and after adding four partitions I can see, yeah, now my performance is I would say 35 minutes, 38 minutes for, or maybe I would say 30 minutes also for that matter, right? Then what I will see is like after having five, six, seven partitions, my performance is almost still same, like 30 minutes, 30 minutes, 31 minutes, and all, right? So that time I have to stop myself, and then, and that is something, it is not written anywhere. That is something from my own experience, right? So if 5, 6, and 7 number of partitions are giving me same kind of performance, right? In that case I'll go for the lower limit, right? Rather than adding 7 partitions, I'll go for 5, right? Because unnecessary adding partitions also, that doesn't make sense. Because whenever we add those partitions, what happens is like those many threads, those many read write threads will get invoked at the runtime. Okay, and that will definitely cause some load on the server, right? Because we have those many channels, Informatica have to spend some energy, right, some memory to allow those partitions running in parallel at the runtime, right? So that is why, um, rather than having two extra partitions without any performance improvement, I can always say let's go for the optimal one, optimal number of partitions, and then that will give you the best performance, right? Because in some cases, some rare scenarios, we have seen that adding unnecessary number of partitions may even slightly degrade your performance, right? And then whenever you're testing this in dev or QA, and then when you're going to take this in production, right, scenarios will change, right? The situation might change. So comparing the performance using partitions or any other performance improvement mechanism, right, in dev, QA, and versus production, right, that is something like comparing apples with oranges, right? So that factor will always be there, right? So that is why we need to be little diligent about the use of partitions and number of partitions, and accordingly we can take this exercise forward, right? So ultimately we need to get the optimal performance. That is the main goal, right? So the point is adding these partitions in Informatica Cloud, key range, or even fix, I'll show you that now. It is a really easy job, right? But understanding the use of it and how many, right, that is the key of this whole exercise. Okay, so now if I just change this relational to flat file, and there are certain situations which are unstable for partitioning, right? Those also we'll see. So I'll randomly select any particular flat file. If I go to the partitions, now if I go to type, I have fixed partitions, and here I don't have to give in anything. I just have to give provide how many partitions, like 4, 5, 6, whatever. So here also in fixed partitions, right, we need to understand how data will divide, right? In key range partitions I do have fixed threshold limits or boundary limits, right? 1 to 2 million, 2 million, 1 to 4 million. So there is no way that my key, which is, I would say 2 lakh 1, or I would say 2 lakh 10, will go to first partition, because they are divided across particular limits, and then it is driven by that particular partition key, right? But in fixed partitions, right, again just imagine that I have like 5,000 records, and then I do have five partitions. So ideally I should have 1,000 records in every partition, right? But then we have seen, right, practically that first partition may have like 1,000 records, second will have like 1,100 records, right? Third partition may have like 990 kind of a record, right? So it is averaged out, right? Definitely I won't say that um first partition 1,000, second partition like 500. That will not happen, right? It will definitely be averaged out, right? But in case of fixed partition, we don't have fixed boundary limits, right? That is why data will be divided across partitions as in like average out. But we can always imagine or always expect that number of records divided by 5, exactly those many records needs to fall in one partition, right? So that is also kind of a idealistic versus practical situations. Now this is how we apply the partitions in practical. Here we have mentioned that apart from primary key, what or numeric key, I would say numeric field, we can have the partitions on string as well as date fields as well, right? So it is not always that, or there is no restriction as such, right? We can't have the partitions on the um, decimals, right? It has to be integer key only. But then we can still have it on maybe a string data types or date data types, right? So string as in like, say for example, if I have a particular thing by which we can actually define the boundary limit, or the date range we can define, we can have the partitions, right? But most of the time, right, I would say 90% of the time I will define the partitions on the basis of primary key, which will be unique, right? And then it is an integer as well, right? So that is why it becomes very easy to for me also to track how my data is getting divided across partitions. Okay. um, then in case of I would say, so how many number of partitions we can actually use, right? So from Informatica we have 64 partitions at the upper limit, right? Maximum 64 partitions we can use. uh, and then this number is also like really really high, right? Practically, right, in my whole development career, I have never used more than 10 or 12 partitions, right? um, Even if it is key range or fixed partitions and all, right, maximum 10 or 12 partitions I might have used, right? Informatica has given that limit of 64 partitions, right? But it is not, I would say, hardly any situation would occur that we need to use these many partitions, right? So we need to see to that also, right? As we have given that limit, right? So doesn't mean that okay, let's add 64 partitions and see maximum optimal performance. That will not happen. So we need to see to it as well. Then there are certain situations, as I mentioned, right, which are unsuitable for partitions, right? For example, if I have like parameterized source or source query, right, in that case partitions can't be applied, right? Because in parameterized source my table is not fixed, right? In that case, how I can define the key range and all, how I can do the limit setting, right? The um, threshold setting, that can happen. So I can't use partition that time. There could be some transformations like hierarchy parser, web services, right? Their partitions can be used, because just imagine that you are invoking a web service, right? And partition, what it does is like it will create multiple threads. So even if I have like two partitions in a particular mapping where I'm going to invoke the web service, right? Then what will happen? Parallelly, I'm going to hit that web service twice. And if that web service is adequate enough to take the multiple hits, right, at a time or not, that we don't know, right? That Informatica also don't know. So that is why these partitions, whenever we use, right, it is not allowed, and it is unstable situation for using the partitions, right? Then there might be some custom relations, right, which we have defined in the source, that also will not be allowed, right? And then there are certain connectors, right, like certain connection types where partitions might not be allowed or not supported, right? So these things also we need to take into the consideration when we are applying the partitions. So this is about partitions, right? We did not practically implement the partitions and run the mapping as we have very limited data set, right? But then maybe what you could do is, right, you can create a file, right, a flat file, and then in maybe Excel or something, you can drag the data, right, and you can create like a lot of rows, convert it as a CSV, and then we can use it and see fixed partitions. We can apply that, right? Or if you already have a table which has like a lot of data, you can try to use the key range partition also on top of it. So schedules, as in like whenever I do have any particular job created, as in like we have like multiple mappings, multiple MCTs, or combination of mappings and replication tasks, sync task and all, and I want to run those, right? And then that is why we usually cover the task flows first, and then we go to these topics, right? So schedules, we can have a particular batch created, and then my mappings, right? I would say MCTs, mapping tasks, can go in a sequential order or a parallel order using the task flows, right? In Informatica Power Center, we need to mandatorily create a workflow, right? We can't run individual mapping or a session, right? We need to have that session as a part of workflow, and then we'll run the workflow, and then as per the you know as per the sequence or parallel processing design given, accordingly our job will execute. But then whenever we want to run this job in a automated way, as in like in production, I'm not going to just go there and then click start, and I'll it is not going to be run on demand. I need some mechanism by which I can define when that job is supposed to execute, right? And then if I have a particular schedule, right, I want to run this job on a daily basis at 6 a.m. or hourly basis, right? So that frequency I need to pick up, and then accordingly I can schedule my jobs to run it in automated way. Now to run the job in scheduled way or automated way, right, I do have like several options. As in like there are like two main options. First is to use third party scheduling tools, right? So we have like a lot of scheduling tools in market. We have Apox, or we have Tidal, UC4, we have ESP, right? A lot of tools we have in the market, right? So that is one way of using third party scheduling tool. Second way is to use Informatica's own scheduler, right? In Power Center also we have local scheduler, right? And using that we can run the job, right? So now difference between these, right, third party and local will be if we have intervention with some other applications apart from Informatica Cloud, right? And if they are playing key role in sequencing the things. For example, I may have Informatica job, right? Maybe one MCT, right? Then I do have Informatica MDM job, right? Which is a different product altogether, right? Then some Power Center jobs, then some database triggers and all, right? So whenever I have variety of applications coming together, and then they form a particular scheduling sequence, right? In that case, it makes sense to go with the third party schedulers so that we can set the dependencies across multiple tools, right, or different type of jobs, right? But then if it is only Informatica Cloud, right, I don't have any intervention with other systems, other tools, right? In that case, I can even use Informatica scheduler, right? Lot of time, or I would say most of the time, 90% of the time, we will definitely have some third party scheduler, right? Because third party schedulers might provide me more control over how I'm going to run my jobs, how I'm setting the frequencies and all, right? um, so that is why most of the projects will have third party scheduler, right? But then there would be some budgetary constraints, because if I'm going for any other tool except Informatica, right, then I will have to again go for licensing and all, right? But then whenever we have like budgetary constraints, or whenever we have very simple Informatica Cloud jobs to be executed, right? In that case, why can't we use the in-house scheduler? We can use that as well, right? So that is why we can use these things, right? Scheduling, we'll see this practically, right? So if I go back to Informatica, and then I will have to go to administrator service. So in the administrator, I will have a tab for schedules. So on the left hand side, if you see, we have a tab schedules in the administrator. I have already created one schedule. So I'll click on this new schedule green button, and then it will ask me to name my schedule, right? So if I say um, IICS daily CH, I can have the description, and then I can provide this schedule options, right? So first thing which I need to mention is when I want to activate my schedule, right? So say for example, I want to start a schedule from coming Monday, right? So I can select that date and I can select the time as well. So say for example 6 a.m., right? And then I need to select the time zone. So for me, I will select the IST time zone. Okay, and then here if we see 6 a.m. we have mentioned, and then it says plus 40, right? Plus 40 as in like because of some latency at that time, right? The job will actually come into the queue maybe at 6 a.m. or 6 a.m., 40 minutes here and there. That is, I would say, assumed a lag difference, right? Or time limit, right? That is assumed that it might take some more seconds to actually invoke that job, right? So I'll set the date, I'll set the time whenever I want to activate this schedule, and then I will select the time zone. And by default, repeat frequency or repeat option says does not repeat. Means this is kind of a one-time schedule. If I save this, right, and if I assign this schedule to my MCT or replication task, synchronization task, right, then at that time that respective task will get executed. I can use this one schedule for multiple jobs, right? This is a reusable kind of an entity. We can have same schedule assigned to multiple jobs, and all those jobs will come into the queue, right, at that time, on that day and at that time, right? And beyond that my schedule is there, right? It will not get deleted, right? It is there, but it is not actually running anything beyond that because I did not provide any repeat options, right? But if I just toggle, then these are the repeat options I have: every n minutes, hourly, daily, weekly, bi-weekly, and monthly. Okay, so if I say every n minutes, let's go ahead, let's see all the. So whenever I say every n minutes, then what is the frequency? So starting with every 5 minutes to 45 minutes, right? So 5 minutes is the most frequent schedule I can set in Informatica Cloud, right? If I want to run the job in every 3 minutes, then Informatica scheduler will not be able to do that, right? Maximum frequent interval is the 5 minutes, right? 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and so on, right? If I say I want to run a job after every 25 minutes, right? So I don't have that option over here. These are like fixed intervals which are given to me. Means I have to select it. I don't have like option to kind of type in the seconds over here. Oh, sorry, not seconds, minutes over here, right? So these are the limits. Beyond 45, it is always advisable to schedule that job on a hourly basis, right? So if I say I want to run job in 10 minutes, right, then we need to provide the days. So do I need to run currently talking about every n minutes? If I want to run this, right, on just Tuesday and Thursday, right, then I'll select those days, right? Now what will happen? On Tuesdays and Thursdays, starting at
Mm-hmm.
6 a.m. AST on this date, I will kick off my jobs after every 10 minutes, and then I need to provide the time range as well, right? By default, it is all day. Means what will happen whenever I save this schedule and assign this schedule to a particular job, right? Will come into the queue at 6 a.m. on Tuesday and Thursday, not other days, and it will keep on running, right, after every 10 minutes, right? 24 hours, right? Every
Yeah.
10 minutes starting at 6 a.m. it will come into the queue and it will run, right? But then if I have a fixed working hours, right, in which I want to run the job, in that case I can say start it at 6 a.m. and maybe go like, I would say 6 p.m., 12 hours of chunk if I want, right? Then I can say like this: 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., 18 hours, 1800 hours, which is 6 p.m., right? So for 12 hours of uh, cycle time, right, or 12 hours of like not cycle time, the I would say limits, right? 12 hours of chunk. I would keep on running this job only on Tuesdays and Thursdays. And then repeat options, as in like by default it is repeat indefinitely. Means there is no end date for it, right? But if we have any plan, right, then we can do that as well. For example, I want to keep this schedule activated for a month, right? In that case, I can say start it at 8th of November to 7th of December, 1 month, like that. So after a month, my schedule will get deactivated for that particular job, okay, or wherever we have assigned this. So this is how we apply the scheduling for n minutes, every n minutes. If I change it from minutes to hour, then every property is intact, right? Except the hours limit or the frequency. So every 1 hour, 2 hour, 3 hour, 4, 6, 8, and 12. Beyond 12, it makes sense to run the job on a daily basis. Again, like after 18 hours, I don't have that option, right? So 1 hour to 12 hours, like within these, I would say these are the frequencies I can set. So every 1 hour or after every 2 hour and all, right, I can run my jobs with absolutely same um, properties in terms of the days, time range, and repeat option. If I change it from hourly to daily, then my options would change. Right? Daily means daily only once, right? So it will ask me whether you want to run every day or every weekday. If I say every day means all the 7 days, like Sunday to Monday. Sorry, Monday to Sunday. If I say every weekday, then only from Monday to Friday. On the weekdays only, weekends will not be considered, that is, right? And then it will start at 6 a.m. daily once, right? Whether it is a everyday or weekday option we have selected. Beyond daily, now over here, say for example I want to run it for every alternate day, right? Like Monday, then Wednesday, then Friday, right? Using this daily option we can do that. But if I just go for weekly, then here I can do that, right? So weekly, how many days in a week, right? So it is weekly as in like not only once in a week, it depends upon how many days we select over here. So if I say Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, then 3 days of a week we are going to run this job once. Once as in like once on Monday, once on Wednesday, once on Friday at 6 a.m. That is how we set the weekly interval, right? Then whenever I say bi-weekly, right, run the task every 2 weeks. So now what will happen? We are activating this schedule on 8th of November, right? So if I open this calendar, so we'll run the job on 8th, then 10th, then 12th. 8, 10, 12. Then next week is a cooling. There is nothing going to execute. 8, 10, 12. Then 22, 24, 26. After that, 6, 8, 10. Right? So every alternate week will be skipped. Okay, which is like run the task every 2 weeks on. That is how. And then the last option we have monthly, right? Now monthly is having, like, I would say, bit practical options, right? Either I can go by a date, calendar date, or a day, right? So using the first option, right, I can select, do I want to run this on every first calendar day, second, third, fourth, up to 28 I can set, right? I can select 29, 30, 31, right? Because just to have a 30 days calendar month, or maybe Friday as 28 days, we need to consider that, right? So if I say, for example, 10th, right? So every 10th day of my month, I will run that job once. So once in a month on that particular day. But say, for example, I want to set this as, do not run this on the weekends, right? So 10th day can fall on Saturday, Sunday, weekends, right? So I don't want to do that, right? I just want to run that on a weekday only. In that case, I can go with the second option, where I will be able to select whether it like first, second, third, fourth, last, right? So if I say first Monday, that way, or first Friday, or I would say last Friday, last Monday, anything I can select. And on that particular calendar date or a day, we can schedule this particular thing. And then at the at that particular time, right, my schedule will trigger those jobs where it is assigned, right? And assigning the schedule, say for example, I created this schedule, I will say monthly, and I say every 10th day, and then I have set this limit. If I click save, my schedule is saved, monthly schedule. And then again, if I go to the schedules, this is in my list. And if I go to data integration, I'll go to explore. I'll just show you how to apply that schedule to city. We can't schedule mappings, right? Those are only tasks which we can schedule. So if I go to normalizer, normalizer is a mapping, so we can do that really. um, Maybe this replication task, right? So replication task, sync task, mapping task, we have a schedule tab always, right? Any type of task we have schedule. So I'll go to schedule tab, and then I'll change this from do not run this task to run this task on schedule. And drop down, I can see my schedule is appearing. So whatever number of schedules we have created, those all will appear in the drop down, and we can select the one which we want to assign and just say finish. You can create one schedule which will be like immediate, like maybe like in next 5 minutes or so, assign it to any of the tasks you have created, and then just go to monitor and see, right? So whatever jobs which are supposed to be triggered by schedules, Informatica Cloud schedules, you will not be able to see them under my jobs because you're not running them, right, from your end. It is automated way, right? So to monitor them, you'll have to go to monitor service, and then at that time you can see how that job is coming into the queue and how it is running, right? So that way we assign the schedules to the existing jobs. Okay, so we discussed about schedules, schedule repeat frequency, right, repeat options, right? Now one more thing which we will discuss is about schedule blackout period. So if I go here again, if I go to administrator, so in this list, if you see on top, we have a blackout period option. What is blackout period, right? Blackout period is something like a downtime. Whenever you are going to deploy your code from non-prod to production instance, right? Then usually we will target such a time where we have no or very minimal jobs running in production to avoid any impacts. For example, you have one job which runs on almost every hour, right? And then you have some modifications on that particular job, and then you are pushing that again to the production. Now, if this particular job is running on almost 25, 24 by 7, no, 24 by 7 times, right? In that case, what will happen? If you are pushing this job and then while deploying, if that job is already in the queue, right, then that might be kind of an unstable kind of a situation, right? So to avoid that, what we usually do is like we define a downtime, and that time we will make our server Informatica server down. Along with that, we may have other applications impacted, so we'll make those server down, and then accordingly we will deploy the code, right, to avoid any consequences, right. But here, so that downtime needs to be handled by Informatica admins, and then we need like a lot of people getting involved, right, Linux team and all, right. Here in Informatica Cloud we have a very simple option, right. If I'm planning my deployment and if I'm using Informatica schedulers, this will not be applicable for third party schedulers, right. If we have Informatica schedulers, and then say for example, if I want to define, or if I am going to deploy my code over the weekend on Saturday starting at 6 a.m., right, and I would say same day, I would say 10 a.m., right. So this 4 hours of deployment window I'm planning for myself, right. I'll also select the time zone, and if I say okay, now what will happen, I'll see a message over here, right. A blackout period is scheduled from November 6 6 a.m. to November 6 10 a.m., right. Now what will happen whenever we have this blackout period, when the time will come, right, whatever is my scheduled job at that time, right, that will not come into the queue. Informatica will block that particular job, or practically I would say, if it is even coming in the queue, it will show queued status once the blackout period is over. Or if I go here and I take it off, right, if I just deactivate it, right, then that particular job will start running, right. So this is kind of a downtime, and good that this option we have got in Informatica Cloud itself, right. So if I have all the Informatica jobs scheduled also Informatica's in-house, right, in that case I can provide this, or I can define this downtime like using this blackout period, and then that time I'll make sure that nothing comes in my queue. So this is
Oh,
what my scheduled blackout period is. And
okay.
then last point which we are going to discuss is about email notifications. So in the organization, again in administrative service, if I go to organization, then if I scroll down over here, we have default email notifications. So here we just need to provide the email IDs, right? So in case of success, failure, warnings, right, we will provide those email IDs, and we will save them. So what will happen whenever I go to any particular task, right? Say like this, right? Then in the schedule tab, we have that option. So whenever I say use default email notification options for my organization, what does that mean? Whatever email IDs, one or multiple, right, I have provided over here for a specific event, right? Failure, success warning. Those emails will be sent a notification. But if I say use custom email notification options, means only for this particular task, right? I am providing some different email IDs over here. So the way email will be sent or the content of email doesn't change, right. I do have a customized email messaging, right, that we will discuss in the task flows, right. But then this is a default one which will have like minimal statistical information about what is the job ID, when it started, when it completed, how many rows got processed and all, right, and what is the status, success, fail, no, warnings, right. So that, so by these email notification options I can only control what are the default ones, and for a particular task, if I want to override those default email IDs and have some different ones, then I can provide them over here. Otherwise, if I say use default, unless I have anything over here, my email notification will not be going. I need to provide them so that for every single execution, in case of a particular thing, failure, success warning, my email notification will go to that email ID. So what you could do is like you just provide your email ID in your administrator, right, and then run the jobs and you will see the notification. IICS alerts. See, like this. Mapping to completed successfully. Organization ID, this, start and time, mapping name, source connection, all these things I will get. This is what we have email notifications. Task flows are like workflows in Informatica Power Center. Whenever we want to run multiple jobs one after the other, or in particular sequence, or with some dependencies, right? We create task flows in IICS. So in Informatica Power Center, we have to mandatorily create a workflow and then we can run the job. But in IICS, the task flows are not mandatory, right? We can just create mapping task or replication synchronization task and we can run them. um, but then if we really want to have them executed in a particular order, right, then we can create the task flows whenever we want to run these ISCS jobs, right, as in like mapping tasks or different tasks. We can either have third party schedulers, right, and then over there we can provide those um, MCTs or replication tasks and all in a particular sequence and they can get executed, right? So for that matter, whenever we are triggering these Informatica jobs, Informatica objects, right, by third party scheduler, they can even they can even get triggered from only these tasks and all, right? But then whenever we want to have a particular order, right, defined in ISS itself, that time we can create this task flows. Okay, so the point I'm trying to make over here is task flows are not mandatory, but then whenever we want to have that ordering to be done in ISS, we can create them. Okay, now in ISS we have two type of task flows. We have linear task flow and we have advanced task flows. So we are going to see both of them. These are the main couple of types we have. So first of all, we are going to see the simplest form of task flows, which is linear one. Then we'll go to new. So we have this second last label, task flows, right? So here, if you see, we have different you know items over here. So the first one is the linear task flow, and all of these you're seeing, right? These are the advanced task flows, or I would say template task flows. These are different templates. So first of all, we'll discuss about linear task flow. It says combine several integration tasks and run them in a specified order. So if I select this and click create, right, then this is kind of a interface which we can see. So I'll name my task flow as LTF underscore is the prefix for linear task flow, right? And then we can just say demo one for now. We can have some description and the folder where we want to save it. And then by default, schedule will be marked as do not run this task on schedule. If you want to run this, then we can just use this drop down and select the schedule which we have already created, or create a new one over here. Right now I'll just mark it as do not run this task on schedule. Then we can keep adding the tasks one by one over here. So I'll click add task and then I can browse the tasks. So from the default folder, right, I'll take a mapping first. So it is added. Now the I would say limitation over here is there is no multi select option. Even if I want to select multiple tasks from same folder, right, I can't select them at a time. I need to go one at a time, right? So that's the, I would say, limitation. So second I'll select this replication. Okay, now it is added. Again I'll add the task and I'll select synchronization this time. Okay, so this is how we can keep on adding the tasks. So first of all, we have added the
mapping task, then the replication, then the synchronization. The way we select those tasks, right? In whatever order we select the task, accordingly I can see the sequence over here. But if I realize later that though I have selected this task, I want to modify the sequence. So I can do that. For example, if I want to have replication first, right? So I'll say this. Then if I want to run the synchronization, right? Then this is second, and then this is third. So I'll alter the sequence, right? And then I'll say refresh. Okay. So now my sequence is confirmed, right? And arranged as well. Replication, then synchronization, then mapping task. Okay. And then we have these options: stop on error and stop on warning. So what does stop on error mean? If I do not select them, right, then what will happen? Even if this replication is failed, it will still go ahead and run the synchronization and then the mapping. But if I set this property stop on error, so what will happen if replication is failed, right? Then it will not go to next task, which is synchronization. It will abort the workflow over there, right? So any point of time, if my any of the tasks are failing within my task flows, then it will it will suspend that workflow, abort that workflow there itself. It will not go forward because these are dependent. But then if I don't select them, then one after the other task will keep on running regardless of their status. And if I select this as well, right, stop on warning, means even if we have any rejections or by any other mean my tasks are showing me warning status, in that case also it will not move forward. It will just suspend a task flow over there itself. So these are these properties: stop on error and stop on warning. Okay. And then down there we have these email notification options. So if I keep it default, then whatever default IDs are set in my administrator service, those will get notified for failure success warning. If I want to override them and have different email IDs for this particular task flow only, then I can just provide them over here by selecting the custom email notification option. Okay. So these are the properties of linear task flow, right? This is the simplest form of task flow in IICS, where we can just do the sequential processing. There is no parallel processing available over here. So the assignment for this would be whatever task you have created so far, right? Replication, synchronization, mapping, right? You have them in a specified order, right? You can change the order as well. At least create two linear task flows and run them. I'll save this for now, right? And if I run this, right, it will get executed. So I'll go to my jobs, so I can see the task flow is running right now. Okay. And I can see three tasks over here, right? If I click on this three tasks label hyperlink, then I'll get to see it is still in process, I believe. So here we have two tables, two tasks, because this is a replication one, right? This is uh, pulling data from couple of sources. That is why we have two tasks over here. I can click and then I can just see now both are queued. Okay, and I can click on this again, label task flow, and then I can come back to my main screen. Or even if I click on data integration, I'll just come to this. Okay, so let it run. We'll come back to this again. So this is how we created and executed a linear task flow, right? Now we'll see the other type. So if I again go to new task flows, now all these are the template task flows, right? Or advanced task flows. So these are of same type, but then we do have different templates available. So parallel task with decision, sequential task with decision, right? So these are different templates, ready-made templates which are given, right? But that doesn't mean that I have to stick to that template design only. I can change that design later, right? So when I say parallel task with decision, it doesn't mean that I can't have sequential processing over there. So the point is, we can have few tasks running in parallel in the beginning, then some tasks in the sequential order, then we can have some email notification tasks, so we can have a combined design, right? But to start with, we can select any particular template. I can select sequential, parallel, anything, right? So I'll go with this parallel task with decision. So I'll click on create. So this advanced task flow will give me a pictorial representation, like we used to create a workflows in Power Center, right? Similarly, I'll have a pictorial representation. For linear task flow, I just have the properties kind of a screen. I don't have this kind of a visuals, right? What is one after the other and all. We just have to provide a list. Here we have this kind of a representation. So here, I can see a start and end. Then I do have parallel paths one, right? And then I do have these two tasks executed to be executed in a parallel way. We can increase it. We can increase the number of these two. So as in, like, we can have 5, 6, 10 tasks running in parallel. We can do that. After the parallel processing, we have a decision to be taken, if else kind of a thing, and then it will end. So we will modify this to go over these all types right over here. Right? We can use them. So we'll start with the properties of this, right? So we have properties. So I can just name this task flow as ATF, advanced task flow underscore. Again, I will say demo one, and then I'll keep it in the default folder. I can have some description as well over here. Okay. Then if I go to parallel paths, if I click, I can see the parallel paths properties. Here in parallel paths, the name is given as parallel path 1, but I can change it. For example, if I want to run some synchronization tasks in parallel, right? In that case, I can say parallel, hit rename over here. And then if I click on parallel paths, right? Then I can see by default we have couple of paths, path 0 and path 1. This is path 0, this is path 1. But then, as I said, we can even increase this, right? Increase as in, like, if I want to run more tasks in parallel, right? Then I can add multiple paths like this. So let's assume that we need to run 4 tasks in parallel. So I have taken these two more paths over here. It has 1, 2, and then I can bring new right over here, like task 3, task 4. Okay. Now if I click on this data task 1, right, then I'll see the properties over there. So if I click on this data task 1 tab, data task tab, right, and again if I click on select, so let me select this synchronization, click select, and then usually what I'll do is, like, so on my pictorial representation I see data task 1 as a label. Ideally I will copy this name from data task label, data task tab, and then go back to the general and then paste it over here. So in the visuals also I'll see what task I'm going to execute.
Similarly for data task 2, I'll browse. I'll go to third. Okay, this is how I have created. I can use this also. Let's see what else sync task I have. Let me just check. Oh, I have these many on right now. So I'll just say I'll go to parallel tasks and then I'll delete this path 3, fourth path, right? So I'll just keep it 3 at a time right now. So now what will happen whenever I execute this task flow, all these 3 tasks, these 3 synchronization tasks will start executing uh, at a time. It will start, right? And then once every task, right, all of these tasks are completed, then only it will go to next one, right? So after this parallel processing, we can have a sequential processing as well. How do I do that? So if I have this right like this, I can have one more, right, or whatever number of mappings, or sorry, number of tasks I want to execute. So say for example, initially I want to run these things, right, in a parallel way, because they are not dependent, right? It is not that first of all this has to run, then this. No, they can go in parallel because they are pulling data from independent sources and putting data into independent targets as well, right? But once this load is completed, then I need to run this. Once this is completed, data task 1, then only it has to go to data task 2, right? If that is how I want to design, right, then I can have this kind of a structure created over here. Okay, I can just similarly have these also initialized or defined, which uh, mct or sync task I have to take over here. Okay, so this is how we discussed about parallel paths and then the data tasks, right? Decision is something, if I want to, decide, right, if I have a condition and on that basis, right, I want to decide whether to do this or that, if else, right, then I'll use the decision. I'll show you one example. There could be number of scenarios where we can use the decision, right? I'll show you one example. So let me just configure this data as 2 with some. Okay, so I'll say let's use rank demo. Okay, now I want to take a decision on the basis of this particular MCT, right? And I'll show you example. I'll go to decision. I'll go to decision tab of it. Click select. Click to select field. Right? So it is not always that whatever task I have provided, you know, over here, right? Previously, immediately the successor, right? But anything, right? Not successor, predecessor, right? So what I'm trying to say is decision can be taken on any of the tasks which are falling, right? I can take a decision on this parallel paths as well, or this particular task as well, right? Not uh, it is not mandatory that whatever task is falling just one level, one step behind, only that can be taken a decision on. It can be data task 1 or any of these tasks which are falling, you know uh, in the previous order. For now, I'll just take a decision on rank, which is this rank demo. And if I expand this, then these are like task properties parameter, output parameter, fault parameters, right? So if I just expand output parameters, I can capture end time, error message if any, failed source rows, failed target rows, success target rows, success source rows, that kind of a thing, right? I can even pull the object ID, and these properties are really important enough whenever I want to capture the audit logs, right? So and then eventually whenever you are going to implement this kind of a mechanism, you will have some ABC framework or something, right? By which we will capture these things. Not everything, maybe log ID and all, right? But then if I want to just capture the details about success source rows, success target rows, task ID, task status, or object ID, right? Those things, right? We will capture these for specific tasks, and we will uh, push them into an audit table, right? So for that matter also, these things are important, and these are getting pulled from the Informatica Cloud metadata entities, right? We don't have to do anything extra for this. So now I am going to take a decision on my success target rows. Okay, what kind of a decision? Path 1 and path 2, right? So if I say success target rows greater than 0, then go to path 1, otherwise go to path 2, right? If you see over here also, I can see these, right? Greater than 0 or otherwise means decision is going to be taken on the basis of MCT rank demos success target rows. If those are greater than 0, then do this, otherwise do that, right? And what does do this? Maybe I can have something else over here, otherwise directly end. And what could be this scenario, right? For example, I will execute this data rust 2 only when my rank demo task is populating some data to the target, right? If rank demo MCT populates some data to target, then only I have to run this next task, data does 2. If it is not providing any data to target, right, for that specific run, then it will go to otherwise path, where it will directly go to end, right? One example could be this data does 2 is a historical data load, right? So we'll push the history in for every execution, right, for every run in that table. And then this is my incremental load. Say for example, if incremental load is not producing any new data, then there is no point in running the historical data mapping as well, right? So that is why I have kept this kind of a decision dependency. If incremental task is generating and pushing some data newly in the target, then same set of data I want to I want to push in the historical, right? So this data has to mapping design and all that I have to create on my own, right? So this is not going to help me by just providing the name and then history will get loaded. No, data has to whatever task or whatever mapping I'm going to create for this, right, that anyways I have to design separately, right? I can reference it over here. But then this kind of a dependency, you know I can see over here, I can set this kind of a dependency, right? Or even I can have, if this matches, right, first condition matches, then run this. If it doesn't match, then run that. If I have that kind of a scenario, in this particular case it is not feasible, right? But then if I have that kind of a scenario, I can have this I can take decision and run either of the or either of the tasks, right? As well. So it all depend upon what is scenario I'm trying to cater over here. Okay, after this also I can have tasks. For example, after this, right before end, I can have something to be executed. So in the otherwise flow also, what will happen after this, we are not going to run data as 2, but it will go to otherwise run data as 3 and end. This route also, rank demo data as 2, 3 and end. Okay, so let's talk about how many widgets from this left hand side panel we have discussed so far. There are certain things which are added newly over here in this list, right? So even I haven't executed or I haven't used them, right? For example, this ingestion task is something different, right? Which even I haven't explored, right? So this ingestion, then this throw, right? These two things even I will have to explore. So maybe in like a day or two, I'll just explore these and then I'll explain. Otherwise, whatever we have, right, that we will discuss now. Okay, so now for example, I want to have this particular task flow to be executed in a loop, right? I want to run this in a loop. Then how do I do that? And then I'll give you scenario as well, right? So we executed the parallel paths, then we executed data task one, then we executed rank, right? After rank, I'm taking a decision. If I'm pushing any new data to my target, then run the historical load, right? And then end. If this particular task is unable to produce any new data, then right now I'm just ending, right? But then if I want to run this in a loop, right, what I can do is I can just use this jump, and I can have this jump on this particular path which will break the flow. Jump. So what kind of a jump? It can take either a forward jump or a backward jump, right? So whenever I use jump, I need to mention where you want to go from this place. So if I just say let me just add one more data task right over here, like this, right? So if I just select data task 3, then you will observe there is a small icon coming over here, right? What does this mean? If it goes to this otherwise path, then it is taking a forward jump and it will go to data task 3 and then it will complete. If I want to take a backward jump, now this is not a loop, right? This is just like go here, here, and then end, right? But if I want to take a backward jump, then it will be a loop kind of a thing, right? So parallel sync tasks, if I select, then the icon will be over here. What does this mean, right? Run parallels, run sequentials, check the decision. If it is not pushing data, it will come to otherwise path. Otherwise, say it will again go to parallel. So unless this particular task produce some data, it will keep on going back and it will keep on running the whole this in a loop manner, right? Is it applicable? Is this backward jump and loop kind of a structure applicable for this particular data task? That is something we need to really check, right? But if I have this kind of a functionality to be implemented, right, then I can make use of this jump. Okay, but then one thing which I need to be little diligent about, if this design is not kind of going to provide me data for rank demo, right, then it will keep on running unnecessarily in infinite loop, right? Maybe when I can use this, if I have a particular source to be populated, right, and then I'm going to consume data, and if there is a time lag between, because of time lag I'm not having any data in the source, so whatever source table we have over here for rank demo mct, that say for example this whole task flow I have scheduled and it is supposed to be executed at 6 a.m. IST, and then I'm assuming that this parallel paths will take 15 minutes, data task 1 will take 30 minutes, and then it will go to rank. So 6:15 I'll complete parallel paths and 6:45 I'll complete data task 1. 6:45, okay. I know that at 6:30, which is 15 minutes prior to completion of data task 1, at 6:30 I'll get data loaded to a source table which is being used in rank demo. So I have used that kind of a dependency, right? That I'll assume that this and this will take 1 hour, right? Or how much we calculated? 45 minutes, 15 minutes and 30 minutes, right? So 45 minutes. And then before that itself, I am getting data in my source table. But somehow on a particular day, these two tasks completed early. Maybe I will say in 25 minutes itself. So I completed data task 1 at 6:25. But this source will be refreshed at 6:30, right? So there is a 5 minutes ka difference. In that case, what will happen? This will not produce any data. It will go to otherwise path and it will again go to this. So in that case, again, I'll run this, come to data task 3, right? Make sure that it is beyond 6:30 now. Have I produced any data, or do I have any new data in the source for rank demo? Yes. Then it will process that data. It will push it into target, and then it will go to other this flow, if flow, and then it will conclude. So if I have this kind of a scenario to be implemented, then I can use this jump to take a backward jump and run everything in a loop. Now we'll explore few more things. So apart from jump, right, what do we have? So we use this jump. Okay, let's go by sequential order. Assignment, right? Let's see what is assignment. So I'll use it over here. So assignment helps us to assign or initialize few things, right? So if I go to assignments, if I click on this plus sign, right, then any of the tasks which are following, right, I can just use them. So again, for example, I'll select this DSS, say for example data synchronization task, right? So from this also, if I want to pull something, right, as a output parameters like end time, and error message, or object name, log ID, success source rows, success target rows, task setters, right? So if I want to capture these, right, not only from the immediate one, but any of the tasks, right, which are previous or even falling in the next queue, right? Usually we'll not use this for the upcomings, right? We will use them for the previous ones, right? And then I can capture these things, right? For example, I want to capture the audit details like I will say run ID, then start time, end time, success source rows, success target rows. Okay. So now using this assignment operator, right, we are capturing these things. And now these things will be taken ahead and they can act as an input to the upcoming thing. Right now, this is just an example I'm giving you. But if I want to capture them and I want to provide them as an input to my data task 2, right, then I can draw them like this. From this to this directly I can't have them, right? But then if I have assignment in between, I can draw whatever statistical details I want to pull, and I can provide them as an input to data task 2. And then these five things, or whatever number of parameters, right, output parameters we have defined and pushed by assignment 1, right, these things can be grasped as an input by data task 2. Obviously we need to have such kind of a design for data task 2, right? And then we can grasp them and use them for further calculation. So it is not only about these statistical detail, but there could be few more parameters like values which can be grasped from assignment and used for some further calculation as well within the mapping logic, right? That can be done using the assignment. So this is also like equally important whenever we have this input output kind of a thing implemented from one mapping to other mapping. If I want to take some parameters, right, then I can use this assignment. After assignment, data task we have discussed. Notification, right? So I'll just place this notification over here. So notification tasks allow me to create customized emails, right? So if I just click on details, I can configure these properties: email to, email CC, email subject, right? Till now we have just talked about custom and default email notifications, which we can configure in the schedule tab of any particular task, right? But that time, whatever email subject body contents, that is something beyond our control. We can't customize that, right? It will be whatever by default Informatica provides, right? But here we can customize our email. So I can just say which email to be sent mail to, no, which are the participants or the email IDs, right? Who are the people or IDs to be kept in CC? What could be my email subject? I can configure that, right? And then the email body as well, HTML or plain text. If I say HTML, if I click on edit content, then they can have my own, right? So I will say hello, and then what I can say is this this particular email notification can comprise the details about multiple things. Now for datas 1 2 3 4, I don't see this expandable property because we haven't configured them, we haven't given them any mapping or MCT any reference, right? That is why we can see like this, right? But right, for this rank demo for example, right, I'll say output parameters, object name, add, right? So I can just have a label like object name 1. It will print the object name. Okay, then what I can say is, what else I want? um Start time, this will be a value, right? And I will say target count. Okay, now I can do this for next, right? Object name 2, it can be, say for example, this output parameters, object name. Again I'll say start time. This is my start time, right? Again I'll say target count. Like this, right? I can have multiple things, and then I can make it bold, italic, and all those formatting options. I can have like bullets and numbers, right? Those things, some links can be provided, text can be highlighted, right? Those things I can have. So this is like full featured customizable email I can configure, and then I can send this email. If I click OK, right, then usually we'll put this email at the end, right? At the end of the task flow, it will email the users about details across multiple mapping, one or multiple mapping tasks, right? And then it will happen. In some cases, we might have to send notifications to user as soon as a particular task is completed, right? So after completion of data task 1, send a notification. After this also you send a notification. If that is how we want to implement, then I can have multiple email notifications within same task flow as well. Okay, that way. So this is how the email notification works. So it is notification task only, not email notification. But as it is sending emails and all, I keep on sending as I keep on calling it as email notification. Let's start from the command. So command task is similar to what we already have in Informatica Power Center. Whenever we want to execute some shell script, right? Shell script, Python script, or Windows Bash script, right? We will use this command task. So if I go to the input fields, I'll have to provide the runtime environment over here. Then I'll have to provide the script file name, any input arguments, right? Comma separated, and then the work directory. Okay, so these things I'll have to provide, and then I can invoke a shell script in the task flow. So there are like two ways of invoking the shell script in Informatica Cloud Code. Either we can have it as a you know um, part of MCT or any particular task, basically pre-processing or post-processing command in the schedule tab of any particular task. We can invoke the script, or we can also invoke this as a part of the task flow, right? So it depends upon our design. If if that particular task is in conjunction with the MCT or any particular task, right? If it is directly related to that, right, in that case we can invoke it as a pre or post processing command, right, in the schedule tab. If it is really independent entity, right, then we can invoke it as a part of the task flow using the command task. So we need to provide the details like runtime environment, script name, input arguments if any, and then the work directory, right? So that is why, so a script may or may not have the input arguments, right? That is why this input arguments is marked as non-mandatory. Same goes with the work directory as well, right? So work directory is something we can provide that specific path, right? If we do not provide any path, then the default path will be taken, and then Informatica Cloud will try to see you know try to get that script in a default path, right? Usually, right, we provide the script name and the script path, and if any arguments as applicable, we'll provide them, and accordingly we can invoke this command task. Okay. After that we have file watcher, file watch task, right? So this file watch task is something similar to the event wait in Informatica Power Center. Whenever we need to have a dependency on any particular source file to be placed on a particular path, right? um, we use the event wait, right, in Power Center. Similarly, we have file watch task over here, which will check the file availability, and accordingly it will get triggered. Okay, but then this file watch task is a two-step process in Informatica Cloud. Whenever we want to use a file watch, right, first of all we'll have to create a file listener. So file listener will be sensed by the file watch task, and accordingly the use case is same, right? But here we have two entities to be created, file listener and file watch task, right? So I'll show you how to create a file listener first. So I'll go to new components, and then this is a file listener. Okay, last option, it says create a listener that listens to file that arrive to a specific location to be used in a mass ingestion task or other assets. Okay, so let's create one file listener. So we can name the file listener. I'll say file listener. We'll select the folder where we need to save it. We can have description, runtime environment, and then the source type. Source type could be a connector or a server. Okay, if I select the connector, okay, then we need to make this as a enabled or disabled, active, inactive, right? Connection type, where we want to locate that particular file, right? So if it is a flat file connection, then I can say local folder, right? If it is anything else like, FTP, SFTP, Amazon S3, right? Or Azure Blob Storage, Google Cloud, right? Whatever is the location, right? Whatever is the, I would say application first, where we need to, read that file from, that appropriate connection I'll select. For now, I'll go for local folder. Okay. And then here we need to provide a path. So when I say local folder, then what is that folder, right? So I'll have to provide that. So let me open my Windows directory. Okay, so this is my flat file location. So I can copy this, provide it here. Okay. And then file pattern, file type, sorry. Are we going to actually provide the file name or any regex expression or a wildcard, right? Mostly we'll go with the wildcard. So this particular file watcher doesn't go only with a particular file name, but we can even go by the wildcard. Wildcard as in like star.csv or star.txt or anything else, right? Which will suit that particular pattern. We can go with that, right? If we have a dedicated file name, then we will just provide that name over here, not any wildcard character like star, right? But then this will give me more flexibility in terms of the file name having any timestamp, for example, right? So if my file name is something like, um, I would say if the pattern is like this, src financials, and then if it is a date, right? 11/09/2021 dot csv. Okay, and then if this is the pattern, so every day, every time date will change, like 10. So in that case, what I can do is I can use this. So if the file name is in this kind of a pattern, right, where the date will always change, right? So for that matter, I can say src financials underscore star, right? So after star, it can be anything like that, right? So I can provide this kind of a thing. And then I do have another feature over here, right? So this is my default path, right? CIICS FF location. But then there can be multiple subfolders beyond this, right? Under FF location. And if I want to check this particular file under any subdirectory, then I can check this option. So many a times what happens is whenever we receive a file, right, there is a mechanism, right? FTP or SFTP mechanism by which every time it will create a subfolder by date. And then inside that, if I want to search that file, right, in that case, this option will be helpful. Check files in the subfolder. So under FF location, right, it got changed. Did I? Oh, okay. I clicked this and unclear, right? So that's why it went off. So like this, and then inside the subfolder, right, under this ff location, if I want to search for that file, I can check this particular checkbox, and then notify when file arrives, is updated, and is deleted. So it is not only if file arrives then I'll get notification, right? Many a times, right, most of the times what will happen is we will read that file which is present on a particular folder, and then our file watcher or event wait in Informatica Power Center will get cleared, right? And then process will happen, and most of the time will have a mechanism to archive that file. So we'll move that file from that source location to any archive folder, so that tomorrow when new file comes, right, then accordingly Informatica will read the fresh file. If we do not have any archiving mechanism, then what will happen, file is already there, and then Informatica Power Center's event wait will still go ahead with older file name, right? But there was always a problem that how we will handle it and how we will read the new file only, right? So for that matter, we have these options, arrives and is updated, right? So sometimes file will not be placed newly, but that file might get appended, right? In that case, if I just use this also, then any existing file, right, if even if it gets updated, right, so it will go by the last modified date, and if last modified date is updated, then also this will be triggered, and then accordingly it will notify the file watcher task. We can even have is deleted, means if file is deleted, right, then also you send a notification, but practically we will not use it much, right, because we need to just notify when the file is received or it is updated, that way. Okay, and then there are certain more options, maybe like stop checking rules, uh, stop checking if rules are met, check the file stability, right, then notify if file exists on first run, right? So we need to use this option, and then the last thing is exclude events when file listener is not running, right, that way. So file listener will not be running for first time maybe, so if I just use this, right, notify if file exists on the first run, right? So it is not something that we are going to get a new file, we'll place the file, right, for first time, and that file has to be considered for generating that kind of a trigger, right? So we'll use this, right, for first time, and then what will happen once the file is placed over here, then that file listener, right, will get notified, and then it will go ahead unless the file is arrived or updated, whatever property we have set, right? Unless that is fulfilled, this file watcher task will not move forward, and then that is how we can set the dependency on a source file, like some similar to event wait, right? But then it's a two-step process in Informatica Cloud, whereas in Power Center it was just a uh, event wait, right? But then we can see like a lot of improvisations, right, over here in Informatica Cloud, as in like we can check the file in subfolder as well, or we can just notify not only when file is received, but if it is updated, right? So those things are kind of improvisation. We can also sense the file, we can also check the file not only on the Linux server, right, but on any of the cloud platforms like Azure, AWS, Google Cloud, right? FTP, SFTP. So that will give us some advantage of checking the file, right? Because if these are the cloud servers, right? Then, and if I'm just using a flat file one, right? Then I have to use some external mechanism or third party scheduler maybe to check the file if it is present on the cloud server or not. But now this property is already handled in Informatica Cloud itself in the file listener and file watch task. right? So that is how we will use this file watch. Then we have a subtask flow, right? So subtask flow is, I would compare it with the worklets in Informatica Power Center, right? So we can create a workflow, right? If there is a workflow which we need to invoke as a part of another workflow or a master workflow, then what we do is like that smaller workflow will create as a worklet, right? And then that worklet can be called in the other workflow. So similarly, now this particular task flow, right? I'll just save it for now, right? I know it is invalid because I haven't configured data task 1 2 and all, right, but then I have saved it, right? And then if I create another task flow, and then inside this particular task flow I want to call the other one, right? Then I can do that subtask flow. And then if I go to this, if I browse it, see, I can see couple of them, right? Like this. Okay, so this is a task flow inside a task flow. So if I go to my original one, right, and then these task flows can be again arranged in a sequential order or a parallel order as well, right? So instead of this data task 1 and 2, right, we can even have the subtask flows invoked like this. So if these subtask flows are not dependent on each other, right, we can execute them parallel, right? And then if it is needs to be placed one after the other, we can just have them as the way we arrange the data tasks, like subtask flow 1 2 3 in a sequential order. We can also have them on a decision in particular case, right, if you want to take a call that which task flow to be invoked, right, in the if else condition, we can do that as well. So this will give me like a lot of flexibility to design my code, right? So uh, these changes or improvisations are done in Informatica Cloud with respect to whatever flaws we have seen in Informatica Power Center. And because of these flaws, or I would say limitations, most of the time we will go with the third party scheduling tools because we don't have the proper dependencies set and all, right. We always have some challenges, but most of those challenges are already taken care in Informatica Cloud's task flow, so that we can minimize that dependency on third party scheduler, right? So Informatica Cloud itself will become kind of a tool where we can try to, gather or try to address almost, or I would say most of the things, right? Not everything we can cater, right? So if we have a dependency on external tools or other ETL tools like MDM, Power Center, uh, other like talent and all, right, in that case I'll have to use third party scheduler, right? But then from Informatica standpoint, Informatica Cloud standpoint, we have like added like lot of features right over here. So my advanced task flow will become like so solid that lot of dependencies and all, right, can be managed, and then we can execute it. So is something again I will have to check. So couple of things: ingestion task and throw, right, that I will have to check. So last thing is the wait, right? And then let me explain you wait over here maybe. Okay, so wait is, to introduce some interval in between so that my task flow will be in kind of a pause status, or you can call it as a a buffer time in between, right? If you want to kind of wait the task flow or halt the task flow so for some time, then we can introduce this wait. So it is above and beyond the file watch, right? So just imagine in Informatica Power Center, if the file is not received, right, we will still my workflow will still showing as running. As soon as the file is received, then it will go forward, right? But we don't have any mechanism to hold the workflow for any other event, right? And it can be anything, any external event, right? I want to sense, and then I will have to move forward. It will not be able to sense actually, but it can it can just introduce some wait period, right? So this wait period can be configured in two ways. We can wait after a particular period time, right? So for a specific interval we can introduce a wait, or till a specific time, right? So using the first option, after a wait period means if I reach here, for example, and then before I start executing my subtask flow, right, I want to introduce some wait, right? Why? I'll give you one scenario, right, which I've used in my project. So definitely the design was not like that, right? But then there were a few data tasks and all, and then there was a particular task for which you know there was a time constraint. So the scenario was, I'll kick off this particular advanced task flow at 6 a.m. IST, for example, right? And as per the calculation, what not the time is the time taken for every data task and to reach a certain point, right? The scenario was, I'll complete this, and then I'll reach to this point ideally in 30 minutes, half an hour, right? And then after half an hour, I can start executing the rest of the piece. Okay. But by any chance, right? By any chance, on a particular day, if my task flow, all the tasks before the wait, right, completes in, say, for example, 25 minutes or 20 minutes, right? Then I need to wait, right? Because the next data task needs a particular data from source, and that will get updated at 6:30 only, right? So I'll have to make my task flow wait. So that was one of the use cases where we use this wait. Now, as I mentioned that we can introduce wait for a specific time period or till that time arrives, right? So here, if I say wait for 15 minutes, so we can introduce this wait for in terms of seconds, minutes, hours, and days. Okay. So if I use days and if I say one, right, then it will wait for entire 24 hours of chunk, which is not at all advisable, right? We can introduce a wait period for seconds, minutes, not even for hours, right? Why to have a particular task flow in our queue running for hours and hours waiting for something, and then after that wait period it will go forward, right? Rather than that, we can break the workflow task flow into two pieces, right? Schedule it for one time and schedule other for the other time after having that specific interval in between, right? So hours and days are not really practical enough. Hours is still okay, right? I would say if I want to reduce a wait period for 1 hour or 2 hours, right, it is still okay, right? But days is really no, right? If I say like 3 days, then what will happen? This task flow will start at Monday maybe, and then after a certain period, like remaining part of the task flow will execute on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, right? So that is not at all practical, right? Though that option is there. So now I'm just setting it for minutes. Now what will happen? It will execute this file watcher task, and then it will go to wait. It will check, okay, I have to wait for 15 minutes. So 15 minutes there is no action, right? My task flow will show running, and after 15 minutes of period, it will go to subtask flow 1, and then it will go beyond. So I'm introducing a wait period of 15 minutes over here. Okay. But just imagine, and then same scenario we catered, right, in our coding, right? That why I'm introducing this wait, so that I will be I'm playing safe, and then for this subtask flow, whatever is the source, that will get refreshed, that will get the data at 6:30 a.m., and then I will move forward, right? I'm just trying to avoid a situation where I reach to this point at 6:15 or 6:20 and there is no data available for my next task, and then nothing got processed, right? That is why I'm introducing this wait, right? But whenever I say 15 minutes, what will happen if I reach to this point at 6:15? It will wait till 6:30, 15 minutes, and then move forward. But if I'm reaching at this point at 6:30 only, then unnecessarily I'm waiting for 15 minutes. My data is already there, right? But I have just introduced this wait period of 15 minutes. Then if I reach over here at 6:30 or 6:45 and 7, right? Every time I'll have to wait for 15 minutes. And that is not cost effective option, right? So rather than introducing wait period you know for a chunk of time, I can go for the second option, which is at a specific time, right? Till specific time you wait. Now what does that mean? If I provide 06:30 am and delay of 0 days means same day, now what will happen, right? If I if I process this everything, I come to this and I reach here by 6:15, then I'll have to wait for 15 more minutes because it is mentioned 6:30. If I reach here by 6:25, then I'll have to wait for 5 minutes only. If I reach here by 6:30 or 6:35, then there is no wait. Why? Because I'm very sure that at 6:30 my next task is ready to be executed. So why to wait, right? So that is why the second option at a specific time is more cost efficient, right? Where we only say till what time we need to wait. And if that time is already reached or if it is crossed, right, then there is no wait, right? But if I reach this point early, right, then I'll have to wait. If I reach to this point in just 5 minutes, 6:05, right, then this will make my task flow wait for 25 minutes. Okay, so this is how we can introduce a wait, right, at a for a specific wait period or a specific time, right? But it depends, right, upon what kind of scenario you are catering. But then I would say the second option at a specific time makes more sense logically, and accordingly we can use it. So this is what my weight is. I know that this is like a bit complex, right? We have like lot of things over here, right? Lot of new things over Informatica Power Center workflow, right? So I would recommend you to uh, go through each and everything one by one, right? So data task is okay, right? You can have one or you can have multiple, run in sequential, parallel, doesn't matter, right? But I will recommend you to create multiple task flows, right? Run something in parallel, run something in sequential, and then save those task flows and run them, right? Then you can introduce something like file watcher, right? Just create one file listener and file watcher, right? That way you can do a thorough exercise, but it is like really important. So every aspect or every option which is given over here in the advanced task flow, you need to be very thorough, and then you need to be in a position to make out in which scenario we can use which particular option, right? So using that, so doing the practice, it will be better for you, so that whenever you are going to introduce this practically, you will be having that knowledge, and accordingly you can utilize these options effectively. So talking about Salesforce or SFDC is like salesforce.com. So this is one of the leading customer relationship management applications, right? CRM applications, which is an on cloud, right, from the beginning, right? So now these cloud platforms like Azure, AWS, Google Cloud are relatively new, right? But Salesforce is like really seasoned CRM application, which was already a cloud based, right? So and then in Informatica Power Center also we have a connection type, right, to connect with Salesforce, and then read data, write data, right? So those things. So it is being used from you know from last many years basically. So it is like effectively it helps us to effectively store the information about our customers, their personal details, their address level details, contact transaction level details and all, right? And then it provides us one point solution for every customer requirement, right? As in like to track customers for their transactions, how they're operating, right? So if I'm running a particular business, right, then for me to know my customer, right, like their personal details, where they're doing the transactions and all, right, which geographical area they belong to, where the transactions are happening across the globe, right? So these things can be captured and stored in Salesforce, right? And then we can draw the reports, analytical reports on top of it, right? We can just slice dice those reports, and then accordingly it will help us to take the decisions on the business, right? Business side decisions can be taken. So Salesforce will provide me like a lot of good feature, not only to capture the information effectively, but then there would be like a lot of UI level, you know, details, UI level features by which I can visualize my business, and then accordingly I can manage my customers also effectively, right? Then talking about why Salesforce, right? Why SFDC to be used? Whenever we have a legacy platforms, right? And then I just have an idea about my business, right? But don't know how to go about it, or don't know how to make it digital, right? In that case I'll have to go through several steps. Like first of all, I need to think about the hardware requirements, software requirements, how I can define the access to the users, right? It is not only me that I'm viewing the customers, right? But customers will also have access to my interface, right, to check the several things, right? So I'll have to define the users, sorry, access for the users, right? Then how I can set up the reporting mechanism, right? There could be different people in the business, right? There could be technical engineers, there could be financial end users, right? There could be people from different departments, and then they will have to see their own data, right, in their own format, right, or their own preferences, right? So I'll have to design those analytical mechanism, reporting mechanism. Then I have to think about how I can secure my data, right? And then how I can make it as a digital platform, right? So a lot of things I need to think about, right? But then if I go with Salesforce subscription, then I just have to purchase that, and then everything will be taken care. I don't have to think about hardware, software requirements, security, define access, and all. Everything will be there. Salesforce will have all the features, not only in terms of data security and user accesses, but then it will have its own mechanism to provide me the default entities where I can store the data, or I can just have the reporting mechanism on top of my entities, right, on the data. I can do that, right? So that is why Salesforce is like kind of a subscription based service which can be used, and I can effectively handle my customer data. And talking about the features of Salesforce, it is on cloud, as I mentioned, right? It is really scalable and fast, right? It is multi-tenant architecture, multiple people from different teams and all, right, can be, can come together and then use the application, right? It is subscription based and very easy to maintain. So these are the features of Salesforce. And talking about tools, right? We have force.com, which is UI of Salesforce, SFDC, right? So we log into the Salesforce, right? And then we access the details on UI, right? That is what my force.com is, right? Workbench is another tool by which I can write some SQL looking queries. Those queries are called as SOQL queries. So using those SOQL queries, I can access the data from backend, right? Front end is the force.com, backend will be the workbench kind of a thing, right? So it is UI based only, workbench, but then it will give me, or it will allow me more control over my data stored in multiple entities across Salesforce environment. right? And the third tool is the data loader, right? So data loader will help me to extract the data from any of the entities in Salesforce, or if I want to kind of insert the data, right, in the Salesforce by using a CSV file, right, then also I can use data loader. We don't we don't provide training for data loader because there are like several limitations. Data loader we need to install, right, and then accordingly we can use it. So previously we used to do that, right, but because of some demo limitations, right, we have excluded that. But then you can self explore that, like you can download the data loader and try to extract the data or try to kind of insert the data from CSV file to Salesforce. So that is something we can do, but it will be a different entity altogether, nothing in conjunction with Informatica Cloud. So that is why it has like less I would say relevance, and that is why we no longer conduct data loader as a part of training, but force.com and workbench will go through both. Now talking about the entities which are there in the Salesforce, we have two type of entities: standard entities or standard objects, and then the custom objects, right? Standard objects are one which are already present in the Salesforce environment. So there would be some default tables or Salesforce objects which are there, and then they will have some columns and all. So there will be like objects, like leads, accounts, campaigns, or contacts, opportunities, right? So these kind of entities which will be already present in the Salesforce, right? Those are the defaultly available ones, and we call them as standard objects. So there will be a data model, right? With these entities, standard objects, there will be already a default data model which we can leverage as per our requirement. Now there can be a situation where existing entity or existing table in Salesforce requires some more number of columns, and we can do that. So we can extend a particular standard object, or we can modify that kind of a table, right? Salesforce table, to have more columns inserted into that. That is okay. So that is like standard procedure of modifying the standard entities and adding new columns to it, right? And then the other type of entity is the custom entity. There can be a chance that a particular entity is completely missing in the default data model, right, and we need to introduce it from scratch. So the objects which are not at all available in the Salesforce and we need to create them from scratch, we'll call them as a custom objects, right? We will create them, and then those custom objects can also added with the columns, right? We can add the columns into these custom objects. Okay, so we have these two type of entities, standard and custom objects. Now I'll show you practically how to kind of navigate through the Salesforce to go over this standard and custom objects, right? So let me go to my browser. I'll go to salesforce.com. I have already created that account. I'm just using my credentials to log in, right? And whenever I log in, right, I'll see this kind of an interface. In your case, you might see a different theme, which is a lightning theme. So I'll show you that as well, how it will look like whenever you log in first time in the Salesforce. Yeah, this is how you will see the Salesforce interface, right? So options are little bit here and there, right? There is nothing like addition, right? But I find myself comfortable with the classic theme. So there are a couple of themes. We have Salesforce Lightning theme and we have Salesforce Classic theme. Classic theme is like bit older, and then I find myself comfortable, so that's why I use that. Okay, that's it. Otherwise, the options and all will be almost same. Okay, so this is a classic theme. Now, how to navigate through the Salesforce.com, this particular UI, right?
to see the standard and custom objects. For that, I'll click on this setup. Right, on the left hand side, right, in the administrator, I'll see these options. Sorry, not in administrator, the build. There could be lot of options, right? And then we're not going to discuss everything, right? We will just discuss whatever is relevant from Informatica Cloud integration standpoint, right? Because the intention is not to make you Salesforce developer. That's a different profile altogether, right? We just need to be in a position whenever we want to pull data from Salesforce or push data into the Salesforce, then we need to have some basics of it, right? That is the intention. So under the build menu, if I just expand the customize, then all these things which you're seeing, right? Leads, accounts, contacts, nodes, opportunities, all these are the standard objects. Contracts, macros, chat, right? So I'll just go through one. So if I expand the accounts, I see the fields related lookups, validation rules, right? If I just open the fields in a new tab for my accounts object, this is what I have. So in this account object, I see fields like account name, account number, account owner, right? These are the standard fields. So account is my standard object or a standard entity in the Salesforce, and this standard entity has these standard fields. Whenever I say standards, mean by default it is already present: account name, account number, owner, account site, and all, right? So account standard fields. If I scroll down, I'll say account custom fields and relationships. So there would be few fields like, upsell opportunity, SLA, and all, right. These are like custom objects. And if I want to, as I mentioned earlier, right, if I want to see more number of columns, right, in this particular account object as per my business requirement, right, then I can click on this new and I can get the fields added. I'll show you that exercise also. Again, it has like no relevance with Informatica Cloud integration side, but just to give you few more insights, right, how to do that and all, right? Because whenever I was working on the Salesforce integration project from last 3.5 years, right? So there are like a lot of features and all which we explored, right? We explored data loader as well, right? But then, I have just clubbed together like very relevant features of Salesforce, which goes hand in hand with Informatica Cloud integration, and that is what we are conducting. So even my team had access in the Salesforce development instance to modify the standard objects or create the new custom objects from scratch. So that is why we are just conducting, right? In your project, you may or may not have that kind of an access. Okay, so this account location is something which I have added. Okay. I can add one more, right? Maybe I'll just click new. First of all, I'll have to select the data type of the field which I'm trying to add, right? So data type could be auto number, formula, right? Or date time, email, geolocation, right? As this is a UI application, right? I'll see a lot of different type of data types like, email or pick list, right? Kind of a drop down, text area, time, URL, right? A lot of things we have over here. So for now, we will just go ahead with the simple text field, and then I'll click on next. Right? Now it will ask me about the field label. What is the label or the name, right? So we have two things over here. We have field label and field name. Field label can have spaces and all. It is a display label on the front end UI. And field name is something which is actual technical name of that column, which can't have the spaces. So if I say I want to add a field like account uh, summary, we'll skip having underscore. I'll have it as a space, right? If I hit a tab, then field name will directly populate with the underscore. So what could be my length, right? I'll say 255 characters for now. I can provide the description, help text, right? These are again front end used entities, right? Description is something what I'm going to store in my account summary, right? And help text will be able to kind of it will help me to search that field on UI, right? Then I will set some constraints or properties on this particular field which we are adding, like is it a required field? If I say yes, then I can't have null values, so it will become a non-null field. Required as in non-null. Is it going to be unique field? If yes, then I can use it, right? If it is like summary which can repeat for multiple rows, in that case I will not check it. But if it is kind of a unique field, right, maybe account number or account email address kind of a thing, right, then in that case I can use this unique feature. Now whenever I say unique, right, as we have defined this field as a text, right, it will ask me whether it is case insensitive or case sensitive. If I say case insensitive, then capital ABC, small abc, init cap, right, will become the duplicate values. But if I say case sensitive, then capital ABC and small abc will be considered as two different values. So it depends upon what kind of a data I expect, right? And then what kind of a policy I want to enforce. That is how I'll use this case insensitive or case sensitive feature. Right now I'll keep it as case insensitive. Then do I need to define this particular field as an external ID or not? What is external ID? I'll explain you later. For now, I'll just mark it. I'll define this as an external ID. And then auto add to custom report, right? So whenever the reports will be drawn, do we need to see this field? Yes. So I'll just check it. Any default value we need to provide. We can provide a default value unless it is marked as unique. Because if it is unique, then there is no point in providing default value, right? I can't have same value for multiple rows. So that is why, as I've marked this as unique, I'll not provide the default value. And then I'll click on next. Now in the third step, it will ask me to establish the field level security. Right? What is field level security, or we will commonly term it as FLS in the Salesforce FLS. Right? There is a FLS issue, field level security issue. Field level security means there could be different profiles, right, of users in Salesforce, right? And then we need to decide which profile we need to make this field visible, right? So here we have like, and even I don't know about these different, right? Usually we as cloud integration developer will belong to analytics cloud integration user profile, right? But there could be several, right, over here, identity manager, marketing user, and all, right? So we don't even know, right? These are created by Salesforce only. So if my field is restricted to be displayed only for a specific set of users, right, then only in that case I'll give the visible access to that particular user. If it is going to be a public field, right, not a confidential information, then in that case it can be made visible to almost everybody, right? That is what my field level security. Now uh, reason behind having this activity is just to explain field level security only, right? So field level security, just imagine that you got access to Salesforce by your personal account or your own credentials. You requested access in the Salesforce, right, for that Salesforce team, and they granted you access on your email ID, corporate email ID. But then Informatica Cloud will have its own service account or service user to log in into the Salesforce, right? And that particular user might not have access on a particular field. So say for example, account summary, I just added this analytical cloud integration user, right, and our personal IDs are belonging to this particular profile, right? But Informatica Cloud service account, right, is something else, right? And that person, that particular user hasn't given privileges, right? Then what will happen? uh, that particular user will not be able to see this particular field, right? So there could be a scenario, and then I have experienced it personally, right? That whenever I'm logging into the Salesforce, I can see that field, but whenever I'm accessing that entity using Informatica, maybe as a source or a target or in the replication task, right, that field is not displayed, right? So that time we need to know that okay, there could be a field level security issue, and then we need to ask Salesforce management team to provide access to that particular column, right, that field, to Informatica Cloud integration user or that service account. Okay, so that is the field level security. Then I'll go to next, and then last step is to decide on which page layout we need to display, right? So there could be different page layouts, right? UI, as it is a UI, right? I can have a different layout for marketing, different layout for sales, right? And then I need to decide whether this field is relevant to be displayed on that particular page layout or not, right? If it is a public field or applicable for everything, I can just have everything checked. If it is not having any relevance with the sales layout, right, then I'll just avoid that, right? So now finally I can just say save, right? If I click save, then this field will be added. If I say save and new, right, then this will be added, and then it will allow me to create another field. So if I'm in the exercise of adding multiple fields, right, then I can keep clicking on save new, save and new. For now I'll just save it, and then if I scroll down, you see account summary is now added as a custom field in my standard account entity or object. It is marked as test 22 to 55, external ID, unique, case insensitive. Similar properties we have for account location as well. And it will show me when I kind of added that particular entity, or sorry, that particular field. Now I'll show you how to navigate through the, or how to create the custom objects, right? So in the build menu, in customize, these all are standard objects, right? If I go to create menu, and if I just say create objects, it will allow me to create a new object from scratch. So what objects I created last time, which was the location details. So I'll just show you how we created that. Right? So this particular entity or object was not at all available, right, in the Salesforce data model, right? So we created it from scratch. We can create one more. So new custom object, as in like new table or new entity from scratch, right? So here, if I create a table like customer, okay, I'll have, I'll also have to provide the plural of it, customers, right? Object name will be customer. I can have a description, right? And then, so I'll have to provide the record name, as in like what is the key for it, right? Customer name or customer ID I can provide, right? So I'll provide customer name with data type text, and then optional features I need to check all of them, as in like allow reporting, allow activities, track history, right? I'll check in all of them. Object classification, I am allowing sharing, so this object can be shared, right? This sharing is not much relevant to integration purpose, but then this one is allow bulk API access, right? So if I am enabling the bulk mode in Informatica Cloud, it has to be enabled here as well. Otherwise, just enabling that in IICS will not help, right? Salesforce also needs to support the bulk load, and for that, this particular checkbox needs to be checked. Allow bulk API access, and allow streaming API access is again something which is not really relevant for integration, but for now, just to avoid any consequences, right, for Salesforce end, I'll just enable it. Then the deployment status can be in deployed or deployed, in development or deployed. If I say in development, means we will add this particular custom object and it is again work in progress. We are not publishing it because I may again update it, right? So that is why I'll keep it in development, sorry, right? But if I say deployed, then it is saved and it is published, means ready to use. Okay, then I will say allow search, as in like this object will be, we can search that object. And then object creation, creation options, add nodes and attachments, and launch new custom tab wizard, right? So second property is again not applicable, but the first property, add nodes and attachments, right? So every Salesforce entity will have not the data stored in the rows, but also there could be some attachments. So every single row, right, can have the attachments in form of a word file, spreadsheets, or I would say PPT files, right? Those files can be attached to every single record. So in Salesforce, it is not only like our database kind of a structure where we just have columns and rows. We have a third dimension as well, as every single row, or not every single, specific rows also can have attachments associated with that, right? And attachments will have different kind of a data, and there would be different mechanism to read data from those attachments, right? There could be different mechanism or tools by which we will be able to extract the data in the attachments, right? So for that, I'll allow that, right? Add notes and attachments related to list. Okay, so these are the basic properties we have set for a new custom object. And if I click save, this object will get saved, and then we need to set more properties. So object is the customer. Then on the front end, we need to select the tab style, right? So coloring and all, right? So randomly, I can select anyone right now. And then if I click, I can provide some description and all, and then I can click next. Then again, add to profiles. Which are the profiles where this object, custom object needs to be displayed, right? So I'll have everything for now. I'm not going to, you know, deselect any of the properties or custom applications where this particular custom object needs to be displayed or used. Okay, and that is how I create my object, custom object. Currently this custom object is having some standard fields, right? Standard as in the default fields created by customer name, last modified by an owner, right? But as it is scratch created object, right, I'll have to create the fields, custom fields, right? And the way we added a custom field in the standard objects, that procedure will be same, right? It is applicable over here as well. So I can keep on adding the columns the way I want, or the fields way I want, right, in the custom object. So custom object creation is solely required whenever I have brand new entity required, right, which is not there in the standard objects in the default Salesforce area. If they are not there, and if it is required for for my whole business purpose, then I can keep, then I can keep adding these custom objects, and then add the fields which are required, and then we can use it. Now from Informatica standpoint, how to form a connection from IICS to Salesforce, that is something we are going to see, right? And along with the credentials like username, password, and then the URL of Salesforce, right, we need one more credential, which is the security token, right? So I'll show you how to generate that security token. So on the Salesforce front, if I click on this username, right, so it is my name by which I have created the user. If I click on this, and if I go to my settings, okay, then I'll see this kind of a interface, personal setup, right? And then in the quick find bar, if I just type reset, right, I get an option reset my security token. It is, I have to go to my profile name and then go to my settings, okay, and type reset in the quick find box, and then I'll see under the personal details, I'll see reset my security token. So if I click on this, I get this option. So first time also we'll have to reset it, right? So if I click on this reset security token, then one email will be sent to my register email ID with the token. So I can show you that email because I'm not resetting it. I have already reset that and I have used that in my Informatica Cloud Salesforce connection. If I reset it again, I'll have to change that in my already created connection. So I'm not doing that, but I'll show you how email will be received. Okay, so if you see, I'll get this kind of a mail, security token, case sensitive. Right? So this token is required to create a connection. So on Informatica Cloud, let me show you the connection for Salesforce I have created. So now if I go to administrator, so by default, you will not see connection type as Salesforce available under your connections. So we will have to bring it from the add-on connectors, right? So I'll show you that also quickly. Okay. So what we need to do is like we need to go to add-on connectors and then we need to type Salesforce in the find bar and then you will see total 5 connections, right, with the Salesforce. So we need to use this Salesforce connector. Right? I have already installed it whenever I created the connection. So for your end, what you need to do is like you will see this kind of a button, start free trial. So click on that start free trial for Salesforce, and then Salesforce connection will get enabled. It will get available in your default connection types. And then I'll show you the connection which I have already created. So this is the one. I can name it as Salesforce connection. Type is Salesforce. Right? We'll see. We'll use the runtime environment. Right? The Salesforce connection type will be standard. There are a couple of types: standard and OAuth. I'll show you OAuth as well. We'll have to use the standard. OAuth is with other security, mechanism. Most of the time we'll use the standard only. So when we select the standard, we'll have to provide the username, password, which we use to log in into the Salesforce. Then the security token. So this is the one which we have received on the mail. This one, right? By resetting the security token in Salesforce, we need to copy this and paste it over here, right? And then the service URL. So by default, the service URL will be like this, and at the end, it will be like 50.0 or 51.0. So sometimes 50.0, right, might not be supported by IICS, right? So what is this? So this is the API version, right? API version, as in web service version, right? So Salesforce will be connected by API. So the latest API might or might not be supported by Informatica Cloud. So we can lower it down to 38.0, right? That is not going to change anything. It is just a protocol, or I will say channel to connect to the Salesforce. Anyways, credentials and all we are anyways passing, right? So by lowering down this API version will not make any difference as such, right? So I lower it down to 38.0. So maybe if you're able to connect with 50.0, you can continue with that, right? If you're getting some issue, maybe you can just change it to 38.0, right? And then test the connection and then save it. So this is how we can create a Salesforce connection from IICS. Okay. Now after creating this connection, we are going to revisit some of the things. right? So connection creation, token setup is done, right? So every Salesforce entity, whether it is a standard entity or custom entity, will have a primary key called Salesforce ID. So it is a alphanumeric 18-digit ID or a key, Salesforce ID, and this ID is unique across whole Salesforce instance. Right? I'll show you that ID how it looks and all, right? But then the thing is, say for example, I do have like 50 entities in Salesforce, 50 different tables. And then when I talk about a particular Salesforce ID, it is unique across all those 50s, right? So if I say account table, right? And then or account entity and contact entity, right? In our regular Oracle world, right, database world, I can start account ID from 12345, and then I can also start my contact ID from 12345, right? But that is not the case with Salesforce. So the primary key, right, so it would be account ID and then the contact ID, right, for these two. And then Salesforce ID is a concept. It is not a column name, right? It is a concept. So account ID is the Salesforce ID in the account entity. Contact ID is a Salesforce ID in the contact entity, right? And the value for these are unique across all the tables. So once value is generated, right, it will not be replicated for any of the other entities in that particular Salesforce instance account. External ID is something which will be used to insert or update data from external system to the Salesforce. What does that mean? So if I replicate the data, and then I'll show you, and that will make more sense to you. So if I replicate the data from Salesforce to my Oracle by a replication task, right, then I'll get exact dump of Salesforce data, right, where I'll have the Salesforce ID as well. And if that data I'm modifying and then I'm pushing back to the Salesforce, then I can update on the basis of Salesforce ID because it is already present, right? But just imagine that I have a source as flat file or Oracle or any other external system, and from that data source I'm pushing data into the Salesforce. That time I might not be having Salesforce ID, right? Because Salesforce ID is generated by Salesforce own triggers, right? We don't generate that. In that case, how I can push the updates or inserts, how I can check the uniqueness of the record, right? So that time I have to have a common key across my Salesforce entity and that external source, Oracle or flat file or whatever, right? So I need to have a common key, and that common key has to be unique also. So for that matter, Salesforce will allow me to define the external ID. External ID is a property. Okay, it will allow me to define external ID on multiple fields of Salesforce entity, right? So in one particular Salesforce entity, standard object or a custom object, I can define maximum to, I believe, 28 or 30. I'll have to check that, right? Those many external IDs can be defined. Okay, and then using those IDs I can address the updates or inserts, right, from the third party systems. Okay, so if I open this deck, let me check I have noted that or not. Yeah, maximum 25 external IDs can be defined on a particular SFDC object. Okay, so that is the limit, right? So just imagine that one Salesforce entity has 25 columns, maximum 25 columns, which can be defined as external ID. So there could be different source systems, right? One is the flat file, the other one is the Oracle, third one is Teradata, right? And then every entity might have a different unique key. And if we have relevant keys or columns in the Salesforce, those can be defined as external ID, and then we can um, bring the data from external system to Salesforce. Okay, it will make more clear when we actually demonstrate it, right? So what we will do is we'll create a replication task, and then we'll replicate data from Salesforce to Oracle. So replication task. And the purpose of creating replication task again is going through the incremental options as well, right? So we'll address that also. So I'll say DRS underscore SFDC to ORCL. Here we'll choose the Salesforce connection. We'll include the objects. Let's wait for list to get load. So here we'll select the account object and contact for now. Of objects I'm selecting. Then cancel and continue are the same properties. I'll say continue processing. Right. I'll go to next. Now in the target, right, I'll select the Oracle. Select this as REPL. Not sure if the same kind of replication task is already created. If it is, then it will give me an alert. So we'll see. Now, if you see, these incremental options are enabled. These were disabled and it was only full load each run whenever I had Oracle as a source. Now in the Salesforce, I can have these options enabled, incremental load. And I can also see delete options are now enabled. Remove deleted columns and rows and retain. Whenever I had Oracle source, it was always a remove deleted columns and rows option enabled and it was grayed out. But now I can toggle between these options. Right, so I'll keep it as incremental load after initial full load and I'll say remove deleted columns and rows, same for now. And then I don't have to set any, okay, see, duplicate data replication task with prefixes REPL underscore with another replication task. Okay, DRS SFDC ORCL is already replicating on the objects. That is why it is not allowing me to create another object, another replication task, right? So I'll change this prefix from REPL underscore to SF underscore for now. So I'm not going to exclude anything in the field, no filters. I'll just click finish for now. So select star from SF underscore contact, right? So let's see if these tables are already there. Okay, it is not there. It is also not there, right? So let's run this replication task. So Salesforce will have some sample data for contact and account. So that will get replicated. Now it is running. So it seems one of the object is replicated. I can see 13 rows and then I guess account is already replicated. Now contacts are getting, okay, yes, I see 33 rows got replicated. And if I open 13 contacts and 13 accounts and 20 contacts are replicated. Okay, so now if I go to my database and then just query, yes, I can see 13 accounts and then 20 contacts. Okay, so if I go to the replicated account object, right, this ID is nothing but the Salesforce ID, 18-digit alphanumeric. Okay, same goes with contact. So this is Salesforce ID for contact. And then I do have account ID as well, right? So account ID is a foreign key in the contact object. One account can have multiple contacts. That is how this is given. Okay, so this is a foreign key. Primary key foreign key relationship is there in Salesforce as well, right? And then this is the Salesforce ID, kind of a contact ID, I would say. This ID will never be replicated, right? In any of the other Salesforce entities, it is unique, right? Across that whole instance, right? And in the account object, if I go, I scroll to the right, account location C, right, is the custom object, custom field we created last time. We created account summary, right? And then account location C was created by me, before that, right? Currently it is null, right? But now when we populate this, right, we'll have to provide a value for it because it is marked as mandatory field. Currently it was added new, that is why we don't have any data. So once we have data in this particular field, or this is also one of the external IDs, right? Then we can push the data into Salesforce, maybe any insert or update, right? On the basis of either Salesforce ID or external ID. Okay. Whenever Salesforce ID is available, that will be the preferred field to push the updates. Okay. As it is a replication table, I see this, right? But maybe if I have a customer Oracle table, pure Oracle table, that time I will not be knowing what is my Salesforce ID, right? So that time I'll have a common key, maybe like location C or something, and then using that, I'll update data into the Salesforce. So that is the concept of Salesforce ID and external ID. This. So what I'll do is like I'll mark this as complete for now, and then the rest of the part we will discuss tomorrow. So we have seen what is force.com. We are yet to see what is workbench, right? And then in this we are going to create a mapping, synchronization task, and a replication task, right? So replication task we have already created, and that hands-on you can do. So once your Salesforce account is created, right, reset the security token, get the connection created in Informatica Cloud to Salesforce instance, and then replicate any of the entities. So I have selected accounts and contacts. You can select, there are like lot of entities which are there in Salesforce by default. So you can select any of them and then replicate them, and then you can test the replication task with the incremental options. Go to the table which we replicated yesterday. So account and contact, couple of entities, Salesforce entities we replicated yesterday. Okay. So now what we will do is we will update this data, right? And we will push that back to the Salesforce. Okay. And then before we update and send this data back to Salesforce, we'll have to populate account summary C. Okay, because unless we do that, data will not get accepted, as account summary C is mandatory field, right? So we'll just write some update statements. Just mark this for some default values now. Okay, so we have total 13 records. So I'll just create these kind of 13 statements. Update this, comment this, and then if we query the table again, let's see. Okay, now this column is also updated. This one.
Okay, now before we push this update by creating a synchronization task, let me show you Workbench tool. I'll log into Salesforce. Okay, so this is my Salesforce, and in other tab I'll just open up the Workbench. The URL is this, workbench.developerforce.com. I'll just ping you this URL also. So whenever I go to this link, right, workbench.developerforce.com, I'll see this kind of login page. I'll have to select the environment. So currently we have a trial account, so I'll go for production. API version I'll keep as is, agree to the terms and conditions, and I'll say login with Salesforce. So this is a Salesforce tool only. Okay, and whenever I click login with Salesforce, it will not ask me for my username password, because in earlier tab I have already logged in into the Salesforce. If I have not logged in, right, in that case it will ask me username and password the way we provided over here to log in into the Salesforce. Same username and password will be required. Now this is a Workbench tool, and then this will allow us to create the queries, automated queries on Salesforce entities. Okay, apart from creating the queries, we can have few more details over here. We are not going to have everything discussed. We are going to have only whatever is relevant to us, right? So if I go to the info tab, and if I go to standard and custom objects, right, then in this drop down I'll see all the standard and custom entities, right, we have in the Salesforce. So see these many entities we have. So we can see these on UI as well, right? But then this is how we can list all the entities. So Workbench is really effective tool to get me the details about each and every entity, each and every field, attributes to that field. For example, if I just set account object, okay, so it says account object has 68 fields, as in 68 columns. So if I click on this, right, so these are the columns in account object. So account location C and account summary C, these are created by us. So summary C, which we created it. So if we just click on this, right, see, I'll get the attributes for it. So what are these attributes? So this is a custom field. That is why custom is marked as true. This is not a standard field. Is it creatable? True. Creatable as in like, can we insert data into this? Yes. Is it aggregatable? Yes. Is it an auto number? No. It is a string field, right? Then is it defined as an external ID? Yes, it is. Is it groupable? Yes. The label is this account space summary. The technical name is account underscore summary underscore underscore C. Actually, we set this attribute, right, or we set this name as account underscore C only. But why we are seeing this double underscore C? So this stands for custom field, right? So this underscore underscore C will tell me that this is a custom field. Okay, same goes with custom entity as well. If the entity is created from scratch, right, as a custom object, we will also have underscore underscore C as a suffix. Okay, and then this is a string field. Length is 255 characters. This is how we can open up any of the fields, right? So if I just go to name field, so these are the attributes. Is name custom field, as in like, have we created this field? No, it is a default field. So this is how I can check any of the custom, standard or custom entities in this drop down, and from that entity we can see any of the fields, and then we can get the details. Apart from that, if I go to the queries, we were on that SOQL query tab. SOQL stands for Salesforce Object Query Language. So the syntax of the query will be 90% matching with Oracle syntax.
SQL, normal SQL syntax, right? And we don't have to even write the queries. Means we can, right? But we don't have to. So if I want to run a query on account object, right? So first of all, I'll select that object from the drop down. So if I just select account, it will give me all the fields from the account. And then if I simply select any of the fields, my query will be generated. For example, if I click ID, select ID from account, right? See, this query is generated. Along with ID, if I want to, select few more fields, for example, location C, summary, I can hold my control key and keep selecting multiple fields. Billing address, billing country. I will select last modified date. And where is the name? Name. Okay. So this is how my query is formed. I can just have sorting options as well, filtering option as well, right? So if I just say sort on the basis of account number, or I would say better, it I can select ID, right? So see, order by clause got added. A, C, nulls first because it is A to Z, right? That is why it says A, C, ascending. If I say Z to A, it is descending. Nulls first, nulls last, anything, right? So by any chance, if I have nulls in ID, they will come on the top of the list. If I say nulls last, it will go at the bottom, right? Maximum records, if I want to say, for example, I want to just fetch 5 records, so it will say limit 5. So now limit 5 is a bit different syntax than normal SQL one, right? But apart from that, till this it is almost matching everything. I don't want to actually do that maximum records. I'll just delete it. Filter also, if I provide anything, it will get added over here. The where clause will get added, right? So if I just hit a query, see, now this is how I see the data. This is my Salesforce ID. My ID is shown like that. This is proper, but then why these values are having dates over here? Let me remove this clause at all. First, modified by how now ID is coming proper. Still, I would say account, summary, country. These are the IDs. Somehow this is going on the different name is why this is happening. One sec. Account location, account summary, billing, this, modified date. Maybe I'll just take off last modified date as well, just to have less columns. Very. Somehow I don't know what this column is coming in. Ideally for account location 4 also, this ID should come to this, right? And then account sample for entitlements should come as a name. Somehow it is going to the next column. I don't know why it is happening like that, right? Maybe I can
You know
open
why?
this
I
record.
mean, you have only those fields in your query, right?
Yeah, I have, but then I don't know what this last column is coming as. This text
Maybe
box
can
kind
you
of a
remove
thing.
the sort? Okay, can you remove the sort and see try?
I did that.
V2A
I
null
removed
last.
this. No. So that is something. Now the sorting option is removed. There is no sorting option in my query. What I can do is, so these are the Salesforce IDs, right? So if I hover a cursor, right, I see update, delete, undelete. these things, view in Salesforce, or if I right click and then open in a new tab, right? Let's see how that record looks. So
Even you
ID
can
is
click on the link actually.
yeah, I know. So
ID.
if I just
Yeah.
click on the link, it will show me this only, which is like this. Okay. This is showing me the correct result, as in this has to be ID. Somehow it is getting under the name, right? But then if I go here, right, it is ID only. So in backend it is not kind of, somehow in the display it is showing some unusual thing.
No, what's happening?
Oh,
Sorry, I did not get you. Are you talking about the last extra additional column?
correct. This column
Row.
as well
Okay.
as
Okay.
for
Mm.
this row. Now, if you see, this ID is
Mm.
going under name column. It has to be here, and then sample account for entitlements should come under
Mm.
name. I don't know what this new extra grid is coming somehow, because I
Um,
haven't ever seen that somehow.
Me too. We are using
Yeah,
source now, this one, right? So we use a
yeah,
lot. Um,
correct. Anyways, I don't know what is, maybe some
yeah, it's
UI
okay.
issue for now, right?
Mm.
So if I hover a cursor, right, I can see these options: update, delete, undelete, purge, right? View in Salesforce. So if I say view in Salesforce, right, then that particular record will be shown on a UI like this. Okay. Now other thing like these options which I get: update, delete, undelete. Why we have undelete, right? So usually whenever we delete something in the Salesforce, first of all it will get soft deleted, right? Soft deleted as in, like, there is a field called is deleted. There is a column called is deleted, and then that is deleted will get marked as Y, and we call it as a soft deleted. Whenever a record is soft deleted, by using undelete, we can make it as active again. Active as in the is deleted indicator will be marked as N. So that is a delete and soft delete, right? Soft delete or undelete. But if I say purge, right, then that record will be flushed out, right? It will be hard deleted, and then we will not be able to retrieve it back. So these are the options we have. And now what we will do is, like, we will update. Now if you see, account summary is null, because in Salesforce it is null. But then in the replication table over here, we have updated the data. Okay. So now if I create a synchronization task to have this table, replication Oracle table as a source and Salesforce as a target, then we will be able to push these updates back to the Salesforce. And along with that, right, let's see, if I see the country, billing country is also null at multiple places. Okay, so let me see that column over here. Billing country, right? Billing country is also null. So I'll simply write one more update query. I'll just say UK. Okay, 9 rows got updated. I'll commit it. Again, we'll query this. Billing country is marked as UK wherever it was null. Now let's try to push this data to Salesforce back, right? And for that matter, I'll go to Informatica Cloud and we'll create a new synchronization task. I'll go to new.
then synchronization task, and then let's name this as DSS underscore ORCL to SFDC. We'll select as absurd. Then the source we will select it as Oracle, and we'll select the table as the replication one. Okay, and then target will select as the account object of Salesforce. So I'll select SFDC. I'll select account. Okay, then I'll go to next. I don't want to apply any data filters. I directly go to field mappings. Okay, the field names are exactly similar, so I don't have to do the mapping even, as it is a replication table only, right? Everything is mapped. Now if I go to the next schedule tab, as it is a absurd task, right, it will ask me to select update field, absurd field name. And here if you see in the drop down, I can see ID, account location C, and account summary C. Why? Because ID is marked as a Salesforce. ID is a Salesforce ID, and account location C and summary C are marked as an external ID. Right? That is why I can see them. So on the basis of these as well, I can update data back to the Salesforce. Okay, but then whenever we have a choice of updating data on the basis of Salesforce ID or external ID, it is always recommended to go for Salesforce ID. Okay, so I'll select the Salesforce ID and then I'll click finish. And now we will run this replication task. We'll see country is getting updated, as well as account summary C values are also getting updated. Okay, so let's run this. Yeah, 13 rows are successfully processed, right? Now let's run our workbench query again. So if I just query, perfect. So see, billing country is updated as UK, and then account summary is also updated. Now somehow, see, now somehow I can see this ID back in the position again. So it was somehow grid level UI issue over here. Now I can see everything, and then this is settled. Okay, so this is how we can push updates or the data back to the Salesforce as well using synchronization task. So synchronization is one of the effective options where which can be used to push data into the Salesforce, right? But then is it like a mandate as to push data into the Salesforce? Can we just use synchronization task, right? No, so we can use mapping as well. Ideally in end-to-end data warehousing project or data integration project, right? What we do is like whenever we want to pull something from Salesforce, right? Then we will use a replication task. We can use a replication and pull data from Salesforce and put it into a replication table, right? Then that data can be used, modified further, used for some calculations and all. That data modification, validation, or transpose, whatever as per the business logic, can be done using a mapping.
right, with whatever transformation we need to use, right? And whenever we want to push data back to the Salesforce again, maybe same instance or some other Salesforce instance, right, that time we can use synchronization task, as it will give us the better performance. Okay, but then in mapping also we can use Salesforce as a source and Salesforce as a target as well, right? So that demonstration we'll do now. So if I go again over here, click new, mapping. So I'll create this mapping as m underscore sfdc to sfdc. Okay. And then here I will select Salesforce ID. Okay, and then now let me contact object. Let's see if we can really update something over here. Other countries marked as null almost everywhere, unless only for a couple of records. It is France and USA. Okay, so let's target this column, other country. So here I'll use contact object, and then we'll have a little expression. We'll configure it as other country. We'll say if null, other country populated as. So if the country is null, then we'll push it as UK. Okay, so I'll click OK over here, and then again in the target we'll have SFDC. Fact. Okay, same entity I have taken as a target, and then operations. So maybe I'll go with the absurd operation. And now if you see, whenever I have absurd or update selected, it will ask me whether you're going to use external ID or ID. ID as in like Salesforce ID. So if I use external ID, currently I don't have created any of the external IDs over here, right? So that is why I don't see anything in list. If I would have selected this as a account object, in external ID I would have listed those two columns, account summary C, account column location C. I'll go with the Salesforce ID over here, which is ID. Okay. And then I'll save this. Field mappings are not done, so I'll just smart map everything only for country. It was other country, right? I'll just unmap this, map expression other country, save. Okay, valid. So let's run this. This mapping is running. We have warnings. Let's see.
Okay, invalid email address. Okay, so this is already there. Let's see what it is. So couple of records are having invalid address, it seems. So 18 rows got successfully processed. Couple of rows got failed because of some, you know, unusual characters in the email ID. So let's see which are those. It's my email. Did I miss email? Sorry, here. So let's see. I guess these are the one. L and shows this ampersand is getting some mixed up as ampersand AMP, right? That is why these are the couple of records I believe got filled LNT, right? That is why. So let's see if these are the records, and these are what 10 and 11, right? These two. Okay. So I hope other records are processed, 18 records. So if I go back to the workbench, right, and if I just query down a contact now, contact, we will select email, first name, ID, and then other country. Just these for now. So see, everywhere it got updated to UK, UK, UK. Only for this Barbara and Josh, right? It did not get updated because the email ID is having some ampersand sign. Okay, so here it is. Now we can change it and we can process that as well. But that is not the use case we are, catering to over here. Okay, so this proves that we can have a Salesforce as source or target in the mapping itself. So whenever we have the small kind of a requirement where we don't have multiple layer architecture, it is just a source as a Salesforce. Do some changes, data modifications, and load that data to other Salesforce entity. Right? In that case, we can use mapping as well. Right? But whenever we have like multi-architecture, multi-layer architecture, in that case, the way I mentioned, right? Pull data from Salesforce, it is replication. Modify data will use the mapping, and pushing data back to the Salesforce will use the synchronization, which is a proper way of doing the things to get the maximum, I would say, the utilization of the resources, or I would say it would be very cost effective in terms of the performance as well. So we'll start with module number 16 today, which is hierarchical connectivity. So have you ever worked with XML and JSON files? So in this module, we are going to talk about how to read data from XML and JSON and convert them into flat structure and a vice versa, right? How to convert data, flat data, right, to relational or CSV file data to XML JSON, right? So whenever we want to convert data from flat to XML or JSON, right? So we use the hierarchy builder transformation because XML JSON is a hierarchical data, right? So to convert data into that form, we use hierarchy builder transformation. And whenever we want to parse data, as in like convert data from hierarchical to flat structure, we'll use the hierarchy parser. So these are two important transformations we have in IICS, and then we'll talk about it. So before that, let me just show you some samples of XML and JSONs. Informatica Cloud material. We have a folder called hierarchical stuff, and then
So this is a typical XML format in which we have some initial tags like version, URL and all, and then these are the data elements. So in XML, a particular data element start with opening of the tag and then closing of the tag, and then the value will be enclosed between these two tags. This, so source customer ID is starting here, ending here, and then the value is 12345. So email is this, prefix, first name, middle name, last name, right? These kind of things are there. And then request tag starts at line number 4 and ends at line number 13. And this is a body tag, and this is ultimately envelope tag. Okay, so this is very small structure of XML. This is dynamic enough to have a repetition of some of the fields, right? So I'll show you some bigger structures as well. All these things are there in your Informatica Cloud folder, material folder. So this is a bigger one, right? And why we call it hierarchical or dynamic is, as I mentioned, some things can be repeating, right? So here, if you see, we have some personal details like first name, last name, middle name, right? And all. And then if you see list of addresses, so starting from line number 13, it goes to line number 38. And then we have multiple addresses. So here, if you see, we have three addresses, and then these are like home address, work address, and office address. But then these tags are repeating, and then how many times these tags would repeat, that is something we don't know, right? That is totally dynamic. So these structures are dynamic enough. Okay, so this is again a typical XML structure, right? And I'll also show you JSON structure. Yeah, so this is something is JSON, and this is we can relate with our data model. So we have like order items, orders, customers, products, right? These entities, these tables we have. So this is a typical JSON structure. So here, what I can say is order item is the parent node. Okay. Inside order item, we have two child nodes, orders and products. They are siblings because they are at the same level. So this indentation and all, makes the difference. So order item is a parent inside, and then under order item I do have the attributes, line number, quantity, order line amount in USD. These are attributes of order items, and inside that we have child entity, which is orders. Orders will have its own attributes like this, and inside orders we have customers. Okay, so orders and products are at the same level. They are immediate child entities of order items, and then we can call orders and products are the siblings, right? They are at the same level, and then customer is considered as a child entity of orders. And then the fields are, it is not like XML where we repeat the field open and close, prefix open, prefix close. It is not like that. We will have the field name once only in the double quotes, followed by a colon, and then the value. So this is a different structure. Okay. Now XML files you might have seen, right? Quite a bit. JSON might be, maybe I would say, new, or I would say we haven't worked JSON much on. So what we will do is like we will use this particular example, and then we'll see how we can convert data into this structure and convert data from this structure to flat structure, right? So first use case we are going to talk about is hierarchy builder. Hierarchy builder as in like how we can generate this kind of a structure from the flat file data or relational data. Okay, and these entities are also something which are relating to what tables we have, the data model we have, right? So we can easily make this also. So for that matter, what I will do is like
we'll create a new mapping with hierarchy builder transformation, and then we need to provide a relevant data to that transformation from table to build this kind of a structure. Now this whole chunk represents a single row. So we have these are different attributes, right? But then this is one row. If we have multiple, then we will have these multiple hierarchies repeating in the same file, right? So that is what we are going to do. Okay, so now what I'll do is, so to generate this, I'll use this query. Why? Because we need four tables to be joined together: order items, orders, customers, and products. So I've kept that query handy. You also have that query in your material. So I'll just show you this query first by executing that in Oracle SQL Developer. So we have joined customers, orders, order items, and products on the basis of keys, common keys, right? And we get these 9 rows. Okay, so this is what my data is. Now I want to convert this data into hierarchical data in JSON format. Okay, like this. Now to convert data into XML or JSON hierarchical, right? The prerequisite step is to let Informatica know how my structure is going to be. So Informatica need to know, I want to convert the flat data into this kind of a structure. Or even if I want to convert data from this to flat, right? We need to define this kind of a schema. Okay. So to deal with JSON files, I have to create a JSON schema, right? If I want to deal with XML files, then I have to create XML schema. So I'll show you both examples. Okay. So now I'll go to Informatica. We'll go to data integration. Now I'll go to new and I'll go to components. In the components, we have this option called hierarchical schema. Okay. So description says upload XML schema or XML or JSON sample file to use with hierarchy transformation. XML schema or XML, what does that mean? XML. So this is my XML file. Is this XML schema? No. XML schema is XSD file, definition file, right? And I'll show you definition as well. So XSD looks like this, okay, in which we will have the structure, right? And the fields with data types. Source customer ID is integer, email is string, rest all fields are string, right? So this is the XML structure. And then this is the XML sample file where we have one record, or I would say one payload, right? So if I have like multiple records, right, it will be like this kind of a thing, right? Where we'll have different customers. So this is my one structure, or I would say one sample. And then same, this is the schema of it, right? So to upload hierarchical schema for XML, either we can use XML schema, which is this XSD file, or we can use XML or a JSON sample, right? It just got created. Okay. So XML schema or XML sample file. So this is sample file and this is JSON sample file. Do we have any schema for JSON? No, there is no schema as such, right? For JSON, we'll have to use the sample file only. So first of all, we'll create the XML schema. So I'll name that as hs underscore XML
XML schema 1, and then I'll upload this file from my, or I can just paste the contents over here. Okay, so I'll go to, or let me do one thing. It is already open, right? Can I just copy paste from this? Let me just check. No, I can't. And this file, what is the name? Customer schema XML. So this is what we have opened. After uploading the file, right, I'll click on validate. It says XML sample is valid. So it identified this is XML structure and this is proper. If I miss even a single bracket closing over here, angular bracket closing, it will not get validated. I'll show you. See, I'll just take off this, and then if I say validate, it is also giving you error at where it is, right? So this angular bracket is missing. Now it is valid. And if I click OK, it will show you the root element, right? So root is envelope over here. This is root element. Okay, opening and closing. So it shows you root, but then you can, if you think envelope is not your root, then you can use something else. But then, for example, instead of envelope, I use email. Then what will happen? Where is my email? Only this much data will be considered, start and end, right? Nothing will be considered. So root is the uppermost element, so I'll just select it as envelope, right? And then I'll click on save. Okay, so this is how I have saved my XML schema. Now one thing which I forget to talk about is, whenever we are, if we are selecting the XSD file, XML schema file, XSD file, then I don't have to worry about, because in XSD file I'll have all the fields which are possible to be appeared in my XML data file, right? This is XML data file, this is XML schema file, right? So in this I'll have all the fields which will be possibly coming into my data file. But in a typical data file, right, I may or may not have all the fields, because some of the fields might be optional. For example, prefix, right? So for a particular customer, if prefix is not known, then that tag will not appear at all, like this. Okay. So while creating schema in Informatica Cloud, I need to select such an example where all the fields are provided. Okay. So if I miss on any particular field, and if I create that schema, and tomorrow from my source XML file, I start getting that field, right? Then my mapping will fail, because particular field which is not defined in Informatica Cloud schema, if it appears, then Informatica will not be able to identify it, and it will say schema is mismatching. Okay. So that is why whenever I am creating a schema from XML file, it is always recommended to use XSD file, right? Because it will have all the tags, all the fields. And then data comes with this. So what will happen? First of all, it will expect source customer ID, it gets it, right? Then it will expect email ID, it gets it, right? Then after email, it will expect first name, right? And then it will identify prefix. So it is a, I would say unidentified kind of a structure or symbol, invalid symbol, I would say, and then it will fail over here, right? If you provide this, right, if this is your structure, and for a particular row, if prefix is not there or middle name is not there, right, then it is okay. It will assume that okay, prefix was expected, but it is not there. Why? Because maybe it is optional field. We don't have to specifically mention what is optional field and all, right? If
a defined field in Informatica Cloud schema is not appearing, right? Then it will assume that the field is not mandatory and it is missing for this. Or maybe what can be the cases for this first is having all the fields, say for example. Second, I don't have prefix or I don't have middle name. That is okay. But whenever I'm defining this schema, right, I need to make sure that I select such a chunk which has the exhaustive list of fields, all the possible fields, right? Otherwise, Informatica will not skip it, it will fail. If you are not having the data or the tags which are defined in XML schema of Informatica, it will assume that it is not there and it will skip it, right? But if it finds new fields, then it will fail. Okay. So that is why, as I mentioned, right, if you use XSD, then there is no point in missing any of the fields. XSD will have all the fields with the data types. But if you do not have XSD, then you can go with one of the examples as well, only making sure that whatever example you're using has all the fields. Okay. And then even if you have this kind of an example, usually, right, usually whenever you deal with XML structures, right, then whoever is the source team or the target team, right, upstream downstream teams, they will have the XSD structures. If they don't have, right, then you take such an example from them which has all the fields, and then you can convert XML to XSD. There are like n number of applications available on, Google, which talks about, or which converts these XML to XSD in no time. That you can also do. Okay. So this is how we have created our XML schema. Okay. Now we'll also create one JSON schema. Again, the components, hierarchical schema. In JSON, we don't have any schema structure kind of a thing, right? It has to be a sample file. So I'll name it as hierarchical schema JSON one, upload, validate. JSON sample is valid. Click OK. There is nothing root kind of a thing. JSON is different structure. So I'll just save it. It is already there. Okay. So I'll name this as why there is an error occurred. Let me just check which schema we have already. Oh, did I name it with the same thing? No, right? JSON sample and JSON also we have. Okay. Let's see what is. And then it has to be same file. See, order items.json. It is already there. Maybe it is giving me some issue because of that. So it is already there. So now what we will do is, as we have defined the schema, we will try hierarchy builder parser, both the things. So first of all, we are going to try hierarchy builder. So we'll use this query as a source, right? And then this is the data we are going to have, right? So I'll create a new mapping. Name this mapping as m underscore or yeah, m underscore hierarchy builder, and then the source which I'm going to use is a query. So I'll use Oracle connection. I'll say query, define query, validate, custom query is valid. Okay. If I go to the fields, these are the fields. Okay. Then
After source, I'll use hierarchy builder. In this hierarchy builder, I'll go to input settings. In the input settings, I can just mark if I need sorted inputs, right? So if my data is big, it always makes sense to sort inputs. For smaller data, it doesn't matter that much, but I'll still check it. In the output settings, I'll just search for that particular schema, JSON sample one. Okay, then I'll go to the field mappings. Okay, this linkage might have broken. Whenever I define a schema, this linkage will get broken. So I'll again go to field mappings. Now left hand side are the fields. This is the relational structure which is coming from my source. Okay, and right hand side is coming from my schema file which I have defined. Right. So now I need to map the fields line number to line number. Now there is no automated way. It is relational to hierarchical, right? So I don't have any smart map option. I have to do it manually. Okay, quantity to quantity, order and amount in USD. Then it starts order ID, status, order date, customer, customer ID, first name, last name, address, email, phone. Then the product fields, product ID, product name, description, this and this. Okay, I'll save this. I know it is not valid yet because I have to configure my target, right? Then I'll connect it to target. So target, I'll create it as a flat file to be created on the fly. I'll name it as order items sample op dot. Okay, so this file, the target file will be .json file. Okay, and as it is going to be created on the fly, we don't require any field mappings to be done. I'll click on save. Okay, now my mapping is valid. So I can go ahead and run this particular map. Now what I expect is these are my total 9 rows, and then I should get 9 structures like this. So in hierarchical language, we called it as a payload, right? So we need to get total 9 payloads like this. And then one thing is this particular payload is kind of indented in Notepad++, right? Like this. There is a indentation. In my output, I can't expect like indented data, right? It will be in the same format, right? Or in the same hierarchy format, one after the other, first order items, then orders and all. But then this indentation is manually done in Notepad, right? So that I will not be seeing. So let's run and we'll get more idea. So let's run this. So it is running now. Okay, done. 9 rows got processed. So let's see if the file is created. Flat file location, and see this file is created just now. So if I open this file, okay, I do have this kind of structure created.
output. Okay, so if I count, output is the header, and then this. So if I just click on order items, and then if I just say count of order items, I do have 9. Okay, so 9 payloads are created over here. Okay, makes sense. So this is how we have converted our flat data into hierarchical data. Now you must be wondering that, okay, this is a different structure, right? So as I mentioned, right, indentation. But if I just copy any of, so say for example, I'll just copy this one, okay, and we can compare this with this. So order items, line number, quantity, order line amount in USD, then orders, order ID, status. Okay, now I understood why we are getting this kind of a thing. It's my mistake. One second. I have closed that file. Yes. While defining over here in this particular mapping, the target structure formatting options, it should not be double quotes, and then it should be auto generate. I missed it. It is also not a comma separated file, right? It is not a delimited file, but I'll still keep it as a comma over here in the formatting options. It's not a comma separated. Well, let's keep delimitize it. Text qualifier and field labels needs to be none and auto generate, and that is why it give me that red color mark and all, right? So let's run this again. The data was in the proper order. Only thing is like we had extra double quotes. Okay, so file must have overwritten. It is. Let's open this now. So see, this is clean. Okay, and if I just take one payload, compare with our original structure, order items is at the top, then the line number, quantity, order line amount in USD, orders, we have order ID, status, order date, then we have customers, customer ID, first name, and so on, right? So this is not indented thing, but then this is exactly similar to what we have like this. Okay, so like that we got total 9 payloads. Again, I'll count on my order items, control F, count. I do have 9. So 9 source rows got converted into 9 JSON payloads. So this is how we have demonstrated how to use hierarchy builder transformation to convert data from flat structure to hierarchical structure. Okay, hierarchy builder. Now we'll do a vice versa operation, right? Hierarchy parser. So hierarchy parser, we need, I would say, a hierarchical structure as as a source, and then we'll convert it back to the flat. So here what we will do is, so I'll show you. Hierarchy parser also we have. Okay, so let's see what we have done over here. So here my sources, yeah. So while parsing the hierarchy, right, we have one additional step, as in that hierarchical file needs to be placed into a txt file, right?
So this is what file we have, input ff.json. Directly XML or JSON file can't be taken as a source. We need to encapsulate that file in a txt and we'll have to provide a reference. So I'll show you this input ff.json, right? So let me go to flat file. Where is input JSON? This 1R, 1 row it is, right? It would be similar, but in 1 row. So what I've done is I have just created one just header column one, right? And then inside that I do have this, right? It is no longer E colon, it is C, right? So I'll have to change it. And then I have the actual JSON file is this swipe one row.json. Let's see where it is. Swipe one row.json. So I've just taken one single payload, right? This is what my actual JSON file is, right? And then this file I'm trying to parse and create a flat structure out of it. So what I did is this file I have referenced into my txt file like this. Now this path has changed as my computer directories are changed. So path has to be this. Okay. So this is the one which we have used as a source. Okay. And then if I go back to my mapping, I'll show you. So flat file, the txt file I have taken. Formatting options, I have selected comma separated, none, and then I have said import from first row, the field label, and data row starts with 2. Right, this is my field header, and my data row starts with this. And then after the source, I have taken hierarchy parser transformation. Let me show you the properties of hierarchy parser. So in the input setting itself, I have to select the schema, right? In the hierarchy builder, right, we selected that in the output settings, right? Because my output, right, was that, right? Here my input is hierarchical, so that is why I'm selecting the schema, hierarchical schema, in the input settings. In hierarchy builder, input setting was just sorted inputs, that's it, right? Now here, while selecting the schema, I have couple of options: file or buffer. Input type is file or buffer. So right now I'm going to read data from JSON file, right? That is why I have selected file. What does buffer mean, right? So sometimes these XMLs or JSON payloads will be in a table. Table as in, like, I may have a relational table, right? Oracle or SQL Server table, and then I have like multiple columns, and one column will have this entire payload. You getting me? So if I have this kind of a table, and at the end or anywhere, right, I'll have a column which will contain whole of this payload. And then I might have to define that column with data type called clob or nclob, right? Clob and clob will have like whole large value. The precision will be very large, right? So over there, I can have this kind of a value. So this is kind of a, I would say, one of the rows or for a particular column, right? If I have that kind of a structure, from where I'm pulling the data, if that table is my source, right, and then I need to pull that hierarchy data from that particular column, then I'll use the buffer option. As we are pulling it from a file, right, it is a JSON file actually, right? So I'll use the file option. Okay, then in the input field selection, this field selection is, right, whatever is my header, which is in my txt file. That header, I'll just pass it to my input. So this input is a default input, right? There is no column as such which we need to define. This is the input argument, I would say, of the hierarchical schema. So we are just passing this column 1 to input, that's it. And main thing is the field mapping. Now these field mappings are even simpler, right? I don't have to like do one by one the way we did in hierarchy builder. So here if I just expand, again this is coming from my schema only. Order line amount, order items. We have 3 attributes, right? Then order fields, customer fields, or product fields.
as in like tags, right? Or the attributes of each. So this is again similar structure. And now as we are converting hierarchy to flat, right? I don't have to kind of drag the fields. So the exercise will be starting, it will be like this, right? If I want to be choosy about which fields, it is not always that I want to select all the fields, right? If I want just these order items, what I can say, map immediate children. So here I'll have just this. If I have order items and maybe customers, accordingly my target structure will be defined. If I want everything, then I'll go to root and I'll say map all descendants. So it will add everything. Okay, so here I can be choosy about which fields I want from hierarchical structure to be parsed and convert into flat. Okay, output fields. So the way I select the fields, my output field flat structure will be created over here. Okay, and then I can join it with my target. Now here I have taken a target as a CSV file, right? But we can take target as a target table also. But for that matter, currently our source was combination of like four tables, right? If I want to really take, if I have such kind of a table where I have all these columns, right, then I can use that as a ultimate target. If I have to break the data into multiples, right, then accordingly I'll have to map it. So I'll go here, and then when I'll map like this, right, so order items is my primary parent, right? So I'm joining like that. But then if I have like tables to be taken data into, right, then those many targets I'll have to have, right? So orders, customers, or no order items and products, and then I'll join them accordingly. So I'll show you one example. So let's see customers. So tgt, I'll say tgt customers. I'll join this again, same, and then I'll have to configure this as a table, right? So I'll select Oracle and we'll select customer too. I don't want to disturb the actual customer data, customer table data. So customer underscore two is a similar structure. So we'll use that as a target. If I want to flow data into multiple, I'll have to use multiple target transformations. Okay. And then truncate table options and all that is something I'll have to manage it on my target, the way I want data. And then in the field mappings, I'll only map the related fields. These are giving me 17 fields. I want to map the customer related. So I'll say smart map. The fields are mapped. Okay, save it. So this is done. Now if I run this particular mapping, I'll get a CSV file with data converted for all the elements and customer table with one row as a output. Okay, and then here we haven't selected target table. So whatever data I already have in my this underscore 2 will retain, and then I'll end up in creating one more row. So currently in my customer 2 I might have already 6 rows. Let's see. Oh, it has already have 12 rows. Okay, data is already duplicated. And then the thing which I have taken over here is, what is my customer 103. Okay, 103 will repeat. Okay, so we'll go to mapping and let's run this. Successful. Okay, now if I go back to my mapping, just want to see what was my flat file target.
JSON to flat2.csv. Okay, let's see if it is created. JSON to flat2.csv. Let me open this. Yes, so see, data is in the file now. Okay, and then we'll see the data in the table also. So this table was having 12 rows. If I just do this again, I have 13 rows now. So see, this row also got inserted into the table. So this is how we also demonstrated the hierarchy parser, where we will break the hierarchical structure into flat structure. That flat structure can be a CSV data or a relational data. So we have a couple of web services. We have SOAP and REST, right? So for that, we have a deck. Let me open that. So web services are considered as kind of a channel, communication channel to access data from a particular application. For example, whenever I have Oracle database, right? Or whenever I have any database basically, where we have some tables and all, and where those tables are having some data. So to access that data for us, right, I can say SQL is a channel for us. So SQL language is a channel for us, and then we access that data by different means. We can have like select statements to read data, insert, update, delete statements to perform those kind of operations. So similarly, web services are working as a channels which will allow us to either read, write, read, write, update, delete the data which is there in that particular system. Okay, so now we have two type of web services. We have SOAP and REST. SOAP is simple object access protocol, and then REST is representational state transfer. SOAP is relatively older, with less complexity and simple to implement. REST is relatively new, and then it is much more complicated than SOAP. And then definitely, as per the complexity, it will have more features as well in terms of pulling the data, pushing the data, and then the data security wise as well, the whole security of the web service. SOAP web service is based on XML. So whenever we want to push data to that particular web service, we might have to convert that into XML and send that as an input. When we receive the data back from SOAP, we also receive that in a XML format. And for REST, it can be either XML or JSON. But when we say either XML and JSON, is it that we have a flexibility to call that web service by any of these language? No. So whoever is going to create that web service, right, that particular person will have that flexibility. Do I want to code it in XML or JSON? Right? And the way it is coded, the way it is created, right, that is how the consumer of that particular web service will have to use it, right, in that particular language. So now, having said that, we are going to see how we can invoke these web services using Informatica Cloud. So talking about the SOAP based web service, let me show you an example, and there are certain steps as well which I will open. So to invoke a SOAP based web service from Informatica Cloud, first of all, what we need is we need WSDL file or URL and endpoint URL along with the necessary credentials. So now what is WSDL, what is endpoint, right? So I'll show you an example. So this is my endpoint URL where my web service is present, right? This web service is one of the online calculators which offers us four functions: add, divide, multiply, and subtract. So we need to provide two integers as an input, select the operation, and accordingly we are going to get the result back,
right? Addition result, subtraction result, like that. So this is what my endpoint URL is, where my web service is present. Okay. Other URL I'll show you, which is WSDL URL, WSDL. WSDL stand for Web Service Definition Language. This is an XML, and this talks about how that web service is created, coded, what happens in the web service. So this might look a little bit complicated to understand, but in fact it is not. So see, it represents the functions. So we have add. Add requires couple of inputs, a and integer b, and then add response, which that web service is going to provide us, will be a single integer, which is add result. Okay. Similarly, we have subtract, two input arguments, then subtract response, single argument, subtract result, right? Similarly, we have multiply and divide. So this is my definition. So very first thing we need to invoke the web service by Informatica Cloud or by any other tool, right? By any other mechanism. We need to know the endpoint URL where my web service is present, and then the other thing is WSDL URL or file. When I say file or URL, what does that mean? So I may have a particular location, any particular URL where the definition WSDL is present, or I may get this whole information in a form of a file like this. This might be provided to me like this kind of a file, which I have to save on my server as a .wsdl file, or I'll get it as a WSDL file only. So either of it, maybe I can have a URL or a file. That is all fine. That is my first step. Now, when we say URL along with the necessary credentials, so to access the endpoint URL, we might need the right set of credentials, username, password, right? Or whatever authentication mechanism is built on top of that service, web service, that we will have to follow. Currently, the web service which we are demonstrating is a public free web service. That is why it is not asking for any of the credentials. But web service might be proprietaries, and then accordingly they would need the credentials. Okay, so we need those credentials if applicable. Now in IICS, we are going to create the web service consumer connection. Okay, so let's see how to do that. I'll go to Informatica Cloud. Let me open the administrator to create a web service connection. So I'll go to connections, and then let's create a new connection. I'll select the type as WS consumer connection. This is specifically used for SOAP based web services, right? So I'll just name
Okay.
this connection as SOAP web service connection. Then we will select the runtime environment, and then we have three different authentication types. We have username token, we have other authentication, we have NTLM authentication. Okay, so let's go by all the three types. In username token, right, I need to provide WSDL URL, endpoint URL, username, password, and encryption password, if any. If the password is encrypted, right, that I need to provide. This is my username token. Every time WSDL URL will be common, right? If I just use other authentication, then WSDL URL and endpoint URL are mandatory. HTTP username and password are not mandatory. So in our case, this is the type we need to go for, right? As we do not have any mandatory username and password to be provided, right? And then the third type is NTLM, in which we also need to provide the domain name. So how we can decide which authentication type we need to go for? It depends upon what kind of credentials we are getting from that web service team, right? So if we are getting and then before we actually start coding this, before we start executing web service from Informatica Cloud, there is some prerequisite which I need to do. So once I receive my details like username, password, whistle URL, endpoint URL, right? Then I can use a SOAP UI or a Postman kind of a tool by which I will check whether I'm able to access the web service or not by using those credentials. And that
mm,
time I'll have to actually test the things which I have got. Not only the username password, but used whistle URL, endpoint URL, and the domain name, right? So when I provide these things and whenever I am able to invoke the web service, for example, somehow that web service team forgot to provide me the domain name, and then in that case what will happen without the necessary credentials, because these credentials are getting utilized to connect to that web service, right? So by any chance if I'm missing anything, right, then I will not be able to invoke the web service, right? So once I'm successfully invoke the web service, right, by these third party tools like Postman or SOAP UI, right? Then I can start having it into Informatica Cloud, right? So that will be very easy or important exercise, I would say, to decide certain properties which I need to set. Okay, so if I go back to other authentication, here I need to provide the WSDL URL. So I'll copy it right from this place and then I'll just, and then I need to also provide the endpoint URL which I'm copying and pasting. So now, as I mentioned, WSDL file can be a URL or a particular file, a flat file, right? So that time, what we need to do, because here we say WSDL URL, right? So if I receive WSDL file in a form of a file like this, then I can save this file on any of my flat file servers, right? And
mm,
then that
mm,
path I can provide over here. So doesn't mean the URL has to be a web, no, web URL only. It can be a physical location of my server as well, right? Location and then followed by the WSDL file name. The way I provide the flat file path and the file name, that can that thing we can use here as well. So using the WSDL and endpoint URL details, right? I can go ahead and so here if you see the test connection button is disabled, right? So I have to just go ahead and save it, and then in the next step we will be able to really authenticate this web service. Is it really hitting the web service or not? So right now I'm just going to save this connection. My connection is saved. So I completed the step number 2 to create the web service consumer connection. Now third step is to create a business service. What is business service? Let's see. So to create a business service, I'll have to go to data integration. I'll go to new components, and very first option business service, configure operations in business service and then use business service in a mapping with web service transformation. Okay, so this business service object will help us to authenticate connection for sure, and then on top of it, it will allow us to choose the operations, right? A particular web service might provide a variety of operations, right? This particular web service also providing four operations: add, divide, multiply, subtract. But that doesn't mean that I will use each of the operations. I may use only one of it or two of it or maybe everything, right? So these operations needs to be configured in the business service, and then I'll be able to have that business service associated with the web service transformation in a mapping, and then I'll decide which operation I'm going to invoke for that particular mapping. So for that, we are going to create this business service. I'll name this as BS underscore SOAP. So I'm naming this, then I'll select the connection, right? Connection as in like only the web service related connections can be selected over here, not like Oracle or Flatfile. Currently, I have created a SOAP based web service. Again, next time we will create a REST base as well. And on top of that also we'll have to create a business service. So if I select the SOAP based web service connection over here, then I'll click on the select operation. Select. And now while selecting these operations, let it load and I'll just explain you. So if you see, we get list of operations. Add. So there are like two set of operations. SOAP 1.2 and just the add subtract. So there are like couple of versions of these operations basically. So for now we can just ignore 1.2, we'll just focus on these four. Now from where I'm getting this list, add, subtract, multiply, divide. So this list I'm getting from the connection which we have created, and when I actually select right the operation, it will actually hit the WSDL URL and endpoint URL, specifically WSDL URL. And then from WSDL URL, if everything is right, so the connection which we have created, right? Currently we have created with other authentication where we don't need the username and password. So
Yeah.
whatever type we have selected, right, with
Mm.
username token or NTLM or other authentication, whenever I'm creating this business service, whenever I click select operation by providing the connection name, then it actually hits that particular web service with those details which we have provided using the connection. So that is why I mentioned, right, we will not be able to test connection while creating it, but in the next step, which is business service. And that is why it becomes important to create a business service which will actually hit the web service, and then it will provide us the list of operations, right? So I can see these operations by hitting the WSDL URL, endpoint URL, and the credentials, if any, which are provided. By that, it will actually test that connection, form that connection, and then it will get us the list of details, what kind of operation that web service is providing. A particular web service may provide a single operation or multiple operations, right? Whatever number of operations that web service has, right, all those will be listed. And then using this business service, I'll be able to configure which operation I have to use in my mapping, which operation I'm going to invoke. A particular business service may have again one or more operations to be configured. Say for example, if I select this add, I'll click select and I'll click OK. So add is inserted. Similarly, if I want to select other operation, maybe I will say multiply. Okay, we'll add multiply as well. Okay, so business service will allow me to choose which operations I have to select or I'm going to use in my mapping in the web service transformation. Okay, and then after adding these operations, I can select all four as well. There is no problem, right? Then I will save this particular business service. So once we save this particular business service, let's, yeah, now it is saved. Now we are going to create a mapping in which we'll use the web service transformation to invoke the web service using the business service which we have created. So I'll show you. So I'll create a new mapping. I'll name this mapping as m underscore soap web service calculator demo. Okay. Now what exactly I need to provide as an input? What is going to be my source? I have just couple of integers to be provided, right? So I can just use this source as very simple as a query. I'll show you. So when you are doing your hands-on, right, you can just have a table created or a file created where we can have like couple of columns a and b, integer a, integer b, and then you can have different combinations 1 1, 10 15, 100 20, 200, whatever, right? For now I'm going to use database connection, Oracle connection, and then oh, I selected single object. Sorry, I should have selected query. Did it load? So I'm going to just create a simple query. Select 5 as A, 10 as B from dual. And I just need these inputs coming from my source. So I'm just using it as a dummy one. So I'll select query, define query, select 5 as integer A, comma 10 as integer B from dual. Validate. so that if I have that table created with column A, column B, and then we have like 5 rows, then I'll end up in hitting my web service 5 times and getting the response accordingly. Then after source, I'll be using web services transformation. Now in this web services transformation, if I go to the web services tab, here I need to select a business service. So if I select the business service which we have recently created, BS soap calculator, which we just created, right? So I'll select this, and now this web service is asking me to select the operation which we have configured. So we have selected add and multiply, right, while creating. So I can select it. I will not be able to toggle this for every single run unless I change my mapping code, right? So if I really want to have add operation executed for a particular scenario and multiply operation, right, in that case either I can have two different flows in my mapping, one web service transformation with add operation, other web service transformation with multiply, right, or a completely two different mapping, right? But then this is something I'll select while designing this particular mapping. So if I select add, right, on the runtime I'll not be able to select it or change it, add multiply, right? I will not be able to toggle it. I'm defining this. So as I mentioned, if I want to invoke both the operation, I'll have to have two web service transformations, one with add, one with multiply, and then the capture result separately, like that. Okay, for now I'm going with add operation, and then I'll connect this to my target. So now it says, oh, one sec, right? Let me just go to this web service. So here we have selected add. Then I'll go to request mapping. Request mapping would require couple of inputs, right? So integer A, I'm assigning to integer A, integer B. So these two are coming from my dummy source, a query, right? And I'm providing them as an input argument to my add. Now from where this is coming? This is coming from my business service. It is coming from my connection where I have provided the WSDL URL, right? And from WSDL URL, I'm getting these two, integer A, integer B. So they are getting originated from here, and I can see them over here, integer A, integer B, and I'm mapping them. And then in the request response mapping, sorry, I need to select, right? By default, every web service will have a fault group, right, where we have fault code, fault string, and fault actor. This group, now in this particular mapping, I just have one one input set, which is integer A as 5, integer B as 10. I'm going to hit my web service only once in this particular mapping. But as you mentioned, if you create a table where you have like 5 rows, right, combination of A and B, right, then you will end up in hitting the web service 5 times, one after the other, right? And for every single hit, web service hit, you're going to capture the response of that web service. So fault group is a common response which we will receive from that web service, right? And then this fault group will tell me fault code. Fault code is, if it is 0, then I can assume my web service was successful. If it is non-zero, then it is failed due to some reason. So fault uh, code is that 0 or non-zero. Fault string will give me the detailed error message, right? And fault actor will tell me fail or success, that kind of a thing, right? So this particular fault group is by default, right? But then it will be giving me this information, right? And then the other thing which I require is the addition result, right? So if I again go to my left hand side, here I can see I have envelope, header, body, right? When we were working with XML parser, right, we just selected, you know, the envelope tag and we selected map all descendant. But here what we can do is, do we really need envelope, header, body and all? We don't, right? So I'll just select the add result. I'm just interested in this, right, which is a body tag. Can I really do this map immediate children? Yeah, body will definitely be there because it's a parent tag, right? So here if you see, I do have envelope tag. I will not have header and all those details, but then I'll have envelope tag, which is a parent one, in which I'll get only one attribute, which is add result. So my response will be add result plus these three. So, and again, currently the web service which we are invoking, right? This is a public free web service, right? That is why we don't have username and password authentication in place, right? In these free web services, the fault group may or may not be coded, right? So ideal situation when we have proprietary web services, right, or the user name password enabled web services, will definitely have the fault group enabled in that web service, and accordingly will get the values as well. In this particular thing, right, they may or may not have really configured the fault group. So in the response, these tags or these columns, I would say. So this is how we have. So now this is fault group and then the actual result which we are expecting out of my web service. If my web service is failed, definitely I will not get the result for my actual envelope group, which is the actual calculation, right? So that will not be in place. Okay, so this is how I have coded my response mapping. If I go to the output fields, again we have two groups over here, and then what I'll do is I'll just join this to my target. Now I see two different groups over here because these are two different hierarchies basically, right? So I can't have both the hierarchies going to the same target while joining them. So I'll join the envelope group over here. Does that mean I'm going to lose whatever I'm going to get out of my fault code? No. For that, I'll have to have a different target. And if I connect this, so it says envelope is already connected to target. So I'll connect fault group to target one, target one. Then do I really need to capture them separately? And on Informatica mapping level, yes, I need to have two different targets, but these two different targets can, you know, can point to a same table. Just imagine
Mm.
that I have a table, right, with
Yeah.
add response, fault code, fault actor, fault string. I have all the four columns in that table or a flat file, right? But while joining it from web service, I'll have to have two instances of my target. And then in the first instance, right, I will just map the add result to that specific column. And then in second instance, I'll map three other columns to the fault. That is how I have to. Let me create a table real quick over here. So I'll say create table. So response with columns, I would say fault will have everything as and where to fault string, and then I'll have soap result. So I've created this table soap response. Now what I'll do is here I can even rename this tgt result, tgt fault. When in tgt result, I'll go to target tab, select Oracle. This can be a flat file as well without any problem. But if it is a flat file, right, then I'll have to maintain two flat files. I can just
Mm.
have one column inserted and then other column inserted by other target, right? So see, I just created a table and I can use it as my target, right? That is the that is the thing I like about Informatica Cloud. Not like Power Center.
Mm.
I have to like import target definition, pull it over here and then use it, right?
Yeah.
This makes my development so easy. So SOAP response here, I'm going to have the target fields and I'm going to map the fields. Web service, while giving me response back, right, it will also give me some key from the source. or the inputs. Here I'm going to get integer a, integer b also back, right? So that I can tie back. For example, if you have a table where you have integer a and integer b multiple combination 1, 2, 10, 20, 100, 200, right? And then just imagine that you're getting a result, right? 1, 2 addition 3, 100, 200,
Yeah.
300. Can you tie back those results to your inputs? No, right? Unless you have something coming from your input in your response. That is why in this case it is giving integer a, integer b back so that we can tie back the response, right? In other web services, if you have like, just imagine 15 inputs, are you going to get 15 inputs back as output? No, right? So you will have some key in your input, right? Maybe just imagine that there is a customer portal and then you are selecting the insert operation of a web service and you're creating a new customer profile. And what could be the inputs? Customer id, customer first name, last name, middle name, address, and so on, right? So maybe customer ID is your key, which you're passing as an input. So web service response will have that customer ID as an output so that whenever the web service is created successfully, right, it will give you some response. Web service, so customer profile created successfully. That could be your response, a message, right? And then that message you can tie to the customer ID, the key which you have provided, because you may have 100 customers to be created, right? And then you can't guarantee that every 100 customer is really created, right? Some might fail, some might success, right? So how you can think, how you can deduce whether a particular customer was successfully created or not, right? So with the help of response, having that key in the key from input arguments to output, right? That way you will be able to track whether a particular customer was created or not, right? So here we have integer a, integer b getting as output as well, right? So ideally I'll say, okay, and then what I'll say is, I would say input a. Let's get this table created. Now in target fields, I'll just go and synchronize all fields. So now in the field mappings, add result will go to soap result, integer a, integer b. Save it. And in the other pipeline, which is fault, again I'll go here, I'll use the Oracle SOAP response, field mappings. Here also I do have integer integer b, okay, because again fault or the error also needs to be tied back to the source, right? So fault code, fault string, fault actor. Save it. Now my mapping is valid. I can go ahead and run my mapping to hit the web service. Okay. Now the thing is, though we have um, calculated or mapped these fault things, right? It may or may not give me the response as it is a public free web service, right? So let's see what response we are getting. This is one way of capturing the response from the web service, right? We have a common entity, a table or a file, right? To have these both, right? In some cases, I may have a table where we are just capturing the response like input, input key and the output, right? And there might be another audit table where I'm capturing whether a web service was pass or fail. Even if I'm
Hmm.
having two different targets, still I do have that common key coming from my input arguments. So tomorrow, whenever I'm kind of combining these two tables, response tables, one to have the actual SOAP result, other to have or capture the fault. How I can again join these two tables on the basis of key which I'm getting as a response, right? So A and B. If you have A and B, and if that combination is unique, right? Then and if you're logging the audit results, right? Fault results in a different table. Now I'm going to run this particular mapping. So if we go to my jobs, so the demonstration we are doing and the web service which we are using, that might sound very simple, right? It's just addition, multiplication, subtraction and all, right? um, the challenge is to get public free web services is really difficult right? Because nowadays, earlier, right, we used to have like a lot of public free web services available, or if you can find something right on your own, you can do that. So the point is, regardless of how simple or complex a web service could be, we are yet to discuss how simple and complex, that doesn't drive my steps. Regardless of complexity of web services, the steps to configure that in IICS and invoke, right, still remain same. Every web service is different. Whenever we are actually doing the web service operations, right, it requires a lot of analysis, right? It requires a lot of back and forth discussion, or maybe what kind of credentials am I able to connect to web service really by providing necessary inputs and all using SOAP UI, or I would say postman kind of softwares, right? And then making sure a web service is successful, right? It requires a lot of other analysis as well, right? And then once that analysis is done, then we can start Informatica coding. Informatica Cloud coding will have these certain steps to be configured when we have right set of information and feasibility check of the web service, right? So having it in Informatica Cloud is very simple job, right? But to understand that web service, what it takes to invoke it, how response we are going to get, right, that whole exercise is like really important. So that is why your web service can be as simple as it can, or as complex also, right? But then the steps which we are going to take, those will still remain same. And that is why, just to demonstrate, we have used very simple web service, right? And then accordingly we can have this information to invoke any particular thing, right? So now here I can see one row was successfully processed, as we have only one output or one input, right? Input combination of a and b integers. So now see, this is not having any response. Maybe there is fault code, fault group is not really configured. Let's see, I'll select this table, select star from. Yep. So see, integer input A is 5, input B is 10. I have got them back from my inputs, right? SOAP result. I should have called it as a SOAP addition or something. So I can see calculator is working fine, addition is working fine. And then fault actor, fault code, fault string are null, even though we have mapped them, even though we have configured them. So that means these fields, or the value, specific value for these fields, are not actually coming from my web service as a response. Ideally it should come, right? In this case, my fault code would be 0, fault actor will be successful, and fault string will be null. So this is how we have invoked the SOAP based web service. If I go back to the syllabus, we talked about on high level what is SOAP, what is REST. We created a WS consumer connection for SOAP. We created a business service. We saw how to configure a web service transformation, and we created a mapping to invoke the SOAP based web service. So I'll just show you one URL. Okay, so this particular thing, right, and before even I talk about this, right, so in REST based web service we have four main, I would say, types or protocols to be followed, right? So we have get, post, put and delete. We have even more, right? But these are four very commonly used protocols in the REST based web service. So when we say get, whenever we want to pull something, right, just imagine a customer portal we have, right? And then we are dealing with that customer portal through web services, REST-based web services. Um, so over here, if you want to provide some customer ID or some key and pull the customer information, right? So that kind of a web service will use get operation, right, to pull the data from customer portal, right? Then there can be another operation where we want to create a brand new customer, for which we'll have to provide more number of inputs, maybe customer first name, last name, address, and so on, those details, right? So along with these details, I'll hit my REST-based web service again by using post protocol, and then we will insert this particular new customer. Then there could be protocol called put. So put is used usually to update anything which is there in my customer portal, right? So I'll provide a key of a particular customer, and along with that I will push the update as well. So somehow my address got changed, last name got changed, right? So these attributes which are changing, I'll be pushing these attributes with the key, customer key, and then I'll use put protocol. And then last is the delete, right? Get, post, put, and delete. So delete will help us to take out that customer profile, delete it, right? So these are commonly used protocols. Now this particular thing which I'm displaying on my screen is get, where we are going to hit the web service to get the data out of multiple API versions of Salesforce so far, right? So recently we discussed about what is Salesforce and all, how to navigate through, right? And then whenever we log in into the Salesforce, like workbench, or whenever we are creating a connection in Informatica Cloud to Salesforce, right? Then we see the API versions, right? So those API versions starts from 21.0, and then they go up to 53.0, which is the latest winter 2022 edition. So here we just want to invoke this particular API and then get this data. As we discussed yesterday that XML is sorry, SOAP is based on XML, right? And REST is based on XML or JSON, right? Either of it. So this is XML based. Okay. So now what we are going to do is, like, we need to understand how we can invoke the REST-based web service from Informatica Cloud. Okay. So I'll again go to the steps to invoke the web service, REST-based web service. So there are like 5 steps now. First of all, we'll have to create a Swagger file. Why we have to create a Swagger file? Because Swagger is kind of a definition in IICS. So SOAP-based web services has WSDL URL and endpoint URL, right? And then using that endpoint URL will hit the web service. Using the WSDL URL will understand the definition of web service. But then with the REST-based web service, we don't have anything like WSDL. There is nothing definition. It is not explicitly mentioned. But then to IICS, to understand that, right, we need something, some artifact where we can mention how this web service is created, right? So for that matter, we'll have to take additional step over here, and we'll have to create Swagger file, and then using that Swagger file, we'll be able to uh, tell IICS that this is how the web service is functioning, or these are the components of the web service. Okay, so let's create one Swagger file. I'll go to IICS. So the Swagger, the way we define Swagger might change in some of the options. Swagger file is a common entity, so be it XML based REST service, or be it, so in the administrator, if I go to the second last option, it is Swagger file. So generate Swagger definition file for the REST based services. Right, currently we do not have any Swagger file as this is a new account, so I'll just click new and then
I'll name my Swagger file as Swagger rest sfdc versions, right? Then I'll select the runtime environment, right? And then my endpoint URL is basically this. Copy this. This is what it is, right? Now I have to break this particular URL into, let me just go here, right? In three parts: URL, API base path, and API path, right? So what I'll do is I'll just take the first, this part, I'll put it as my main URL, and then every URL will have like some operations and all, right? Or some subtypes. So services, API base path and API path are non-mandatory attributes. We can very well put everything under URL also. That is also fine, not a problem, right? Then the verb, we have these four: get, post, put, and delete. So here we are going to get the data, so I'll use the get, right? Then authentication type, we have none, basic, digest, and auth. Okay, so here it is none, because are we providing any credentials really to invoke this? No, right? It is directly accessible. So that is why the authentication type, right, here we are going to follow none, right? I'll talk about the other as well. So to invoke a REST-based web service, there will be two-step authentication: one while creating the Swagger file, and other when we are going to create the connection on top of this Swagger, right? So when I say none, right, then I don't have to provide username and password. But then if I say basic, right, then I have to provide a combination of my username and password. These two things, right? Username, password for basic. If I say digest, then instead of username and password, I need to provide token and token secret. And then if I use OAuth, then I need to use consumer key and consumer secret. So all type of credentials are provided over here. Right? So all in all, it is username and password only. But the way they are known, right? It depends upon what type of authentication type we are following. Basic, we have username password. Digest, we have token secret, and then OAuth, we have consumer key consumer secret. Okay. Now how we can again take a call, right? Which authentication type I need to go for, right? So we will get these credentials from the team who is managing that particular REST-based web service, right? So if they provide you token secret, they also provide you the authentication type specifically, right? But they don't. If they don't, right, then using the nomenclature, if it is username password, then we need to understand, okay, this is, it is going to be the basic authentication type, right? Or so on, whatever is applicable. Accordingly, we'll have to select the authentication type, and those respective credentials needs to be punched in over here. Okay, so this is how. Currently it is none, so I'm not going to provide anything to these. Okay, then we can also provide headers and query parameters, right? So what are the header parameters? What are the query parameters? I can show you some examples, which type of header parameters and query parameters we may have. Currently in this, we don't have any, but then let me just go back to, yeah. So we have different type of parameters in the REST-based web service. We have query, template, header, and metrics, right? So query parameters are, I have given the example. So query parameter appears in the URL after question mark, after the resource name. So see, if you see over here, the example is myserver.com resources name, no question mark. Parameter 1 is equal to value, parameter 2 is equal to value, right? So in example, if you see after the question mark, status is equal to available, ampersand, offset is equal to 0, ampersand, page size is equal to 10, right? Typically URL we have seen like that, right? So in this particular URL, whatever comes after the question mark, right, there would be a combination of that particular parameter and then the value, as in like status is equal to available, right? So these things are known as a query parameter. Header parameters, if I talk about, then we will have something like this: session colon and then the value. Those kind of a thing also can be seen in the URLs. And then we have matrix parameter, where we do not have any argument names, right, but just the values, right? So after like store slash orders, we have these some values, right? 34502 XML, right? These signifies a particular thing in that particular URL, right? So this is how we can have different parameters, right? We also have matrix parameter. So in the matrix, if you see, matrix param is equal to test, again question mark, right? So these things are, which are like separated by semicolons, are called as a matrix parameter, right? So these are like what I have done is like different type of templates or parameters which are possible, right? That I have tried listing everything, right? But then in reality, do we really have these kind of things for every single REST based web service? It is not like that, right? It depends upon how my URL is, right? And then, to be very frank, we don't have these kind of complex URL used for REST based web services specifically. It is like a bit rare scenario, right? We will have mostly the header parameters or query parameters. Again, in that I would say mostly it is header parameters, right? So whenever we have the header parameters, are we going to provide them in the URL API path or API based path? No, not really, right? So whatever parameters we have, right, we are going to provide them while defining the Swagger definition, creating the Swagger file, right? So header parameter, query parameter, they can be provided here in a comma separated way. Okay, that is why they are not mandatory. If they have, then accordingly we can provide them over here. Okay, then it is important to provide the operation ID, right? What type of operation? This is gonna be defined over here. For WSDL file, like calculator, we have like 4 operations: add, subtract, multiply, divide, right? So here we have to define that operation. Okay, so I'll just call this as get API version, and then this particular operation ID will be used while creating the business service, right? So this is the one. And then we can also have raw body parameters, right? Raw body as in like, if you are familiar with Postman tool, right? In Postman also we can provide some these are again input arguments only, but they are not structured, right? Header parameters, query parameters and all, right? They are unstructured elements which consist or which comprise into the ultimate URL which we have, right? So if we have anything like that, right, then those raw body parameters also can be provided over here. So they will also be provided as a comma separate entities, right? If my URL is having some raw inputs to be provided, right, again those raw inputs would be bit similar to what we have as a query parameters. We'll have the parameters is equal to and then the value. So like that we can even provide
So,
the raw. So this is a tool to test that particular web service API, right? Is it
API,
working,
okay.
right? And here you can have the header parameters. If you have any username password to be provided in the header parameters connection, right? Then you can have raw body parameter is, it is not applicable here. Or if I just say post, we have these many protocols supported, or these many protocols
Mm,
available, I should say: get, post, put, patch, delete, copy, head, a lot of things. But then what
right.
IICS support, those are only for get, post, put and delete. So patch, copy, head, right? These even I am not aware about, I have never used, I have also like used only 4. Yeah, so
These are the ones. And then if we have any other protocol to be invoked, right, then it would be a limitation of IICS, I can say. And then we'll have to
Mm.
use some Python scripting for it to invoke it, because IICS again is getting evolved, right? A lot of options which were not earlier, now we can see it. So like that. I can even talk about a particular authentication type which was introduced later. Um, 4 years ago almost, I was working on a particular implementation to invoke REST-based web service using IICS. And then that time we faced some challenges. So I'll talk about that as well. Okay, so all in all, Postman is a tool by which you can hit the REST-based APIs and do the feasibility check. Are you able to invoke it, right, or not? Okay, so now if I go back to the Swagger file creation, right? So after setting all these options, I'll click on save, and then whenever we are clicking on save, right, then what will happen? Whatever options like authentication type, protocol, API version, base path, everything, whatever we have provided, right? Using the whole information, Informatica Cloud will try to hit that particular API, right? So if username password is required, we need to provide them over here, right? And then if I see Swagger saved successfully, that means whatever options we have provided, with that IICS was able to hit that particular thing. So this is kind of a first step of authentication, not authentication, I would say first check whether if I just miss anything, right, over here, username, password, or my URL is erroneous, I even missed a slash or something, right, then I will not be